When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1851, Immortal Ascension Palace Killing. Su Jingwen looked at the talent testing magic artifact but didn't reach her hand out to test it. She knew her talent. In the entire Luoyu continent, there was probably no one better than her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the first to ascend to the immortal realm in such a short time. These people came to test talent clearly for taking in sect members. If they found her talent was very good, they definitely wouldn't let her go easily. Place your hands into the testing immortal artifact. It can test your talent and age to determine your talent. The fat cultivator smiled at Su Jingwen. Sorry, I don't want to join these sections. My husband is in Gonghua Heaven. I just want to go to Gonghua Heaven to find my husband. Su Jingwen clenched her teeth and said. Before the fat immortal said anything, someone on the side laughed, looking for a Dao partner? There's people everywhere, why run to Gonghua Heaven? Su Jingwen glared at that person furiously. Seeing this, the person said, I said it, so what? Are you going to kill me? I want to see how a newly ascended hollow immortal is going to kill a golden immortal, huh? Su Jingwen turned to leave. She knew she couldn't beat anyone here. Plus, she knew this place forbids fighting, huh? That immortal laughed again. You shouldn't go look for your husband, an insect like him is probably long dead. There's one right here. The fat immortal's face sunk. Su Jingwen dared to go without testing. Before he reproached Su Jingwen released her dual moon ice blades. How dare this person curse that GMO was dead? The two ice blades carried a white ray of ice shooting at the immortal who laughed. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. The rule here was the strong immortals must not attack the newly ascended cultivators. If a low-level cultivator dared to attack an immortal here, those with high power didn't need to hold back. He could deal with the attacker however he liked. Su Jingwen was tricked into attacking. This meant that this person could do whatever he wanted to Su Jingwen. Crack crack. The golden immortal just casually released his magic artifact and Su Jingwen's dual moon ice blades were broken. Seeing this, Su Jingwen was very anxious. Yimo gave her these blades. It had more meaning than the magic artifact itself. Just when Su Jingwen wanted to go up and take it back, she heard a sound transmission. You're a newly ascended cultivator, hurry up and run. Offending immortals here is asking for death. Hearing this, Su Jingwen suddenly realized, this place wasn't the cultivation realm anymore but the immortal realm. She had no right to talk, she could only find Yimo first. Thinking about this, Su Jingwen forcefully turned and flew towards outside. This golden immortal was waiting for Su Jingwen to come up and take her magic artifact and then attack her. This way, it would seem as though Su Jingwen started all this. However, Su Jingwen suddenly changed directions and flew out of the Immortal Ascension Palace. The golden immortal dazed and chased out. The fat cultivator also chased out. Seeing this, the rest of the people of the Immortal Ascension Palace all flew out. How could Su Jingwen not know she was in big trouble now? The immortal attacking her was already grabbing at her. At this moment, she saw a huge tablet outside. The tablet said, MOU Immortal Sect welcome all Immortal Ascension cultivators from Luoyu continent. Su Jingwen charged over without hesitation and grabbed one corner of the tablet saying loudly, I'm a cultivator of MOU Immortal Sect. The golden immortal saw this and stopped attacking but sneered, MOU Immortal Sect only welcomes Luoyu continent cultivators. What do you have to do with this place? You dared to attack me at Immortal Ascension Palace, I must take you away. The first immortal to ask Su Jingwen looked at her and asked, didn't you say you came from Xinxiong continent? How come you're from Luoyu continent now? Su Jingwen was lost for words. The immortal shook his head. He's certain that Su Jingwen just wanted to escape this golden immortal and said she came from Luoyu continent. MOU Immortal Sect was dominant but they wouldn't intervene in such thing. Seeing the MOU Immortal Sect immortal shook his head, Su Jingwen was desperate. She knew that Yimo probably set up this sect. She quickly said, my husband is called Yimo. Since you're from MOU Immortal Sect you should know him. What confused Su Jingwen was that the immortal shook his head. Sorry, I really don't know some Yimo. Little people knew that Yimo was the sect leader of MOU. Even Lu Feng only knew later. Keep making up stories. The golden immortal laughed. Your brother Yes Dao partner? A joyful voice interrupted the golden immortal's words. Su Jingwen immediately said yes. Shenbei, Wan Bei's Dao partner is really Emo. He told me to go wait for him at Gonghua Heaven. What proof do you have? Another voice sounded. A square-faced man landed in front of everyone. No one could tell the power of this person. Shenbei, this woman just ascended and dared to attack immortals in the Immortal Ascension Palace. What she said was full of lies. This golden immortal quickly said, "Piss off." The man yelled at the golden immortal. Su Jingwen immediately took out a crystal card and said, "Shenbei, this is my husband's image." The man didn't even take it and just scanned with his spirit sense before laughing. "It's real indeed, you can put it away. Brother Yi, I've finally helped you a bit." The square-faced man said to Su Jingwen, "I mean Hui, you can call me by my name. I'm friends with Emo, he's always been helping me. I came to join him this time, but I didn't expect to be able to help him. This is great." Out of the friends Emo knew, Hui was the most mysterious one, but he was a worthy friend. Hui reached Immortal King this time and he came to Low Heaven Domain not to join Emo but to repay his gratitude. Since Emo was opening a sect here, he would come to cheer and support Emo. "Yes, brother Ian." Su Jingwen called out in joy. Of course she wouldn't call him Hui directly. She couldn't imagine the cultivation level of this Hui. It was this insect who dared to attack you? Hui pointed at the golden immortal and asked. Su Jingwen nodded, but before she said anything, the golden immortal said shakily, "Qianbei, Wanbei, how dare you lie to a king? Die." Hui let out a sword chi and the golden immortal was dead. Slaughter was forbidden in front of the Immortal Ascension Palace, but an immortal king was going to kill a golden immortal here. No one dared to say a thing. The fat immortal still wanted to bring out his sect, but hearing the word king, he didn't dare to say anything else and scurried away. Su Jingwen immediately went up to get the dual moon ice blades. So what if you're an immortal king? An immortal king can kill people at RU1 Heaven Immortal Ascension Palace? A cold voice sounded, and extremely powerful pressure came. Even Hui couldn't help retreating a few steps under this powerful pressure. A green-robed old man appeared before everyone. Hui could tell this old man was at least an Immortal King peak stage or even halfway Immortal Monarch. Chapter 1852, Nine Heads appears again. Hui signaled Su Jingwen to stand behind him and saluted with his fists to this old man. "A golden immortal dared to attack my friend's Dao partner, so what if I kill him?" He couldn't beat an Immortal King peak stage, but he wasn't scared. He had seen quite many Immortal Emperors already. A newly ascended cultivator? Seeing that Hui wasn't scared of him, the green-robed old man acted a little more careful. "Yes, Shenbei, Wanbei is a newly ascended cultivator. That person was going to attack me, so Brother Ian intervened." Su Jingwen quickly said, "What happened? Someone tell me." If it was some ordinary person, the green-robed old man would have used force. Hui was not only an immortal king but wasn't scared of him at all. Who dared to speak about MOU immortal sect things? That immortal from MOU quickly went up and bowed. "Shenbei, she's a newly ascended cultivator from Luoyu continent. The golden immortal who Shenbei killed lusted after her beauty and wanted to take away her by force. Shenbei knows the elder of MOU immortal sect, so he attacked in anger. This immortal from MOU truly believed Su Jingwen was from Luoyu continent now. She lied, probably just to be careful. He almost made a mistake. Although some people knew that this immortal didn't speak the complete truth, no one wanted to say something extra now. Some people had recognized this green-robed old man to be Heaven Lord Alliance Vice Alliance leader Lu Yong. 10 years ago when Emo disappeared with Chang Tian Immortal Monarch and Lu Jingquan, he knew that Chang Tian Immortal Monarch was quite possibly dead. As for whether Immortal King Luo was dead, he still wasn't sure. Regardless, before he reached Immortal Monarch, he wouldn't go look for their trouble. Hearing that this involved MOU immortal sect, he didn't want to intervene anymore. Offending MOU for a mere golden immortal. He wouldn't do this unless he was brain damaged. Lu Yong sneered to everyone, "If anyone dares to attack newly ascended cultivators, death." Then Lu Yong looked coldly at Hui. "One who attacks a newly ascended cultivator deserves to die indeed, but it's not the job of a foreign immortal king. If you dare to kill at the Immortal Ascension Palace, then don't blame the Heaven Lord Alliance." Lu Yong finished and his force rose drastically. The nearby immortals retreated. In fact, Lu Yong didn't want to fight Hui at all, but he was in a tough situation. He was too free and came here for a spin. He wanted to assert dominance to relieve some annoyance he had, but now he met a tough one. A few immortal city insects in the low heaven domains had all been devoured for no reason. As the Vice Alliance leader, he clearly had to investigate this. He could tell that Lu Yong only wanted a way down. Just when he wanted to say some nice words, a terrifying scream sounded. The next moment, 9 huge disgusting heads appeared in the sky. Sticky mucus that was thicker than buckets dripped down from the head. 9-headed void-devouring bug. There were too many knowledgeable people in the immortal realm. Almost everyone recognized it immediately. Countless immortals immediately released their magic artifact to run. The 9-headed void-devouring bug was a ferocious bug fed with souls. Its mouth could devour space, its saliva could corrode all things. When the 9 souls fused together, it would be invincible in the cultivation realm. When the 9-headed void-devouring bug came to the immortal realm and devoured large amounts of immortal essence living beings, it would grow out crests. Once there was crests, it can even devour immortal kings. There are 5 colors to the crests: red, green, blue, purple, gold. The red crest is the most ordinary king bug. Ordinary immortal kings are no match for it at all. When the crest reaches green and blue, even immortal monarch would have to flee. Purple-crested 9-headed void-devouring bugs aren't even scared of immortal emperors. Usually, golden-crested 9-headed void-devouring bug never appears. This 9-headed void-devouring bug's crest was pale green. Seeing this 9-headed void-devouring bug, Lu Yong immediately realized. Those immortal city insects were all annihilated by this 9-headed void-devouring bug. If it was something else, he would be willing to fight it, but against this level of 9-headed void-devouring bug, even he can't do anything. Plus, he didn't know if the 9-headed void-devouring bug had a master. Seeing this, Lu Yong disappeared in a dashing light without hesitation. Lu Yong was the strongest here. Of course the 9-headed void-devouring bug wouldn't let him go. Its other head sucked casually in the immortal city and then chased out in a black figure. The instant he saw the 9-headed void-devouring bug, Hui knew it was over. Against such level 9-headed void-devouring bug, there was no way out except death. He was ready to deal a heavy blow to the 9-headed void-devouring bug before he died, but instead the 9-headed void-devouring bug chased after that green-robed immortal king. Even with its casual suck, 60% of the immortals on the ground had disappeared. Those who could survive were mostly great immortals. Hui knew that after the 9-headed void-devouring bug killed Lu Yong, it would come back to this city and devour everyone. Hui took out a rune and instantly enveloped Su Jingwen. He patted out a rune too. 2 dashing lights flashed and the 2 disappeared from the city. Countless immortals took out the transmission runes and left. Lu Yong flew like crazy, but this 9-headed void-devouring bug was faster than him. Seeing that he couldn't get away, Lu Yong stopped and turned around, releasing a yellow lamp. Lu Yong activated a few hundred yellow flames. When they first appeared, they were only the size of a thumb, but when they neared the 9-headed void-devouring bug they were arm-sized and growing. Then, a few hundred more yellow lights were born. The 9-headed void-devouring bug didn't expect Lu Yong had such power. It was swept by a few yellow lights and a few bloody holes appeared on its head. The 9-headed void-devouring bug was infuriated and roared, shotting out countless black mist water lines. The yellow lights were immediately dimmed and Lu Yong's immortal king domain was crippled by this. Lu Yong felt his immortal essence stop and realized he was completely controlled by the 9-headed void-devouring bug. This 9-headed void-devouring bug was much stronger than he expected. Lu Yong didn't dare to keep fighting. He burned immortal essence and used a mobility technique. As soon as he left, the huge ugly head bit down. There was still some distance between the two, but when the 9-headed void-devouring bug bit down, Lu Yong and the space between them disappeared. Space devour. These were the last words of Lu Yong. The 9-headed void-devouring bug didn't stop at all and went back to Shihao Immortal City. Those immortals who didn't get away were all devoured. In a short time, the popular Shihao Immortal City was like a ghost city. At the Immortal Ascension Palace of another city, Hui said desperately to an abstruse immortal, "Take Su Jingwen to Mou Immortal Sect immediately and tell the few immortal kings that 9-headed void-devouring bug has appeared. I have some emergency, I need to leave." This abstruse immortal was the cultivator waiting at this Immortal Ascension Palace for Luoyu continent cultivators. Hui was desperate. He had to bring this news to the Grand Heaven Domain. Luckily he knew there was a teleportation formation to Middle Heaven Domain and it was in Extreme Wind Heaven. Usually, this teleportation formation wouldn't be opened unless it was a significant event. Chapter 1853, Bluish Grey World, No Exit. Goddess Jingwen, this is Mou Immortal City. The grey-robed abstruse immortal pointed at the grand city and said, "So beautiful." Su Jingwen looked dazedly at the huge city standing in the clouds. She had been to 2 immortal cities and they were a far cry to this. I'll take you to City Lord Estate. Luoyu continent cultivators don't need to be tested. The least they can do is become an outer sect member. Abstruse immortal said politely, "You're a cultivator from Luoyu continent?" A crisp voice interrupted this gray-robed abstruse immortal asking Su Jingwen. The two immediately saw a blue-robed female immortal. She was extremely pretty and her figure was unparalleled. Even Su Jingwen felt ashamed comparing herself to this female immortal. "Yes, may I ask who you are, goddess sister?" Su Jingwen bowed. The gray-robed abstruse immortal quickly saluted with his fists. "Mou immortal sect outer sect members Yi Chao greet Qianbei." The blue-robed female immortal smiled sweetly. "I'm Jinbingyu, not some Qianbei." Hearing this, Su Jingwen quickly said, "Su Jingwen greet goddess Bingyu." Jinbingyu nodded and asked again, "Did you come from Luoyu continent?" She heard Yi Mo say that he came from Luoyu continent. She had been in solitary cultivation for a decade and just reached Great Extreme Immortal. She really couldn't resist coming to see Yi Mo, so she came here. She didn't know about Yi Mo disappearing with Lu Jinchuan. "Yes, I came to find my husband Yi Mo. My husband told me to come find him at Gonghua Heaven." Su Jingwen said. Jinbingyu shivered and her face changed a little, but she soon recovered. She knew Yi Mo's wife was on Luoyu continent, but now she finally ascended. This Su Jingwen was this pretty. She was certain that if Su Jingwen cultivated the body refinement cultivation method Yi Mo gave her, she would be on par with her. Women are the most sensitive. Even though Jinbingyu was countless times stronger than Su Jingwen had some thoughts after seeing the expression on Jinbingyu's face. "Xian Bei, if you have no business, Wan Bei will take her inside the city." The gray-robed abstruse immortal said. Seeing that Jinbingyu didn't talk nor leave, Jinbingyu woke up and shook her head. "I'm fine." She knew that Yi Mo had wife. She even thought that she didn't care Yi Mo had wife, but now when Su Jingwen stood before her, she realized how hard it was to face it. She didn't care about other things, but she didn't dare to stay in front of Su Jingwen for long. She found that she had plans to leave before even entering the sect. Seeing the two walk off, Jinbingyu suddenly said, "Su Jingwen is an outer sect member, she's inner immortal spirit beast." Then, Jinbingyu turned to leave. She suddenly wanted to go back to the Chaos Star Realm and keep cultivating. Yi Mo stood in this endless bluish-gray space. The ugly Zisu still hung on his back. He had a sense of lost. This was his 10th year in here, and this time, his power completely stabilized at Immortal King middle stage, but there was no improvements. But in terms of battle power, Yi Mo believed even an Immortal Monarch tertiary stage was no match for him. He didn't know if Susu, Yangzhu, Jingwen, Xingxue and them were fine. He didn't know how Yi Mo was. He didn't know how Xiao Yun was. He was an Immortal King now, but he still couldn't go looking for them and was instead trapped here. And here, Yi Mo was a king, but this wasn't what Yi Mo wanted. Small Ginseng and Shadowless stood by Yi Mo's side. The two knew that Boss wasn't in a good mood, and talking to Boss now was asking for it. All the star beasts were extremely far, not a single one came over. Even those ones taller than 100 would pretend Yi Mo didn't exist if Yi Mo didn't go over. "Boss, that tree is 70 centimeters tall. I heard that if it grows to 3 meters it can serve you as master, but growth gets harder and harder." Small Ginseng said quietly. Yi Mo patted Small Ginseng's head and said, "Good job. You've done very well. As for when it can grow to 3 meters, let it go naturally." Seeing Small Ginseng being praised, Shadowless immediately said, "Boss, did you notice although these star beasts are scared of us?" Small Ginseng interrupted Shadowless, "So shameless, those star beasts aren't scared of us, they're scared of Boss. Why do you keep bringing yourself into it?" Shadowless laughed awkwardly. "At least I can eat a bunch of star beasts, you haven't contributed at all." Yi Mo waved his hand, stopping the argument. "You want to say that these star beasts won't allow us to go to the River Forest Valley in Northwest?" Yi Mo decided the directions here himself. The River Forest Valley was a special place. Almost all the 100 or larger star beasts were gathered there, and there was a hanging river. There were also trees with no leaves. The only place with trees in this space was there. The valley was shrouded in bluish-gray and spirit sense couldn't scan in. They neared there a few times but was stopped by 100 tall star beasts. Although they couldn't do anything to the three, neither could the three do anything to them. Later on, Yi Mo knew that with his current power they couldn't get in, so he left. Shadowless quickly said, "I meant to say that recently, all those star beasts larger than 30 are heading there. But there are very little star beasts below 30 going in." Hearing this, Emo realized it was indeed so. The star beasts around him were all below 30 m. Emo immediately felt something happened at the river forest pond. We'll go see as well, Emo said, and then he heard roars. A few star beasts larger than 30 m appeared in Emo's spirit sense. Soon, Emo noticed that all the star beasts who came over were missing arms and legs. Their face was full of worry. A few star beasts ran up to Emo and beckoned while pointing at river forest pond with a desperate face. Emo looked at the star beast and asked, "What do you mean? Did something happen there? You want me to help?" The star beast kept nodding. Emo frowned. He guessed the valley probably wasn't some exit but where the star beasts cultivated. That's why he didn't plan that he must go there. While Emo was hesitating, Shadowless immediately said, "Boss, these blue furs clearly want to harm us. If it's something even they can't beat, then they probably have some evil plans calling us to help." Small Ginseng said too, "That's right, boss, these beasts might have bad intentions." But Emo knew these star beasts weren't cunning. He thought for a moment, "Let's go see. If things go bad we can run." Chapter 1854, Metal Devouring Bug. A few injured star beasts saw that Emo was willing to help, so they joyfully went ahead to lead the way. With their speed, they just used 15 minutes to get outside River Forest Valley. The inside was still filled with a bluish-gray mist. Even with spirit sense, one could only obscurely see some river flowing and empty tree branches. Other than this, there were a few hundred star beast bodies at the entrance to the valley. The bones were bitten and filled with holes. There were some shiny black ants attached on the bones. Clearly the star beasts were devoured by them. Emo knew these ants. Before Emo spoke, Small Ginseng and Shadowless called out in shock, "Metal devouring bugs?" Emo nodded, "That's right." Emo had seen these once in the 7 refined tower of Yuanlu Heaven. At the time, he only saw around tens of thousands of them. They were from level 3 to level 5. With his power, he could only hide on the side while they flew over. Although Emo hadn't seen just how many metal-devouring bugs there were here, but there were definitely more than tens of thousands, and they would be more than level 5. It was impossible for level 5 metal-devouring bugs to even make a mark on the star beasts. A few metal-devouring bugs noticed them and charged up. Emo hacked out with Zisu and there was the sound of hard metal clashing. Those metal-devouring bugs were hacked away, but they only wobbled a bit and were lightly injured. "This is level 7 metal-devouring bugs, you guys go inside." Emo immediately knew that these weren't things that Shadowless and Small Ginseng could take on. If there were only a few it would be fine. But once there were too many, even Shadowless would have to await death. No wonder these star beasts would be devoured clean. If the level 7 metal-devouring bugs attacked together, even the most powerful star beast would have to die. Since it was metal-devouring bugs, Emo wasn't too worried. They were fast, but he wasn't slow. If he was no match for them, he could run away. This time, the star beasts didn't stop them going in the valley. When Emo went in, he immediately spread out his spirit sense. He finally realized why these star beasts would be scared and gradually killed off. A tidal wave of metal-devouring bugs covered tens of 100 m tall star beasts. Those below 100 meters were long dead. These 100 m star beasts blocked the entrance of the valley clearly, so the metal-devouring bugs can't charge out of it. These star beasts were very powerful, but they couldn't do anything against the metal-devouring bugs. They could only rub or smash. That way, even if a small portion died, most of the metal-devouring bugs would still be fine. Emo looked at a 110 m star beast collapse due to metal-devouring bugs. That star beast only struggled a little and were even loped by the metal-devouring bugs. The metal-devouring bugs went in through the star beast's eyes and nose and soon devoured the star beast from the inside out. Emo took in a cold breath. Even that 110 m star beast only struggled a little, and most of these metal-devouring bugs were mostly level 6. Some level 5 and little level 7. There were about tens of thousands of them. There were 2 that reached level 8. If such terrifying metal-devouring bugs went into the immortal realm, it would be a disaster. Even the Grand Heaven domain would be devoured by these terrifying metal-devouring bugs unless someone had the Heaven Flame 9 Suns like him. Emo didn't doubt people having god arts similar to the Heaven Flame 9 Suns in the immortal realm. The immortal realm was boundless and there were countless masters. There would be large-scale massacre god arts. Seeing Emo come in, a few taller star beasts whined and couldn't make any more sounds, now that they called Emo. It was clear that they asked for help. Before Emo attacked, the metal-devouring bugs charged at Emo like a tidal wave. At this moment, Emo didn't dare to hold back. 5 blue golden suns rose up. Emo used Heaven Flame 9 suns at full power immediately. He had 2 immortal flames now. The first was blue like morning sky and second was South Abyssal Void Flame. Emo used blue like morning sky straight up. Countless blue rays shot out, sweeping over 1,000 km radius. Sizzling sounds came up everywhere. Everything that was burned by this flame would turn to dust. Emo's condensed spirit sense and immortal essence made these metal-devouring bugs charging at him fall in the turn of an eye. The air that was filled with metal-devouring bugs loosened up. Those metal-devouring bugs that fell to the ground smoked in a moment and disappeared. The metal-devouring bugs was terrifying, but to them, the Heaven Flame 9 suns was more terrifying. Those metal-devouring bugs below level 7 couldn't resist at all, and the level 7 ones were shaky. Emo called out Shadowless, and Shadowless swooped all those shaky metal-devouring bugs away. As Emo charged into the valley, the metal-devouring bugs cracked like popcorn. When Emo used Heaven Flame 9 suns, he only protected Shadowless but not those star beasts. Those surviving star beasts seemed more withered under the Heaven Flame 9 suns, but the metal-devouring bugs attached to them were completely burned. They couldn't care about the damage brought to them by Heaven Flame 9 suns. They were completely dazed. This neighbor had been with them for a decade, but it was their first time seeing he had such terrifying power. If Emo used such sun on them, it was be extinction. These star beasts looked fearfully at Emo, not daring to disrespect him at all. They didn't know that even if Emo used Heaven Flame 9 suns, he wouldn't be able to annihilate them, much less Emo didn't plan to annihilate them. Emo's slaughter finally made the 2 level 8 metal-devouring bugs scream in horror. The remaining level 7 metal-devouring bugs gathered together and charged at Emo with the 2 level 8 ones. Their wings were burned by Heaven Flame 9 suns and could only wobble in the air. It was perfect for Emo that they gathered and charged at him together. The instant they came, Emo punched out. 5 stackwave kill. A terrifying immortal flame smashed out, burning out ripples in the space. Some injured metal-devouring bugs died immediately. Some survived, but then the second and third wave came. Then the fourth and fifth wave came. Even the most powerful metal-devouring bug couldn't take Heaven Flame 9 suns and 5 stackwave kill. In that moment, all level 7 metal-devouring bugs were destroyed. The only 2 remaining level 8 metal-devouring bugs screamed and wanted to run. How could Emo let them get away? Although he used lots of spirit sense and immortal essence, he could still use another 1 or 2 god art. As he released Zisu, Emo waved out lightning sand. Rumbling sounded in the void. Countless lightning arcs fused together into a 30 kilometers long lightning spear. The 2 level 8 metal-devouring bugs wanted to run, but Emo was waiting for them with tens of spirit sense blades on the side. One metal-devouring bug was hit by spirit sense blades and became wobbly. The other was hacked by Zisu and wanted to run. Theoretically, level 8 metal-devouring bugs was equivalent to a mortal monarch, but their battle power relied on numbers. Individual metal-devouring bugs were far weaker than ordinary immortal spirit beast of their level. Rumble, the lightning spear pierced the 2 metal-devouring bugs. They just made an even sharper howl and was smashed away. Before Emo said anything, Shadowless dashed over and swooped the 2 metal-devouring bugs into its mouth. Chapter 1855, Entrance to Outer Realm Star Domain. Shadowless was busy devouring the metal-devouring bugs, but Emo looked at these slanted rivers and was a little shocked. The colors were different, but the deeper in the valley, the darker the water. Emo scanned his spirit sense into the river water but found his spirit sense had this hurting sensation. He quickly took back his spirit sense and walked to one of the rivers and felt his hand in. It was bone-piercing cold. Emo almost felt his hands were being corroded by this liquid. Emo quickly took out his hand but found his hand to be fine and his skin seemed smoother. A powerful feeling surged up. This is a body refinement place. Shadowless stared at these rivers with light in his eyes. Emo woke up. No wonder the star beasts were that powerful. They had such a body refinement place. And there seemed to be a type of power in this river. Would he be able to learn it? Thinking about this, Emo rejoiced. He couldn't cultivate in this place and could only kill. He was long sick of it. If he could body refinement, then it was still cultivation. He was immortal spirit body tertiary stage. If he reached immortal god body, even if it was just primary stage, his body would be on par with ordinary immortal emperor body. In that case, even if his power was a little weaker, he wouldn't fear ordinary immortal monarchs anymore. Emo sped up to the second river and placed his hand in. A more painful scorching pain came up. Emo knew that if he wanted to go in there for body refinement, he would have to use body refinement cultivation method. Emo realized, the deeper he went, the stronger effect these rivers had. Those tens of star beasts saw Emo going around in the rivers but didn't dare to go up. Even those taller than 100 felt very threatened by EMO. The metal-devouring bugs almost annihilated them all, but this newcomer easily wiped them out. It was clear who was the strongest. EMO just went into a suitable river and said to Shadowless, go find a place for body refinement. If those star beasts comes up to annoy us, just eat them. If not, then don't provoke them. I don't want to eat those mosquitoes. Shadowless jumped excitedly into a river he had chosen, and, seeing the two go in, those star beasts breathed easy. There were many rivers here. If EMO just used them for body refinement, it didn't damage anything and so was fine. After resting easy, those star beasts gathered up and crushed the remaining metal-devouring bugs. When things calmed down, those star beasts went into the river for body refinement, but they would choose a rather further place from EMO and Shadowless. After experiencing the ravage of the nine-headed void-devouring bug, the low heaven domain gradually calmed down. Not because the nine-headed void-devouring bug didn't dare to devour immortal cities and sects, but more than 10 immortal emperors from the grand heaven domain came down together. They battled the nine-headed void-devouring bug and the owner. Eventually no one could do anything to each other, so they came an agreement. That was, the nine-headed void-devouring bug wasn't allowed to ravage the immortal realm and its master was allowed to set up his own sect in the grand heaven domain. Of course, they could only let it go for those immortal cities devoured. Immeasurable people died in this disaster. Even MOU Immortal Sect lost a few disciples. Now, it had been another decade since the nine-headed void-devouring bug disaster and more than 3 decades since EMO disappeared. At Fendu Heaven, Jakue Immortal City Big Square, countless immortals gathered again. This time, there were a few thousand immortal kings and some immortal monarchs. Yen Jiutian, it's this guy again. A handsome man sneered outside the square. This grey-robed man also had a handsome face, and when he heard this, he just glanced at the blue-robed man and snorted with equal contempt, a loser dares to be cocky? Then the grey-robed man left. When EMO comes, I want to see how you will be cocky in front of me. A white-robed, veiled female immortal walked over. Martial brother Ding, I suspect Yen Jiutian hid his power. Perhaps he isn't Immortal King primary stage at all, he's Immortal King tertiary stage. These two were Ding Jia and Zhang Tai. Because EMO mentioned Yen Jiutian and Ding Jia couldn't find a match, but he happened to find Yen Jiutian. Thus, the two fought without saying anything. Ding Jia was unparalleled in the grand heaven domain, but he couldn't beat Yen Jiutian. If he didn't have a few life-saving magic artifact, he would have been killed by Yen Jiutian. This time they came to Fandu Heaven because the outer realm star domain might be open. For this, almost all the immortal kings came. Of course, more Great Eternity Immortal wanted to go in, so they came too. Ding Jia nodded, but after a while he said, after coming back from the star domain, I'm going to find EMO. EMO said he's going to Chaos Star Realm. I wonder if he went. Just when Zhang Tai wanted to answer, more than 10 figures landed on the high stage in the center of the square. Most immortals knew the leading person. It was one of the 4 Grand Emperors, Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Behind him was Wei Feng and Dragon River Grand Emperor. As soon as Feng Kong Grand Emperor came out, the immortals at the square fell silent. Feng Kong Grand Emperor nodded happily and said loudly, there has been lots of things happening recently. Only a few decades ago we found the small heaven domain, allowing many Great Eternity Immortal who have been stuck to reach Immortal King. And now in a short while, we found the entrance to another heaven domain. Of course, it might not be a star realm, but based on the chaos chi coming out of it, it's quite possibly the entrance to an outer realm star domain. The people below immediately became excited, especially some Immortal King peak stages and Great Eternity Immortal peak stages. Everyone knew that there were entrances to the Chaos Star Realm from Low, Middle and Grand Heaven domain, and going in from each entrance resulted in a different scene. But over countless years, people have never seen Outer Realm Sat domain. If the Outer Realm Star domain was 9 levels of the Chaos 36 domains, then this unexcavated star domain would have countless treasure. Feng Kong Grand Emperor waved his hand. Everyone calm down. The Black Whirlpool might not lead to Chaos Star Realm, we only guess so. There's some laws inside. It would strongly reject Immortal Emperor or Immortal Monarch who have mastered a law. Thus, it only allows people who haven't mastered a law to go in. Hearing this, Yen Jiutian frowned. He didn't know if he could go in. His power returned to Immortal King tertiary stage and his space law was getting complete, but because he wasn't at that cultivation state, his law wasn't mastered. He had to go in this if it was the Outer Realm Star domain. It would be dripping in wealth. He didn't lack cultivation methods but cultivation resources. Of course, if this isn't the entrance to the star domain, then there would be danger going in. As for what danger it is, you will be responsible for it yourself. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's tone went cold. Chapter 1856, Reach Immortal God Body. How can we cultivators be scared of danger? If we fear danger all the time, we might as well hide at home. Feng Kong Grand Emperor said, and people immediately conformed. Then, Feng Kong Grand Emperor threw out a huge crystal ball showing the entrance of the whirlpool. If EMO was here, he would notice that this whirlpool was much larger than the one he entered in. It was extremely black but spun far slower than the one he went in. When the immortal saw the black whirlpool, Feng Kong Grand Emperor said again at the same time, I need to remind everyone that according to our calculations, this whirlpool would spin the opposite way only after 12 years. That's when everyone can come out, so before you go in, you need to think carefully. For most cultivators, 12 years was the blink of an eye, it was nothing. How to use these 12 years to find the most cultivation resources was the most important. But one thing I need to remind everyone is that if you don't come out after 12 years, this whirlpool will disappear. As for when it would next appear, no one knows. After going in the star realm, you must hand up all level 9 and above immortal spirit item, otherwise death. But those who hand them up will be rewarded heavily. Hearing this, everyone shivered. There was no way around this. But some smart people felt relaxed instead. If the Grand Emperors didn't want anything, then that would be strange. In a slanted river, EMO was sitting inside. The river water formed ripples around him. Extremely little impurities were excreted out of his body. His body and power was still increasing. As time went on, the water rustled around him. Eventually, the water left the river and circulated around EMO. Soon, EMO was encompassed by the water and obscured. Rumble. A huge explosion sounded, blasting away all the water around EMO. Just when the water evaporated in the air, the river EMO was in dried up. At this moment, EMO's long hair flowed down. The muscles on his body were perfect. The star beasts saw the explosion and didn't even dare to come near. They all moved away. Yemo gave himself a few dust removal spells and took out a clean set of clothes and flew into the air howling. After all these years of hard work, he had changed countless rivers, and today, he finally reached immortal god body. Even in the immortal realm, immortal god body was very rare. Although theoretically, the immortal emperor body was on par with immortal god body, but its recovery and defensive capabilities were weaker than immortal god body. Reaching immortal god body meant that Yemo had the power to stand firm in the immortal realm. Even against an immortal emperor, he would have some chance of getting away. Plus, Yemo learned a new law in the river, and that was power law. In the ancient times, power law was the most basic and simple law in the immortal realm, but it was the hardest to reach the highest state. In all the ways of Tao vindication, vindication through power was the hardest. No one has ever succeeded. It was easy to learn power law but hard to reach initial mastery. So as time went on, there were very little people in the immortal realm who went to learn power law. Eventually, power law disappeared, until today. Yemo finally learned power law in this bluish-gray space. Even if he didn't vindicate Tao with power law was extremely important. Boss, you reached immortal god body? Shadowless ran over. Yemo waved his hand. I begun looking into power law and I reached immortal god body. There's no point in staying here, we can go and try find a way out. However, it was a pity that he couldn't take the river away. If he did, it would lose the body refinement power law. Otherwise, Yemo would at least take half the rivers here. Shadowless was long bored of this place. Ned quickly followed behind Yemo. All the star beasts quickly moved out of the way. On the way, Yemo was thinking about where those metal-devouring bugs came from. There definitely was none here before, but then suddenly so many appeared. What is this place? A few hundred immortals appeared in this bluish-gray area. Then, a few hundred more appeared. Soon, there were more than 10,000 people here. This doesn't seem to be the outer realm entrance to Chaos Star Realm. Not necessarily. When you first enter the Chaos Star Realm, it's bluish-gray too, like here. Yes, but this place is barren, there's nothing. And, this immortal king didn't finish, but everyone knew there's almost no immortal spirit chi here. It would be strange if there were immortal spirit items here. Most people guessed that this might really not be the entrance to Chaos Star Realm but an independent dimension. As for what dangers there were, no one wanted to try first. Look, what are those immortal spirit beasts? One great eternity immortal peak stage pointed at 2 star beasts and said in shock. What level immortal spirit beast are they? Can't tell, they're covered in blue fur, they seem very strong. I'll go have a look. One great eternity immortal tertiary stage flew out of the crowd and neared the 2 star beasts. The 2 other Git also followed carefully. Seeing this great eternity immortal get close, the two star beasts immediately ran. They had the subconscious feeling that those people who came were like EMO. Seeing this, the great Eternity Immortal immediately released his magic artifact. These immortal spirit beasts are very scared, they're probably not strong. I'll kill one first. Then, the great Eternity Immortal attacked with his magic artifact. His magic artifact struck the star beast head on, but the star beast wasn't injured at all. Seeing he was attacked, the star beast roared and slapped with his palm. Splurge. This great Eternity Immortal was smashed to pulp. Chapter 1857, Encounter Kaimi again. Immortal Spirit Beast was too absurd. A great Eternity Immortal attacked with magic artifact but didn't do any damage and was instead slapped to death. The other two great Eternity Immortals saw this and quickly ran. This star beast saw that although these people looked like GMO but was far weaker, they stopped running. They charged back and slapped down too. These two great Eternity Immortal couldn't even break free from the force binding of the star beast and was instantly slapped to death. Then the two star beasts charged into the crowd. Finally someone in the crowd recognized and yelled out, "This is Star Beast, their hide is extremely thick, ordinary magic artifact can't damage them at all. They live on the border realms, they don't cultivate immortal essence nor spirit sense but they have extremely strong power." Rumble. The palm of a star beast clashed with an immortal king's magic artifact. This time, the lower than 30m star beast was smacked away, but even so, the star beast wasn't injured at all. But the two realized that there were people who could beat them here, so they retreated and disappeared. Luckily they left. This thing is too scary. Those below Immortal King would meet certain death. One great Eternity Immortal said with fear. The Immortal King who struck the star beast away said heavily, "You don't understand star beasts at all, they appear in packs. They would be overwhelming. There might just be two here but there would be countless times more than us coming." And this Immortal King changed to a more serious tone. "I heard that there are star beasts larger than 30m, if we encounter these, it would be extremely hard for us to even run, but I heard that star beasts are usually very violent and would never retreat. It's very strange that these two retreated." Hearing this, the immortals fell silent. If that was the case, then they wouldn't be thinking about how many immortal spirit herb to collect in these 12 years, but how would they survive? Now, pretty much everyone had been teleported in. With discussion, most people started to think about a way out. First, there were star beasts everywhere. Second, this wasn't Chaos Star Realm. We need to leave here quickly and find a safe place first. Someone suggested, leave? In the habitat of star beasts, there are star beasts everywhere. We're very lucky that there was just two here. One Immortal King said in contempt. As soon as he said this, he saw a few thousand star beasts charge over. With this, everyone tensed their minds. Don't worry, form teams and attack with magic artifact. Attack one together, we have lots of people. All the Immortal Kings extend out your Immortal King domains to stop these star beasts. One Immortal Monarch primary stage immediately yelled. The strongest person here was only Immortal Monarch primary stage and ones who could come and didn't achieve great mastery in law. With this, people started to form teams. There were about 20,000 people here, and 5 Immortal Monarchs. There were 2,000 Immortal Kings and the rest were Great Eternity Immortals. The 20,000 people clashed with the few thousand star beasts, magic artifact ravaged, immortal essence burst everywhere. There were Great Eternity Immortals and Immortal Kings being slapped to death non-stop, but there were also star beasts being killed. Although star beasts were powerful, most of the star beasts that came didn't exceed 30 meters. Their weakness was obvious. These immortals soon found the weak spots of star beasts after some battle. As everyone spread out this experience, the even battlefield skewed towards the immortals. As more and more star beasts died, they finally couldn't resist retreating. Soon, the rest of the star beasts were gone, leaving behind a ravaged land and a stack of bodies. This battle was short, but a few hundred immortals died. Meanwhile, only a few hundred star beasts died, and this was because star beasts over 30m didn't come. Otherwise, at least half the immortals here would die. These things are so powerful, there's so many of us and we only barely won. It seems we can't wander off alone. We must act together. One Immortal King panted, I don't think it's so simple. The leading Immortal Monarch frowned. A few thousand star beasts isn't a lot at the border realm, it's little. The most important thing is that there isn't star beasts beyond 30m. According to what I know, there's not only 30m tall star beasts but also some 100m tall star beasts. If it's one of these, even I would have to run and I might not even get away. Hearing this, the scene fell silent again. If not even an immortal monarch can get away, the rest of the people's fate was clear. Some essence spirits who have lost their bodies floated helpless in the air, not knowing where to go. Immortal monarch master, what do we do now? One immortal king broke the silence and asked what everyone wanted to ask. Do you guys have a better idea? That immortal monarch couldn't think of a better idea. Another immortal monarch said the only way is to build an immortal city here. We don't need to build a huge one, we just need it to block these star beasts. We can use their beast cores to concoct top-level body refinement pills. We can hunt star beasts as we find a way out. If we can't cultivate, we'll use these beast cores for body refinement. That probably won't work. Powerful star beasts are taller than 30 m. No matter how sturdy the immortal city wall is, it probably won't stop them. Another immortal monarch said. The immortal monarch who suggested this said again, of course we can't just rely on the immortal city, but star beasts have a weakness, and that is they don't cultivate essence spirit and spirit sense. They just rely on more power. If we set up large amounts of illusion formation and stealth formation or even transmission formation, we'd pretty much be fine. Almost everyone agreed to this suggestion. With hope comes motivation. These immortals immediately began building a city. With 20,000 people building a city and the weakest being great eternity immortals, this immortal city was built with extreme speed. Of course, the city walls weren't built with the best materials, but the formations were set up with good materials. Yemo was searching for a way out. Yemo saw star beasts move away, but he stopped. He found that many star beasts were wounded. They seemed like magic artifact wounds. Did people come here? Or was it Kaimi? Thinking about this, Yemo immediately came up to an injured star beast and grabbed it. All the star beasts here knew Yemo and Shadowless. Seeing Yemo grab him, he didn't dare to move at all. Yemo checked the wounds carefully. It was indeed caused by magic artifact. It really did seem that foreigners have come. This isn't the work of Kaimi. They were injured by different magic artifacts. I'll go have a look. Yemo left the star beasts behind. Soon, Yemo saw an immortal city being built, and there were all sorts of formation outside. There really were people here. Yemo didn't know where they came from and was about to go look. Boss. It's Kaimi, that old bastard. Shadowless called out. At the same time, Yemo found Kaimi too. Without hesitation, he charged at Kaimi. Kaimi also looked at Yemo immediately. He had been hiding in here for a few decades and found that many people have suddenly arrived. Without hesitation, Kaimi started to run. He wasn't scared of Yemo. He was certain Yemo would chase up. He thought the same as Yemo, to kill him at a place where there was no one. Chapter 1858, Blood River 9 Falls vs. Void. Yemo and Kaimi came and went quickly. Those people building the immortal city didn't notice them at all. Yemo only chased for 5 minutes and knew that Kaimi's cultivation level was much stronger than before. And these star beasts feared him, but Kaimi as well, as they didn't stop Kaimi either. At the same time, Yemo felt that Kaimi wasn't really trying to escape from him, but was instead trying to draw him somewhere. Kaimi wasn't even scared of him, realizing this, meaning that Kaimi already knew he wouldn't let him go. Shadowless, this old bastard is trying to lead us somewhere. When I fight with him later, you stay on the side and find an opportunity to ambush him. Yemo sound transmission to Shadowless. Shadowless immediately nodded. He loved ambushing people, but when he reached Heaven Tao, his body changed and couldn't ambush people with the size of a pea. The immortal city built here was called Star Defense Immortal City. This immortal city was built very fast, but the formations were set up slowly. However, with tens of immortal formation masters and great masters, the city defense formation was finally set up. It was made up of a few level 6 immortal formations, but in here, star beasts might not even be able to break a level 4 immortal formation unless it's those star beasts that mastered the power law and all came to attack, but that was impossible. Those star beasts who mastered power law would be at least 100 m or higher. These star beasts rarely came out. They are pretty much all at River Forest Valley to protect the body refinement area. There were hundreds of millions of star beasts in this bluish-gray area, but there weren't many star beasts who could reach 100 m and above. It not only required talent but also fortune. The immortals in the city immediately felt they had nothing to do after the star beasts stopped attacking. It was hard to cultivate here and they couldn't go out easily. Helplessly, most immortals could only choose to body refinement. Soon, many people found that the body refinement pills made with star beast cores were extremely effective. There was even a sliver of chaos wave inside, making people understand more about their god art and cultivation method. Realizing this, two things became precious. One was body refinement cultivation method, the other was star pills. They were pills made from star beast core, no matter where it was. As long as there was incentive, there would be those fighting for it. Many people started forming teams and left the city to hunt for star pills. Some people came back loaded, some could never come back again, but more and more people went outside the city. Yin Jiutian also went out, but he didn't go for the star beasts. Since there was chaos chi here, he only needed to find the source of it and he would be able to find something precious. This can be the place of your burial. Kaimi suddenly stopped and stared coldly at Yimo. At the same time, he reached out a huge hand and grabbed at Yimo. As soon as his hand reached out, the fingers turned into 5 boundless mountains and smashed from above Yimo. 5 extremely in-shock killing intent locked the nearby space. It was as though the sky was falling. Yimo was chasing Kaimi, but he was on alert. Seeing this, he smashed out the world rock without hesitation. A powerful immortal essence backlash came. Yimo felt his chest go heavy and he was shocked. His power was many times stronger than when he came in here, but this Kaimi improved at a faster speed than him. He had the upper hand on the first attack. It had only been a few decades and Kaimi surpassed him. If this guy had more time, how could he be a match? Kaimi was surprised that the world rock stopped his Insha Heaven Claw. His Insha Heaven Claw dominated in this dimension. Even the sturdy body of the star beasts couldn't take his Insha Heaven Claw, much less Yimo's mountain magic artifact, but the magic artifact stopped it. Blood River 9 falls. Kaimi roared and waved his hand. The blood spear was released and at the same time, 9 blood rivers fell from the sky. There was less quantity of the river, but the power was many times stronger. The dense bloody smell with this shocking killing intent instantly loomed over this space. The invisible lethal force squeezed the nearby void, cracking. Yimo knew that even if he called Shadowless out, Shadowless wouldn't be able to devour this blood river. None of his god art would be able to stop this blood river. Seeing Yimo, who was illuminated red by the river, Kaimi snarled, "I want to see how you're going to keep acting cocky? You dare to hunt me for a few decades, letting you die is too simple." As Kaimi spoke, the blood spear made a petrifying sound and charged at Yimo with even more ferocity. Yimo suddenly reached out his arms and howled, "Void." Then he punched out 9 consecutive punches. Yimo's face went pale. If he was an immortal god body, just using Void 9 times would cripple his body. Against this powerful Blood River 9 falls, there was no other way for Yimo other than Void. "You're asking to die." Kaimi sneered, seeing Yimo dare to punch his blood river. No one knew the blood river better than him. It would corrode everything. Plus, he fused the Insha he found in this space inside. The endless lethal force and the void suddenly split apart. Some were swept away by the blood river, some formed a lethal force whirlpool and smashed with the blood river. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the clash, the nearby space and domain were shattered. Blood splashed and immortal essence dispersed. Yimo's face went pale. There was a sliver of blood on his lips. He knew Kaimi was far stronger than he expected. He was heavily injured. This is impossible. Kaimi looked at the shattered blood river in disbelief. It was impossible for an immortal king to punch his blood river. Unless Yimo was at least immortal god body. Chapter 1859, evenly matched. Before Kaimi could say that Yimo was immortal god body, a shadow dashed towards him. It was that guy again. Kaimi recognized Shadowless as soon as he came out. He hated Shadowless just as much as he hated Yimo. It was Shadowless who forced him to this world, but Shadowless was too fast. Just when he reacted, Shadowless bit over with its big mouth. Kaimi heavily injured Yimo, but he paid a price for it too. In that blink of an eye, Shadowless actually ate Kaimi. "Idiot, spit him out quickly," Yimo said desperately. Kaimi was in Divine Emperor. Although his immortal essence was damaged, his essence spirit was still very powerful. Unless Shadowless was immortal Tao, it would be suicide to eat Kaimi. Shadowless felt something wrong after he ate Kaimi and spat Kaimi out immediately. It was only a blink of an eye, but Shadowless was also heavily injured. However, Kaimi also seemed withered. He was covered in Shadowless's stomach acid and his immortal essence was chaotic. Yimo released Zisu before Kaimi could attack. Crevice, the endless space and the nearby void was all gathered here, gradually squeezing into a sword ray. This sword ray fell down along Kaimi's brows. Kaimi had long seen the power of this strike. Kaimi smashed out the blood spear. Crack, the nearby space was ravaged again like a volcanic eruption. The ground turned to oblivion. Huge rings appeared between Yimo and Kaimi. The earth shattered and stretched out into tens of miles. Kaimi was hacked tens of km away by this strike and a gash appeared between his brows with blood dripping down. Emo didn't retreat much but he sighed. His immortal essence and spirit sense was extremely deprived due to using Void 9 times. He only released the look of crevice but the actual force of it. Otherwise, Kaimi would be heavily injured from that strike. Kaimi seemed to be hacked away that long but most of it was intentional. As soon as Kaimi stopped, the gash had recovered and the blood spear swirled in the void again. Emo's face was cold. He didn't know if Kaimi could use Blood River 9 Falls again, but if Kaimi did, he wouldn't be able to use 9 Voids again. But he believed Kaimi wasn't that strong. You indeed have some fortune, you actually reached immortal god body here. Kaimi didn't attack Emo again and instead said coldly, seeing Emo not talk, he said again, but no matter what, don't think of escaping from me today. Then, the blood spear turned into blood shadows in the void. Blood River. Emo's heart sunk. He didn't expect Kaimi to really be able to use Blood River 9 Falls again. If Kaimi used it again, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. His only opportunity would be now, but Emo didn't want to do that. He suspected that Kaimi was bluffing. Kaimi was at most Immortal King middle stage now, or maybe tertiary stage. How could an Immortal King tertiary stage use a god art like Blood River 9 Falls twice? Emo clutched Zisu tightly and stared coldly at Kaimi. He didn't believe Kaimi could use it another time. If Kaimi really could, then he would run immediately. The 3 big blood rivers hung in the air but didn't fall. Emo breathed easy. Kaimi could only use 3 rivers, but Emo didn't attack Kaimi. Kaimi didn't attack him either. Clearly both of them felt someone was coming over. Emo recognized it was Yen Zhoutian. I can encounter you everywhere. Yen Zhoutian sneered and released his mist line without hesitation. The region it dominated was no smaller than the Blood River. Yen Wudao, you should join up with me to kill this Kaimi. He came to rob my time formation disk. If you kill me, you would be no match for him, he's a divine emperor. Emo said, Kaimi? You're Kaimi divine emperor? Yen Zhoutian wasn't clueless like Emo and immediately called out in shock. Kaimi said coldly, it seems I still have some fame left. I thought after all these years, even some cats and dogs don't take me seriously. Then Kaimi looked at Emo with contempt. In his eyes, Emo was an insect. In order to increase his power these years, he forced it and it wasn't beneficial for him fusing with the body. However, he fought a big battle before fighting Emo, making him unable to use Blood River 9 Falls twice. Otherwise, Emo was dead for sure. Emo's heart wasn't calm at all. Now that Yen Zhoutian confirmed Kaimi was Divine Emperor, it was clear that Kaimi was an essence spirit body due to fighting Truth Divine Emperor. Truth Divine Emperor was able to kill that many people while being ganged up on. Just how strong was he? He only knew Truth Divine Emperor was very strong before, but after seeing Kaimi, he realized just to what extent Truth Divine Emperor was powerful. Kaimi was about the same cultivation level as him but wasn't scared of him at all. That Truth Divine Emperor killed a few of the Divine Emperors joined up with Kaimi. Just how scary Truth Divine Emperor was, humph. Yen Zhoutian's mist line already attacked towards Emo. Emo knew things couldn't end well today. If it was just Kaimi, Emo would be confident in killing him, but now with Yen Zhoutian, Emo decided to leave first. As soon as Yen Zhoutian's Immortal King domain reached out, Emo's Immortal King domain and Spirit Sense blades hacked out. There was an indistinguishable crack and Emo's figure disappeared. Yen Zhoutian's mist net clearly attacked at Emo, but when it instantly fell towards Kaimi. This wasn't the first time he fought Emo. He knew that even if he attacked with full power, he wouldn't be able to kill Emo nor keep him. But he knew this Kaimi well. He was an ancient divine emperor and now possessed another body and knew Emo had time formation disk. He had to kill one today. He couldn't kill the cunning Emo, but he could try to ambush this Kaimi. Even just the secrets of a divine emperor was enough for him to attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the 3 blood rivers fell, Yen Zhoutian's mist net clashed with it. Yen Zhoutian's mist net was instantly bound by the blood rivers. Kaimi thought the same as Yen Zhoutian. He knew Emo just as well. Although he was contemptuous at Emo, he knew Emo's capabilities clearly. Now that Yen Zhoutian knew about the time formation disk too, and he seemed to have quite a lot of good things. Killing Yen Zhoutian first was the same for Kaimi. It was because the two had the exact same idea that their magic artifacts clashed. Just with that clash, Kaimi realized that this Yen Zhoutian was not much weaker than Emo. He definitely couldn't kill Yen Zhoutian in his current state. Realizing this, Kaimi didn't want to fight at all. The blood spear twisted and the blood rivers exploded. Meanwhile, Kayami's figure dimmed instantly. Yen Zhoutian's mist net instantly turned into a fine mist spear and pierced that dimming figure, drawing out blood. After leaving that blood, Kami disappeared like EMO, chapter 1860, fusing void. Seeing this, Yen Zhoutian felt regretful. If Kami left a second later, he would have been able to keep him. EMO and Kami left. The few hundred star beasts surrounded over immediately. They were scared of EMO and Kami, but not this newly arrived Yen Zhoutian. Yen Zhoutian was very annoyed that he got nothing out of this, and now that these star beasts surrounded him, he didn't hold back. His mist lines turned into countless mist rays that accurately pierced these star beasts. These powerful star beasts were defenseless against the mist rays. They were slaughtered, and soon, the remaining star beasts fled. They were different from when EMO just came in. When EMO first came in, no matter how many died, they would keep attacking EMO. But now, they are scared. Seeing someone could instantly kill them, they grew smart and immediately retreated. Even if EMO saw Yen Zhoutian here, he would compliment him. Yen Zhoutian knew the weak spots of star beasts very well. These mist rays struck the weak spots of the star beasts immediately. At the same time, EMO instant transmissioned into the star beast crowds. However, the star beasts immediately recognized EMO and moved away. Boss, what do we do now? Should we follow one of them? Shadowless had recovered from his injuries and asked, my cultivation level is a little stronger than Kaimi, but I can't kill him for certain. Kaimi, that old bastard, grew strong this quickly. If he could use his Blood River 9 falls consecutively. Even if I can get away, I would lose a layer of skin. EMO shook his head. Shadowless suddenly said, boss, although I devoured Kaimi only for a short time, I felt that this guy's immortal essence was used before. He was even lightly injured. I'm certain it's not due to the fight with us. Perhaps he fought with someone before. Are you certain? EMO's face went serious again. It's true. Shadowless nodded affirmatively. If Shadowless was right, then his cultivation level wasn't a little stronger than Kaimi but much weaker. This meant that if Kaimi encountered him before the fight, Kaimi would be able to use Blood River 9 falls twice. With that, he might even die. Boss, I feel that Kaimi grew stronger this fast must be because he found something better than those body refinement rivers. Shadowless guessed. EMO knew that Kaimi found a huge fortune in here. That old bastard is experienced. Perhaps he already knew there were good things in here, so he went for that straight away. Only we were dumb enough to fight with our lives. Shadowless ranted unhappily. Shadowless's words struck EMO. Kaimi was once a divine emperor. His experience must be bountiful. But so was Yen Zhoutian. He was a half-divine emperor. Yen Zhoutian left that immortal city probably to come find resources here. Thinking about this, EMO immediately called out Small Ginseng and told him his idea. Small Ginseng quickly patted his chest and said, boss, don't worry, we'll follow him. If I sense any immortal spirit item chi, we can find it ourselves. Okay, let's do this. EMO immediately said. With Small Ginseng's help, EMO soon found Yen Zhoutian's tracks. EMO didn't need to use his spirit sense to lock onto Yen Zhoutian to follow him. Small Ginseng would remind him, but even so, after 3 days, Yen Zhoutian noticed something wasn't right. He even stopped and used his spirit sense to search around. However, in this bluish-gray space, his spirit sense really couldn't search much. On the 4th day, Small Ginseng immediately told EMO, boss, I felt an extremely dense chaos chi. Even without that yen, we can find it. Okay. EMO instantly sped up and charged at EMO knew that under such circumstances, it was impossible to ambush Yen Zhoutian. As soon as EMO appeared, Yen Zhoutian saw it and waved out his mist line. Tens of thousands of mist arrows shot and crushed the void, squeezing all the nearby space. EMO didn't release Zisu at all but instead punched out 9 times. 9 voids, 9 space lethal force whirlpool instantly formed. When EMO completely released these 9 punches, the 9 void drags released a huge rumbling sound. Crack. Yen Zhoutian's mist arrows were swept into the whirlpools and made explosions. After tearing some mist arrows, the 9 whirlpools gradually gathered together, creating an even louder rumbling sound. A terrifying huge whirlpool formed between EMO and Yen Zhoutian. Seeing this, Yen Zhoutian's face changed immediately. He immediately took away his mist line and disappeared. EMO didn't chase Yen Zhoutian. He knew that he might not be able to catch up to Yen Zhoutian. EMO's face was pale, but he was very excited. Ever since knowing that Kayami could use Blood River 9 falls, EMO had constantly been thinking about how to counter that move. Compared to Yenjotian, Emo wanted to kill Kaimi more, so during these few days, he had been thinking about how to fuse his 9 voids together into a new fist god art. Using this battle with Yen Jeyushin, he finally created the form of his new god art. Yen Jotian was very cunning. He knew that Emo was testing a new god art on him. If he kept fighting Emo, it would be helping Emo and he might get injured. How could Yen Jotian do such a dumb thing? So after noticing this, he left immediately. Emo was still in the enlightenment of the new fist god art and couldn't care about Yen Jotian leaving. After the 9 voids fused together, it completely annihilated this region of space. Rumbling sounds went on non-stop. The nearby space rattled. Emo knew that this punch really devoured space and used space law into it. There was a fundamental difference between this and Void. Void couldn't stop Blood River 9 Falls, but this punch could stop it. If he could use it more than once, he could even ambush Kaimi and tear him to pieces after blocking one Blood River 9 Falls. Thud, Emo put away the fist force and the whirlpool and the void exploded and soon dissipating. Boss, such a powerful punch. Shadowless immediately came to suck up. Emo's face was a bit pale and shook his head. This punch is indeed much stronger than the 9 voids I used fighting Kaimi, but I can only barely use this punch once. If I can't use 2, I would be no match for Kaimi. Chapter 1861, I'll kill you first, boss. What this punch called? Shadowless and Small Ginseng looked expectantly at Emo. Emo thought for a moment and said Space Shatter. He had Crevice and now Space Shatter. It sounded very good. Small Ginseng lead the way. We'll go look for good things. When boss has mastered Space Shatter, we'll go find that old Kaimi bastard. If I don't eat this guy, I don't feel satisfied. Shadowless waved his hand. Small Ginseng was unhappy being ordered, but he couldn't argue and led the way. Half a day later, the 3 came to a place where the blue color was deeper than other places. But coming here, Emo immediately felt a sliver of Chaos Chi. This chi was similar to the Chaos Chi in his Golden Page world, but not completely the same. Coming in here, Emo's spirit sense was unrestricted. This was a dried-up swamp. At the end of the swamp, there were 3 big nest-like things. Because the swamp was dry, this place looked barren and wilder. The swamp was lifeless, but due to these 3 big nests, there was a slive of life here. Boss, this is Chaos Nest. Small Ginseng immediately said, what is Chaos Nest? Emo asked in confusion. Small Ginseng pointed at the 3 nests and said Chaos Nests are brought over when a realm is born. It usually has a sliver of law chi. The blue-grayish dimension here is filled with power law, so these Chaos Nests must have power law chi. Power law? Emo immediately came up to the Chaos Nest and grabbed. A faint primal law feeling rose up into his head. Emo only had the time to say to Small Ginseng and Shadowless, take 1 each. I'm going to cultivate now. Shadowless, keep an eye on Yen Jotian. Shadowless was waiting for this. Emo immediately started learning the power law while Shadowless moved the Chaos Net into the Golden Page world. Small Ginseng saw this and did the same. However, Small Ginseng looked strangely at Shadowless and asked him, why didn't you open your mouth this time? That's strange. Shadowless smiled. I feel this Chaos Net is definitely enough for me to reach Immortal Tao. As long as I reach Immortal Tao, I can eat that Kaimi old bastard in 1 mouth. His blood river would be nothing. However, I would have to wait till boss is done, otherwise, can your little arms stop Yen Jotian? Hearing this, Small Ginseng could only shut up. Emo was completely immersed in learning power law. This Chaos Net not only refined his immortal essence and spirit sense but also allowed him to understand his god art and power law more. He kept using Space Shatter through the Chaos Net and there was no longer a place to stay around him. Small Ginseng and Shadowless could only keep retreating to free up space for Emo to practice. Rumbling sounds went non-stop. Terrifying immortal essence chi swept out instantly, creating a huge ravine in this canopy. The power law and chaos chi of the Chaos Net were constantly being stripped away by Emo. Meanwhile, the height of the Chaos Net kept dropping, but Emo's Space Shatter was more and more refined. Time passed rapidly, while Shadowless and Small Ginseng could only go around this boring space. When Yen Jotian found this blue region, he immediately knew Emo went inside first. He cursed. He knew his cultivation level was a bit higher than Emo, but his battle power was weaker than Emo. He felt very annoyed. He was a half-divine and begun cultivation again, but he wasn't as strong as an ordinary guy. He could only attribute that to the time formation disk. If Emo didn't have the time formation disk, he would definitely be no match for him. Rumble, with 3 rumbling sounds that was like planets smashing down. In the distance, Small Ginseng and Shadowless looked at the crevices appearing in front of Yimo with mouths wide open in shock. They knew that this was Yimo's fist tearing the void, creating the tear. Although this tear disappeared in an instant and was far from tearing opening the void, Yimo was only an immortal king. This terrifying power was unimaginable. The ground near Yimo was instantly torn by these three fists. The ground seemed to have rolled backwards. But after the three punches finished, Yimo waved his hand and the flying ground fell back down. Crack! The huge chaos net behind Yimo turned to dust and disappeared. Sigh. Yimo let out a long breath. This chaos net was indeed a good thing. He used one, and not only did he perfect his god art, but he could use 3 space shatters in a row. Even after that, his immortal essence and spirit sense wasn't that deprived. Before, he thought that if he could use 2 shatters, he wouldn't be scared of the Blood River 9 Falls being used twice, but now that he can use 3, Kaimi would be dead for sure. Yimo saw the line like tears in the space. He knew that with the toughness of space here, even Immortal Emperor wouldn't be able to tear it open. Just because he created lines, it didn't mean he could tear it open. It was just the burst of him perfecting his god art and the chaos net. If he used that move again, he might not be able to create space tears. However, he was very happy. He was only an immortal king middle stage after all. Boss, so strong. Shadowless and Small Ginseng came over and congratulated immediately. I still have a chaos tree, should I take it out for boss to cultivate? Small Ginseng immediately said. Seeing this, Shadowless was a little reluctant but could only say, boss, I have one too. Yimo waved his hand. I only need one. I've learned the power law. Even if I get more, I wouldn't progress much. Plus my god art is perfected. I don't need to waste these things. Then, Yimo looked at Shadowless and said, Shadowless, can that chaos net let you reach Immortal Tao? If it can't, then save it, don't waste it. Shadowless quickly flapped his wings and said, boss, don't worry, after eating this chaos net, I can definitely reach Immortal Tao. I promise. Then, Shadowless charged into the Golden Page World. He was scared of Golden Page World causing trouble, so he immediately went in and ate the chaos net before sitting beside the bitter bamboo. How long have I been cultivating here for? Yimo asked Small Ginseng. It's been 4 months. Small Ginseng quickly said. Yimo frowned and said, go into the Golden Page World first. I need to go that immortal city. If Kaimi this old bastard gets away, it would be no good. Yimo didn't know that not long after he left, the space where he was started to crack. Outside the whirlpool, the immortal emperors and immortal monarchs looked at it in shock. The 20,000 people had gone in for a few months, but the entrance slowly calmed down instead of disappearing. Brother Fongkong, I feel the law suppression seems to be disappearing. Perhaps the other people who have controlled the law can enter too. Blood River Grand Emperor said, I noticed it too. Wei Feng Grand Emperor and a few other immortal emperors said. The immortal emperors glanced at each other and nodded before charging inside without hesitation. The remaining immortal monarchs saw this and all went in. Only a few people remained outside. I killed your people, so what? That Ding Jie guy stay here, the rest of you piss off. Yan Zhoutian stared coldly at more than 10 immortal king and yelled. Below his feet were 2 corpses. Ding Jie's face was very bad. He just fought Yan Zhoutian a few years ago, but in such a short time, he was completely outmatched. Yan Zhoutian, how arrogant you are. You dare to insult Madman Ding, I'm going to kill you first. Yimo's voice sounded. Hearing this, Ding Jie laughed. Yimo, I knew that in such a busy place you would be here. Chapter 1862, whose situation of certain death. Hearing this voice, Yan Zhoutian's face went really bad. He didn't need to look to know Yimo was here. Yimo took the thing he wanted, and clearly, his power increased a lot. He was no match for him before, now was even worse. Other than Ding Jie, the rest of the people looked at Yimo in shock. Although Yan Zhoutian came in here with them, no one expected him to be this powerful. They were trapped by countless star beasts before, but when Yan Zhoutian came, he just used a few simple god arts and those star beasts ran away. 2 immortal kings were killed on the spot just for being slightly rude to Yan Zhoutian. No one dared to say no when Yan Zhoutian said Ding Jie had to stay. Who was this person who just came? He spoke to Yan Zhoutian in such tone, but Yan Zhoutian wasn't angry. Everyone looked at Yimo. In fact, Yimo just carried a simple sword on his back. This sword had a sheath too. He didn't look like an immortal king at all, more like a mortal from the lower realms. "Emo, I was wanting to go find you after leaving here, I didn't expect you were here too." "This is great. You don't know how cocky this guy is. I really can't beat him now." Ding Jie said. Emo patted his shoulder and said, "This guy is Immortal King Tertiary Stage, he hit his power. You can't beat him now, but that doesn't mean you can't beat him when you're Immortal King Tertiary Stage." Hearing this, Yan Zhoutian was shocked. He didn't expect Emo to be able to see through him hiding his power. Meanwhile, he couldn't see what Emo's power level was. "This guy is too shameless, Emo, teach him a lesson, I'll cheer you on." Ding Jie rolled up his sleeves and said. Emo knew that Yan Zhoutian was good at running and it was completely impossible to kill him, but he didn't feel good without teaching Yan Zhoutian a lesson. Just when Emo was about to release Zissou, Yan Zhoutian suddenly sound transmission. "Emo, I'm no match for you, I admit, but it's impossible for you to kill me. If you want to fight, then I can fight with you, but when Kaimi comes, I will join up with him. Can you beat the two of us?" Emo frowned. He knew what Yan Zhoutian said was true. Yan Zhoutian's escape abilities were much stronger than him. Seeing this, Yan Zhoutian said again, "Emo, I know you have an immortal sect, but I never caused trouble there. If you have the balls, we'll fight when we're both immortal emperor. Normally, you can't kill me nor can I kill you, no matter how we fight it would be a waste of immortal essence. Plus, you know that I would definitely do it personally if I was to kill you. I wouldn't spill your secret like an idiot, I believe you think the same." Yan Zhoutian wasn't that noble, of course. He didn't go to Low Heaven Domain because he didn't have time. Plus, he didn't even consider MOU Immortal Sect a threat. Plus, Yan Zhoutian believed that if he reached Immortal Emperor, then no matter how insane Emo was, he could kill Emo. He had a few powerful god arts that could only be cultivated in Immortal Emperor state. If it was outside, then Yan Zhoutian would say this, but this bluish-gray dimension was small and the star beasts here seemed to be able to communicate. It wouldn't be hard for Emo to find him. Emo didn't really care waiting till Immortal Emperor to fight Yan Zhoutian. He knew that since Yan Zhoutian said this, he was relying on something, but even so, Emo wasn't scared. "Emo, just teach this Yan bastard a lesson. I'll stop this guy, we can't let this guy get away." Ding Jie laughed. Emo waved his hand and said to Yan Zhoutian, "Piss off, I don't want to kill you now." Yan Zhoutian's face was green, but he could only go and soon disappeared. Emo, why not kill him? Ding Jie looked at Emo with confusion. "Because someone I want to kill more has come." Then Emo stared at an empty space ahead. Soon, a gray-robed person appeared. It was clearly Kaimi. Emo felt this guy seemed even more stronger than a few months ago. This time, Kaimi didn't draw Emo away and just said coldly, "I knew you would take those chaos nests, you idiot." Die. Then, Kaimi released Blood Spear and Blood River 9 falls. The violent and foul stench spread out. The terrifying Immortal King domain spread out like crazy. Ding Jie and the other Immortal Kings could only retreat and instantly left where Emo and Kaimi were. The space rattled heavily with the release of the Blood Spear. Emo felt it was okay, but the nearby Immortal Kings looked at the void in shock. This power was like the sky falling. Was this even a battle between Immortal King? Even a battle between Immortal Monarch was only like this. The 9 blood rivers swept down from the sky, even at tens of km away. The Immortal Kings felt it was hard to breathe. There was shock in Ding Jie's eyes. He thought he was at the peak of Immortal King, but he couldn't beat Yan Zhoutian. That was alright, as Yan Zhoutian was Immortal King Tertiary Stage. But now, he thought he couldn't beat Emo's enemy Kaimi. This guy was even stronger than Yan Zhoutian. This Kaimi seemed to only be Immortal King Primary Stage. No matter if he hit his power or not, he was definitely an Immortal King. As the 9 rivers fell, the bluish-gray dimension turned blood red. The revolting smell completely sealed this space shut. Emo didn't move at all. He was waiting for Kaimi to use this. If Kaimi didn't use Blood River 9 falls, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Kaimi in his own way. Kaimi was once a divine emperor, who knows what means he hasn't used yet. The nearby people could only see 9 blood rivers covering the heavens and sweeping at Emo. Emo never thought of running away. The moment Kaimi used it, Emo used his space shatter. Explosions sounded amidst the Blood River. Soon, the Immortals saw void runes forming outside the Blood River and then gathering together before sweeping up the nearby void lethal force, forming an invisible lethal force whirlpool. What fist god art is this? The nearby Immortal Kings looked at Space Shatter in shock. Seeing this, Kaimi frowned. As a past divine emperor, his vision was countless times better than others. Yemo's space shatter was completely different to Void before. This time, Yemo just used one punch, but its power was much greater than the 9 punches together. This meant that Yemo fused the 9 punches into a new god art. Kaimi was shocked. If he didn't kill Yemo today, there would be endless trouble. In a few months, he fused a new god art. If he didn't kill Yemo while he wasn't strong, then it would be thousands of times harder later. Rumble, the lethal force whirlpool exploded in the blood river and the 9 blood rivers exploded. The ground in the void was a complete mess. Kaimi sneered, the blood spear shrieked in the air, and before they completely disappeared, another 9 blood rivers fell along with Kaimi's frigid voice. The Emperor shall see if you can take a second blood river 9 fall. Chapter 1863, Space Shatter 3 strikes, the second blood river 9 falls smashed down, space erupted. Even 100 km away, the onlooking immortal kings found it hard to breathe. Such terrifying god art, used consecutively, was too powerful for any of them to stop alone. Yemo was just an immortal king, could he stop the second blood river 9 falls? Even Ding Jie looked at Yemo with a worry. He admired Yemo the most, but he wasn't sure if Yemo could stop this. After punching out the first space shatter, Yemo's face only went a little paler. Now that the second blood river 9 falls came, he instead took a step in and punched again. After this punch, the nearby space switched. The void and lethal force moved by the blood river 9 falls turned into fist runes. Yemo's punch carried 9 lethal force whirlpools and smashed towards the blood river 9 falls. Rumble, 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 the two clashed head-on and 9 heavenly shocking explosions sounded. Blood splashed everywhere and immortal essence dispersed. The nearby space started to rattle heavily. Waves of immortal essence and spirit sense space waves were clearly visible. Everyone took in a cold breath. The first time they clashed, no one saw how Yemo countered the blood river 9 falls, but this time, everyone saw clearly. Yemo used his fist god art to smash the blood river 9 falls head-on. Yemo's fist god art was formed by many lethal force whirlpools that could also divide into 9 or even more. Yemo could use his fist to break Kaimi's blood river, meaning that his body was powerful to a new extreme. This couldn't be done with just god art. In the immortal realm, those using fist god arts were pretty much all body refinement cultivators. Some experienced people realized why Yemo delayed using his first punch. It was to bait Kaimi to use the second blood river 9 falls. Kaimi realized this too. His heart was shook. He completely didn't expect Yemo to be able to progress this much in a few months. Yemo used 9 punches to stop his blood river 9 falls, and afterwards, his immortal essence and spirit sense was used by more than 90%. But today, Yemo not only fused the 9 punches into a new fist god art but could use it twice. No wonder you dare to stay here to wait for me. It's because you found a way to counter my blood river 9 falls. Kaimi sneered and suddenly howled, spitting out blood river 9 falls. The third blood river 9 falls struck down. The terrifying blood river chi emanated. The nearby space had been ravaged by 3 blood river 9 falls, and finally marks started to appear that could be seen by the naked eye. Yemo's face changed. He guessed that Kaimi would be able to use blood river 9 falls twice, but he didn't expect 3 times. Seeing Yemo's face change, Kaimi laughed. His complexion wasn't normal, clearly due to using blood river 9 falls for the 3rd time. You would never know what my next move is, and you would never guess where my real power is at. So today, you can only die here. Blood river, attack. Even if he was to be heavily injured, he would kill Yemo today. He didn't believe Yemo would be able to stop his blood river 9 falls a 3rd time. When the 3rd blood river fell, his immortal king domain and blood spear had fused into the strongest immortal king domain. This domain completely sealed off Yemo's exit. Yemo wasn't going to run, he never thought of it. He didn't move at all, and then suddenly, punched out again. Space shatter. Space shatter, it had to shatter space to be called space shatter. Yemo's space shatter couldn't shatter the space here, but it could shatter Kaimi's blood river 9 falls. This punch smashed out. The fist force swept the nearby few hundred-kilometer lethal force rushed, and the fist force was like rolling ocean. The 3rd space shatter was stronger than the 1st and 2nd one. Seeing this, Kaimi's face changed drastically. He completely didn't expect Yemo to improve this much in a mere 4 months. It was already crazy enough that he could use blood river 9 falls 1 extra time during this time. Even if Yemo got the chaos nest, he shouldn't be able to use 3 of such terrifying fist god art consecutively. He didn't know that Yemo cultivated the 3 birth chant. It was the most suitable thing for deriving everything. Once the space shatter god art was derived, it was a new god art. This new god art didn't require immortal essence and spirit sense used for 9 voids. It used even less rumble, terrifying chi and explosions rustled about. The outside immortal kings could only see waves of lethal force whirlpool and layers of blood mist entwining. With the third blood river 9 falls being smashed away, Kaimi immediately felt the backlash. He was already at his wit's end after using 3 blood river 9 falls. If he knew Yemo could stop his 3 blood river 9 falls, he would never fight Yemo in this way. Kaimi knew he had lost completely. Kaimi didn't even care about his blood spear anymore. He burned his immortal essence and life like crazy. He had to get away as quickly as possible. If he was in essence spirit form, it would be better, but Lu Jingxuan's body confined him greatly, but Yemo wasn't going to give him the chance. Lightning crossed in the sky instantly, forming a lightning spear containing endless killing intent. Kaimi's immortal king domain instantly shattered and the blood spear was about to fall. Kaimi knew lightning sand and just barely moved his body. Splurge. The lightning spear passed through Kaimi, sending him into the not yet dissipated fist whirlpool. Kaimi's body was instantly obliterated. Yemo stood in this blood, but his face was very bleak. A divine emperor wasn't so easy to kill indeed. Even though he crippled Kaimi's body, his essence spirit still got away. Not only this, he didn't even see the red spear. The divine emperor essence spirit was terrifyingly refined. It could get away in that terrifying lethal force whirlpool, and Yemo didn't even know how it got away. The only thing that Yemo felt assured about was that for Kaimi's essence spirit to reach immortal king level again, it would require a few hundred to 1,000 years, and this was if he could find a suitable body. Otherwise, it would take longer. Of course, if he encountered some insane fortune, it would be hard to say, "Ha, Yemo, you're strong indeed. Even such a powerful guy was slaughtered by you with only essence spirit running away." Ding Jie was the first to congratulate Yemo. The nearby immortal kings surrounded over. An extremely beautiful female immortal walked up softly to Yemo and bowed. "Hua Yushue, thank Martial Brother Yi for saving my life." Yushue, she had a faint aroma on her body that would render men with a throbbing and good feeling. Yemo had his instincts and didn't have a good impression of this female immortal, so he nodded. "No need to thank me. I didn't come just to save you." "Hee, she's from Demon Joy sect. I'm certain that she came to seduce you. If you hint a little, you guys can jump in bed immediately." Ding Jie sound transmission. Yemo thought of another woman. She was from Demon Joy sect too, called Hua Rushue. Clearly these two were related. Thinking about this, Yemo sneered. Demon Joy sect really ruined the name Shui. TL note, Shui means snow. He even killed Demon Joy sect immortal king. How could he suck up to Demon Joy sect? Hearing this, Hua Yushue's face changed immediately, but before she spoke, Yemo dashed among the immortal kings and grabbed a pink-dressed female immortal, asking very nervously, "What did you say?" "Say it again." Chapter 1864, Hearing of Xiaoyun again. Yemo, she's from Wujia Sound River. It's the #1 sect of Yu Heaven. Wuhua Immortal Emperor Shang-Chi never comes out, but his power is no weaker than Fengkong Grand Emperor. He's even at the level of half divine. The second Immortal Emperor, Wuyin Immortal Emperor Nuan Shuyu, is Immortal Emperor Peak 2. No one dares to mess with them. It said Wujia Sound River has 4 immortal emperors and more than 10 immortal monarchs. Don't mess with her. Seeing Yemo grab this pink-dressed female immortal, Ding Jie sound transmission to Yemo, fearing Yemo would do something inappropriate. Even his sect couldn't mess with Wujia Sound River. The top sects of Immortal Realm all have 3 immortal emperor, but Wujia Sound River has 4. Wujia Sound River was very dominant and protective. If their sect members was abused, they would definitely hunt the abuser. Yemo didn't seem to hear what Ding Jie said and kept staying coldly at the red-robed female immortal, saying, "Say it again." "What did you just say?" After her initial worry, she gradually calmed down. "Let me go first." The immortal king's face burst red and yelled. Yemo felt he was doing wrong and quickly let go, but he didn't have the time to apologize. He just stared at her and said, "I just said you look a bit like the image carried on Xiaoyun's jade card. I didn't offend you. What right did you have to attack me?" Yemo was dumbfounded. He just kept murmuring Xiaoyun. Mu Xiaoyun went missing in the small world, and he went to the small world many times but couldn't find her. Now that he heard Xiaoyun's name again, especially how she carried an image of him, how could he not be excited? "Show me Xiaoyun's image." "Tell me where she is?" Yemo asked desperately. Seeing Yemo didn't have the intention to apologize, the female immortal could only say, 10 years ago, Wuyin martial ancestor brought Xiaoyun back. I've seen her once because Martial's sister Pang and I arranged her residence. I only asked Martial's sister Pang because I saw you. However, we never saw Xiaoyun after that. At the time, Xiaoyun carried a jade card and inside was your image. Her surname is Mu, right? Yemo asked loudly, completely forgetting the tone of his voice. The female immortal subconsciously frowned but still nodded yes. She's called Mu Xiaoyun, this is her image. Then, the female immortal took out a crystal ball and casually printed an image inside. Yemo grabbed the crystal ball immediately and murmured, it's Xiaoyun indeed, it really is her. Now, everyone realized that this Mu Xiaoyun was probably someone Yemo knew. However, she appeared at Wujiasan River. How is she now? Is she Wu Yin-Qian-Bei's disciple? Yemo put away the crystal ball and asked shakily. Wu Yin was an immortal emperor. If Xiaoyun was her disciple, she would be doing well. The female immortal shook her head. I'm not sure because I never saw her again. Martial ancestor Wu Yin never took her to some gathering or public events. Yemo frowned. Xiaoyun might not be Wu Yin immortal emperor's disciple. If a master liked his disciple, he would take the disciple to all sorts of public events. Another thing that made Yemo more confused was that Xiaoyun's talent was very bad, just a little bit better than him. Even if she cultivated primordial chaos chant, she shouldn't be able to ascend in such a short time. If Xiaoyun didn't ascend on her own, then she was brought over by Wu Yin from another realm where she had some great fortune. But even if she did, how could she keep it if Wu Yin immortal emperor knew about it? When you saw Xiaoyun, what was her cultivation level? Yemo asked. The female immortal dazed and said it seemed to be truth realization state. I didn't really care. How could an immortal king care about an ordinary immortal ascension disciple? Yemo, you know this Mu Xiaoyun? Ding Jie looked at Yemo and asked. Yemo nodded. That's right. Ding Jie, how did you guys come in here? Can you go out? I'm going to go find Xiaoyun. Yemo worried that Xiaoyun might not have much status in Wuinsound River. No one would care if an immortal ascension disciple died in such a big sect. Ding Jie shook his head. Probably not. When we came in, those immortal emperors said that even if you want to go out it would be 12 years later. As soon as Ding Jie said this, a red flying sword landed. Ding Jie grabbed it and immediately said, enjoy. Sainty said immortal emperors have come in. They're at Star Defense Immortal City, let's hurry over and see. I'm bored of this place already. Hearing this, the rest of the people rejoiced and the immortal kings quickly left. 10,000 great eternity immortal and immortal king gathered outside the city. Yemo came here and immediately saw more than 10 immortal emperor. Their force was overwhelming. Yemo took in a cold breath and carefully controlled his chi. If it was immortal monarch, he wouldn't really care, but against an immortal emperor, Yemo didn't have any confidence. He was probably no match for even the weakest immortal emperor. A long-bearded handsome man stood in the air and said to the rest of the people, we originally guessed this was the entrance to the Chaos Star Realm, but instead it's the dimension where star beasts live. It seems some problem occurred here and it's now connected to another realm. The exit has appeared, everyone can go back from where they came from. Those who want it can come with us to the other realm. Yemo knew this person, it was Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. Wushuang Immortal Emperor was killed by this guy. Then, Wei Feng Immortal Emperor left in a dashing light. The rest of the Immortal Emperors didn't even say anything and left. Yemo didn't know where the other realm appeared, but he wasn't interested at all. He suddenly thought of one thing and said to Ding Jie, did that Wu Yin Immortal Emperor come? She did, she was among the people who left. Ding Jie quickly sound transmissioned, Wu Yin Immortal Emperor Master, please wait. Yemo quickly called and was about to chase up. Mu Xiaoyun was taken back by her. Even if Wu Yin was a divine emperor he would go up and ask, but she was too fast and had already disappeared. How dare you, a mere immortal king dares to stop Wu Yin martial ancestor. Do you not want to live? A black-faced man sneered and blocked Yemo's path. This was an immortal monarch middle stage. Yemo stopped, he knew he wouldn't be able to catch up. Martial uncle Jishui, he said he had a friend at Wujiasound River. He probably wanted to ask about this friend from Wu Yin martial ancestor. The pink-dressed female immortal explained. Yemo said heavily, that's right, Wu Yin-Qian-Bei's disciple is my friend. So I want to ask her if my friend is at Wujiasound River. Poof. Jishui immortal monarch sneered and looked at Yemo in contempt. Wu Yin martial ancestor wouldn't take anyone in for disciple. Are you dreaming? From what I know, martial ancestor Wu Yin never had a disciple, you don't need to ask. Yemo's eyes went cold and looked at the female immortal. What's going on? You said Xiaoyun was brought to Wujia Sound River by Wuyin Shenbei. The female immortal was lost for words. She was scared of Yimo from the bottom of her heart. Now that Yimo asked, she could only say, I don't know if Xiaoyun is martial ancestor Wuyin's disciple. I've only seen her once. Hearing this, Yimo was very worried. What good thing could an immortal emperor old monster do to an immortal ascension cultivator if it wasn't to take her in as disciple? You're asking to die. The immortal monarch saw Yimo's tone was getting rude and became furious. Yimo didn't have the mood to care which sect he was from. He hacked out Zisu and a 1-kilometer-long purple sword ray extended out. Chapter 1865. Heart like arrow. The rest of the immortals felt like that Yimo's sword had grabbed the nearby tens of km of space together. Looking at the force with which Yimo and the immortal monarch attacked, everyone even thought that Yimo was an immortal monarch in this Wujia Sound River. Immortal monarch was an immortal king. Ding Jie's eyes shot out gleams. He didn't even blink as he watched Yimo strike. He had seen this strike. He was there when Yimo learned this strike at the title status tower. This strike carried a blade that had this destructive chi that would tear apart everything. It seemed even more terrifying than Yimo's 3 space shatters. The nearby immortals immediately retreated after feeling the destructive chi from Yimo's strike. The feeling that Yimo's strike gave everyone was that if they retreated a little bit slower, they would be swept in by the strike and annihilated. Those immortal kings who saw Yimo fight with Kaimi just realized that Yimo didn't even use his magic artifact while fighting Kaimi. This was their first time seeing Yimo's magic artifact. It was an extremely ugly purple sword. When Yimo used crevice, Ji Shui immortal monarch's face changed immediately. His green long sword with the green sword veil instantly separated under this strike and dissipated. His immortal monarch domain wasn't actually weaker than Yimo's immortal king domain. It completely crippled under the destructive chi of this strike. Crack crack, the sound spread out. Yimo's rune seemed to be about to tear open the void and strike down from this immortal monarch's eyebrows. Rumble. In his desperation, Ji Shui immortal monarch's green sword turned into a green ray. Yimo's crevice chi gradually grew faint in this green ray. Splurge. It was the sound of flesh being cut open. Everyone held their breath. They were familiar with this sound. It was the sound of body about to cripple. Ji Shui immortal monarch was extremely shocked. Just when he wanted to use his trump card, he saw the 10-meter-long purple sword hanging above his forehead, but it stopped. If it continued to strike down, his body would have been cut in half. Even so, there was a long bloody mark on Ji Shui immortal monarch's forehead. Just one move, an immortal monarch middle stage lost to an immortal king. This was too terrifying. Just who are you? Ji Shui immortal monarch asked shakily. The nearby immortals took in a cold breath. This was their first time seeing such an absurd immortal king. Those immortal kings were even shaking. Only they knew that Yimo had already fought a heavy battle with someone far stronger, Ji Shui immortal monarch. Under such situation, Yimo could still subjugate an immortal monarch middle stage immediately. He was too terrifying. Saint who made her way over also saw this move, but she knew Yimo's power just like Ding Jie. In her eyes, Yimo was bound to become a god-like figure. Yimo wouldn't even be afraid of immortal emperors in the future, much less an immortal monarch. Her eyes lit up. She had only parted from Yimo for a few years and his power increased many times. Who I am doesn't concern. I can let you go this time. Tell me about Xiaoyun. Otherwise, I won't be so polite next time. Yimo said coldly. Ji Shui immortal monarch took in a cold breath. Although he had many god arts he didn't use yet. He knew he was no match for Yimo even if he used them. You're a mere immortal king. Are you really going to fight Wuyin Sound River? Ji Shui immortal monarch said. Yimo waved his hand. Zisu fell back into the sheath. Then, Yimo said coldly, if I was going to fight Wuyin Sound River you would be dead now. You just need to answer me if Mu Xiaoyun is still at Wuyin Sound River. Where is she? Take me to Wuyin Sound River to find her and your business is over. Ji Shui immortal monarch said coldly, even if you kill me I can't take you to find that Mu Xiaoyun. First, I've never seen her nor heard of her. Second, if was brought back by Wuyin martial ancestor, I can't enter the Wuyin peak where Wuyin martial ancestor lives. Yimo ignored Ji Shui and said to Ding Jie, I'm going to find Xiaoyun. Where are you going? Of course with you. No matter how big of a sect Wuyin Sound River is, I believe they wouldn't stop you seeing your friend. Ding Jie said, Brother Yi, I'll go with you. Saint flew over and said. Ji Shui immortal monarch sunk his face and said, Ding Jie, you're one of the most core immortal king of Qi Emperor sect. Do you know what the consequence of going to Wujia Sound River is? Is your Chi-He Emperor sect going to fight Wujia Sound River? And Saint, you're the saint of Jiufan Immortal Pond, yet you call random man brother and you're also going to Wujia Sound River. Do you think we're easy to abuse? Ding Jia laughed. Ji Shui Immortal Monarch, I'm respecting you by calling you Immortal Monarch. Wujia Sound River is indeed a big sect, much bigger than my Chi-He Emperor sect. But is going with Emo to find his friend fighting Wujia Sound River? If you're really going to count that as fighting Wujia Sound River, I'll take it. There's nothing I'm afraid of. Your sect's name is big but not enough to scare me. Saint said plainly, Brother Yi has helped me greatly, his business is my business. If Ji Shui Qianbei has to say that me saying Brother Yi is against the rules of Jiufan Immortal Pond, then you can go report me at Jiufan Immortal Pond. If my sect kicks me out, then I have nothing to say. Ji Shui Immortal Monarch's face changed. If it was some other sect, his threats could suppress them, but Ding Jia and Zhan Tai are both from Emperor sections. Although they weren't as strong as Wujia Sound River, they couldn't be ignored easily, plus, these two were the top-level sect members, they were the future of the sect. Mo patted Ding Jia's shoulder, but before he could say anything, Ding Jia laughed. Brother Yi, if you look down on me, North Time Immortal King, then don't let me go. Mo didn't want Ding Jia involved, but since he said this, Mo laughed. Okay, let's go Wujia Sound River together. I want to see how they won't let me take Xiaoyun. Then, Mo released Spacetime Boat. Ding Jia, let's go to Wujia Sound River. Mo didn't care about revealing his low-grade flying god artifact since he revealed his Immortal King identity. He believed that he could protect himself even against Immortal Emperor. He didn't need to be so fearful. Mo believed in Divine Emperor wouldn't come looking for his trouble for a low-grade god artifact. Seeing the three leave, Ji Shui Immortal Monarch sneered. Taking people from Wujia Sound River, are they arrogant or ignorant? Seeing Mo leave in Spacetime Boat, many people were jealous and envious, but no one dared to go up to rob it, as the bluish-gray dimension was opened. Many immortals flew out. Some Immortal Monarch and Immortal King stayed and followed the Immortal Emperors. Mo, do you think that realm that suddenly appeared would be the realm that disappeared? Ding Jia asked. Saint also looked at Mo. She had the same suspicion. I understand. Mo suddenly said. The two stared at Mo in confusion. Mo said something completely irrelevant. Xiaoyun was later tested to be pure with spirit root. She cultivated slow because of her cultivation method before. Later on she cultivated slow because she missed me a lot and didn't have the mind to cultivate. Ding Jia and glanced at each other but didn't interrupt Mo's thoughts. They had guessed just how important Mu Xiaoyun was to Mo. Chapter 1866, Wujia Sound River, Spirit Sense can't scan in at all. An Immortal Emperor primary stage came to the crevice where Mo was cultivating before and said, they were all Immortal Emperors but none of them want to go in first, including Feng Kong and Blood River Grand Emperor. At this moment, an extremely dense Immortal Spirit Chi came out of the black hole. Such dense Immortal Spirit Chi? The Immortal Emperors glanced at each other. I'll go in first. As soon as Feng Kong Grand Emperor said this, the Immortal Emperors saw a blood color silently sweep past and go into the black hole, a blood spear. The essence spirit controlling it is very weak but is very experienced. He could even cheat us. Blood River Grand Emperor looked and said. Feng Kong Grand Emperor sneered and immediately got up, instantly dashing into this black hole. The rest of the Immortal Emperors saw this and all followed in. After another while, a few Immortal Kings arrived here too. However, these Immortal Kings were immediately swooped out by the black hole. Other than one, the rest of them were all torn to pieces. Wujia Sound River, it was the top sect in all of the entire Grand Heaven domain. Not even the Yu Heaven Lord dared to offend Wujia Sound River. 3 months later, Emo's Spacetime Boat had went in Yu Heaven. A few days later, it appeared outside Wujia Sound River sect. Looking at the mountain range spanning a few 100,000 km, Emo gasped. MOU Immortal Sect was rather grand, but throwing it in the Wujia Sound River, it wouldn't even be seen. In the few 100,000 km of mountain ranges, the dense immortal spirit chi clouds circulated in the air, mixing with ordinary cloud, forming a scene of extreme beauty. Amidst the clouds, 4 golden words floated about, Wujia Sound River. The words could be seen no matter which direction you looked at it. Songs of extremely pleasing immortal music sounded from inside the ranges, rejuvenating people's soul and making them not want to leave. This is Wujia Sound River. It has 2 main peaks. The first main peak is Wujia Peak. The second main peak is the peak where the immortal music is coming from. It's called Sound River Peak. It's said that Wujia Sound River is created by Wujia Immortal Emperor and Sound River Immortal Emperor together. The two immortal emperors reached the extreme of cultivation and disappeared in pursuit of Dao vindication. Ding Jie said, "Brother Yi, Wujia Sound River has 4 immortal emperors now. Other than Wuhua Immortal Emperor and Wuyin Immortal Emperor, there's 2 Immortal Emperor primary stage, they're Wuyu Immortal Emperor and Wuhui Immortal Emperor. Wuhua Immortal Emperor isn't at Wujia Sound River, no one knows where he went. Wuyin Immortal Emperor went to the New Realm and shouldn't be back in a short while. But Wuyu Immortal Emperor and Wuhui Immortal Emperor are probably still here." Yi hesitated and said what was in her heart. Yi Mo knew what she meant and waved his hand. "I'm no match for Wujia Sound River, I know that very well. But my wife is at Wujia Sound River, even though I know I'm no match for them I still have to see her." "Xiao Yun is your wife?" Yi was going to persuade Yi Mo to calm down, but hearing this, she immediately forgot her purpose. Yi Mo nodded. "Yes, she's my wife, I haven't seen her for 100 years. Then Yi Mo looked at the Grand Wujia Sound River and sighed. He wasn't dumb, he knew it probably wouldn't be easy trying to take Xiao Yun from there. If Wuyin Immortal Emperor was an ordinary person it was fine, but Wuyin Immortal Emperor was the second strongest in the second. How could she easily let go of someone she brought back? If Wuyin Immortal Emperor really took Xiao Yun to be her disciple, Yi Mo knew it was fine to leave her here for the moment, but he suddenly felt that Wuyin didn't bring Xiao Yun back to be her disciple. Yi Mo had been in contact with some Immortal Emperor and even Divine Emperor. He knew that in the Immortal Realm, even an Immortal Emperor had limitations on his lifespan. If one couldn't vindicate Dao at the end of his life, he would have to give up his body and possess another one, beginning cultivation again. Who was to be sure that Wuyin Immortal Emperor didn't bring Mu Xiaoyun back for possession? If Xiaoyun really ascended, then she was definitely pure wood spirit root. The immortal root it changed to would be extremely perfect too. On the way, Yi Mo had asked Yi and Ding Jie about this Wuyin Immortal Emperor. He learned that she never had a Dao partner and her age was very old. She was older than many dead immortal emperors. Other than this, it was also fabled that she was an immortal pill Grand Master. The immortal pill Grand Master in the immortal realm was different to cultivation realm pill king. In the cultivation realm, the fire spirit root was the best for pill concoction, but in the immortal realm, rare flames could be found elsewhere. The real immortal pill great masters all came from wood immortal spirit roots. That was Mu Xiaoyun. Yi Mo. Yi thinks that we should be polite first and try to avoid conflict. Ding Jie said. Yi Mo smiled. If I was really reckless, I would be killed that Ji Shui immortal monarch. How can I let him live? I'll go knock. Ding Jie saw Yi still in a daze, so he said. Yi Mo waved his hand. I'll go myself, you guys came with me. If something happened, you guys can get involved, but I don't want your sect to get involved too. Ding Jie heard this and nodded. If he knocked first, it meant he was leading. If Yi Mo knocked them, it meant that they were just helping Yi Mo. Yi Mo stood before Wujia Sound River and said, Gong Hua Heaven Mo, you immortal sect leader Yi Mo has come to visit. Then Ding Jie said, Great Red Heaven Shihi Emperor sect North Time Immortal King Ding Jie has come to visit. Yi quickly said, Fan Du Heaven Jiu Fan Immortal Pon Saint Jean Tai has come to visit. Hearing this, Yi Mo was very grateful. He was just a low heaven domain sect leader, he didn't even have the right to talk before Wujia Sound River. Meanwhile, these two were different. No sect dares to ignore both of their sects at the same time, not even Wujia Sound River. Soon, they saw the sect mountain open. Two golden rays drew open and a beautiful immortal sound came from within. Moments later, an immortal king had come to greet. Behind him were tens of extremely beautiful female immortals standing on the rainbow cloud. Wujia Sound River welcomed the three immortal kings. It was a middle-aged immortal king. He looked very ordinary, but his smile seemed very genuine. This wasn't the top-level welcome, but for them three, it was rather respectful. After some greeting, the middle-aged immortal king led the way. Yi Mo and them soon went into the guest palace. The two sides were filled with people. It gave Yi Mo the feeling that Wujia Sound River already knew they were coming. The three immortal kings have come from a long way, lighting up and bringing honor to Wujia Sound River. I'm the sect leader, Luli. An immortal and ethereal-looking man walked in here. Yi Mo could tell this Luli was immortal monarch tertiary stage. Yi Mo didn't feel it was strange that an immortal monarch was the sect leader of Wujia Sound River. Most sects were like this. The strongest person wasn't the sect leader. Luli was relatively polite to Emo, but after everyone sat down, Luli didn't talk to Emo first but smiled at Ding Jia and Yi asking them about Chihi Emperor sect and Jiufan Immortal Pond. It was as though Emo was their follower. Even after that, he didn't ask about Mou Immortal Sect. Chapter 1867, Fight Immortal Emperor. Emo's face was calm and didn't show any anger. He came to take Xiaoyun away, not connect with Wujia Sound River. Ding Jia couldn't resist saying, Sect Leader Master, Emo is my best friend, so I came with him this time. It's the same for Saint Yi. Yi got up and said, yes, Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch Master, Brother Yi came to your honored sect for some business. The two used different ways to avoid called sect leader, clearly showing their discontent. Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch glanced at Emo in confusion. He didn't expect a mere immortal king middle stage would have the capability to make Saint Yi call him Brother Yi. Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch was very cunning. He immediately laughed. Mou Immortal Sect Leader came visit my Wujia Sound River. It's a great joy. We welcome you greatly. Come, send up the immortal fruits and wine to greet the guests. With this, those female immortals on the side took out the wine and fruits, placing them on the tables. Emo was very calm. This Ji Sheng was very cunning. It seemed like he suddenly changed. His sentence made it seem like he not only was admitting wrong and also showed how seriously he took Emo now. It was as though him ignoring Emo didn't happen at all. The only reason he did this was to verify how much Yi and Ding Jia supported him. Emo didn't care about the immortal fruits at all. He just got up and saluted with his fists. Emo greet Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch Master. I came to Wujia Sound River this time because I heard my wife Mu Xiaoyun was at your honored sect. So I came to take her away. Please fulfill my wish. Mu Xiaoyun? Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch repeated in confusion. This time he was really confused. Yes, Mu Xiaoyun. Yi came up to explain how Mu Xiaoyun was brought back by Wuyin Immortal Emperor and was probably at Wuyin Peak now. Martial ancestor Wuyin brought her back? Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch dazed. If it was some ordinary disciple, he probably would have agreed on Ding Jia and Yi's account. Ding Jia and Yi's Immortal King title couldn't be seen at all on the Immortal King tablet, and news of this had long gotten out. Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch also knew that their future would be far greater than his. Otherwise, he wouldn't be coming to greet them personally, but since this involved Wuyin martial ancestor, it was hard. Even he didn't dare to waste time at Wuyin Peak. Ji Sheng Immortal Emperor hesitated and still said, Sect Leader Yi, if Mu Xiaoyun was an ordinary disciple, I can make the decision, but she was brought back by martial ancestor Wuyin. I can't make the decision. I have to wait until martial ancestor Wuyin comes back. Emo immediately said, I'm very anxious. If sect leader really can't make the decision, I don't dare to trouble you, but it should be fine for me to just see her, right? Ji Sheng hesitated again. To see her, one must go to Wuyin Peak. Martial ancestor Wuyin wasn't here. Who would dare to go in? No, martial ancestor Wuyin isn't here. No one has the right to enter Wuyin Peak. Might be the sect leader, but I can't go in too. So I can't agree to your request. Ji Sheng could only say. Emo was very desperate, but he knew he couldn't force his way here. Sect Leader Master, I'm a low heaven domain sect leader, and in terms of cultivation level I'm also a Wanbei. I shouldn't be troubling you, but Xioyan is indeed my wife. If I don't see her, my heart really can't rest. Martial ancestor Wuyin went to the new realm. It's uncertain when she would come back. Wanbei wouldn't be able to wait till that time. Emo tried to speak euphemistically, but before Emo finished, a sneer sounded. How dare you? You're saying that you must see that Mu Xiaoyun. If we don't let you see, you're not going to go? As this voice sounded, a figure that made people unable to breathe appeared at this palace. Emo took the forefront of the pressure and immediately retreated a few steps. Only now did people see an aggressive-looking youth in the palace. Ji Sheng greet martial uncle Wuhui. Ji Sheng quickly bowed and said. The rest of the female immortals in the palace also bowed. Wuhui waved his hand to Ji Sheng and stared at Emo. Is that so? Emo resisted against this strong pressure and said, yes, I must see her. Ha ha ha. Wuhui Immortal Emperor laughed. A mere immortal king insect dares to act so cocky in front of me. I'm not going to let you see her. What are you going to do? Ding Jia and Yi almost couldn't take it when they didn't even face the pressure directly. One could imagine how much pain Emo was in. Ding Jie quickly saluted with his fists. Chihi Emperor Sect. Ding Jie greet Wuhui Immortal Emperor Master. Emo is Wan Bei's, so what about Chihi Emperor Sect? A little immortal king has no right to talk here. On Chihi Emperor Sect's account, I want kill you, piss off. Then, Wuhui Immortal Emperor grabbed with Immortal Essence giant hand and Ding Jie was thrown out. Yi's face changed and got up too. However, she couldn't even speak and was thrown out as well. Seeing this, Emo knew things weren't good. Wuhui then stared coldly. You're not bad, a mere immortal king, but you can injure my sect's immortal monarch. The emperor shall see how strong you are. Then Wuhui grabbed towards Emo. Emo's heart sunk. He finally knew what was going on. This Wuhui immortal emperor didn't care about Mu Xiaoyun but cared about how an immortal king could beat an immortal monarch. If he was caught, he would be dead for certain. Realizing this, Emo punched out without hesitation. Space Shatter. Emo used this at full power without hesitation. Immediately, 9 space-shattering storms formed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wuhui's immortal essence giant hand dissipated, but Emo was struck back flying. He spat a mouthful of blood and broke out of the palace. Seeing this battle, Ji Sheng immortal monarch's face changed. He saw clearly that even he couldn't stop Emo's punch. He didn't know Emo was this strong as he didn't receive news from Ji Shui immortal monarch. If he knew Emo was this strong, he wouldn't suggest using the means that martial uncle Wuhui used. It wasn't easy for Wujia Sound River to reach today. It was extremely dumb to offend someone with terrifying potential. If they could kill him it was fine, but if not, it would bring endless trouble to Wujia Sound River. Wuhui didn't expect Emo broke through his immortal emperor binding with one punch and charged out of the palace. No wonder Ji Shui was no match for you, you have some power indeed. Wu Hui rejoiced. The stronger Emo was, the bigger his secret was. He was also shocked Emo could break through this palace. Its formation wasn't the best but was still a defense shielding formation. If one didn't know formation, even an immortal emperor might not be able to break through it. This meant that first, Emo was a good immortal formation great master. Another was that Emo might be a powerful body refinement immortal or he can't break the formation with his body. Martial uncle Wuhui. Just when Wuhui immortal emperor wanted to charge out, Ji Sheng immortal monarch called, you want to say this person has boundless potential, we shouldn't offend him before capturing him, right? Wuhui immortal emperor said coldly. Ji Sheng immortal monarch quickly said wise martial uncle. Seal the sect now. If I let a mere immortal king leave, I would be too useless. Wuhui immortal emperor said coldly. Chapter 1868, whole sect capture Emo, bastard. Ding Jia cursed outside the sect. Asked desperately. Ding Jia, what do we do now? As soon as she said this, there was a rumbling sound. The Wujia Sound River they could see with their spirit sense was now gone. Wuhui, that old bastard, sealed the sect because he doesn't want Emo out. We're too weak now, it's pointless worrying. Ding Jia felt helpless. Had calmed down now. She was also thinking desperately for a way. Ding Jia suddenly said, Zhan Tai, we're friends with Emo, right? Of course, without Brother Yi, I wouldn't be able to create my god art no matter what, and I wouldn't be able to get out of the title status tower and reach the top to write my name. Said without hesitation, good. Ding Jia said and continued, it's useless even if we charge in with our current power, plus we can't even get in. The only thing we can do is ask our sect for help. There was a sliver of disappointment in Yi's eyes. Martial brother Ding, I'm afraid this is very hard. Although I'm the saint of Jiufan Immortal Pond, it's not because how strong I am but because my talent is high. Although my master is very nice to me, she might not be able to persuade the immortal emperor in the sect to help Brother Yi against Wujia Sound River. Your sect would probably be the same too. There was a sliver of absolution in Ding Jia's eyes. Even if you don't say it, I know. There's a 90% chance that the immortal emperor in the sect wouldn't come help Emo. If Wuhui kept us two there, it would be easier, but Wujia Sound River didn't touch us at all. Our sect has no reason to intervene. Martial brother Ding, what do you mean? Looked at Ding Jia in confusion. Ding Jia said heavily that Wuhui wouldn't attack Emo for no reason. The only reason is that he feels Emo's cultivation speed is really fast and could easily beat Ji Shui Immortal Monarch. That's why he wanted to check Emo's secrets. If I'm not wrong, Emo is very dangerous in that formation. Then what do we do? Was also very desperate. Ding Jia said coldly, it's never late to get revenge. If I can't get my sect to help, then I will go to MOU Immortal Sect and protect the sect first. No matter if Wujia Sound River would attack Emo's sect, I must go help. When I'm strong enough, I will help Emo get revenge. If I can't get help too, I will go with you. Yi said. The difference in power was too great, it made them both feel helpless. The reason Emo could break out of this palace was just as Wuhui Immortal Emperor guessed. He saw the formation clearly and used Immortal God Body to his advantage, in the first fight with Wuhui Immortal Emperor. He knew he was completely no match for him. The difference between Immortal Emperor and Immortal Monarch was even greater than Immortal King and Great Eternity Immortal. If he stayed to fight, it would be certain death. When Emo broke out of the palace, he used instant transmission immediately, but not towards outside but the inside. Since Wuhui Immortal Emperor was attacking him, the formation must be sealed. Even if he was an Immortal Formation Grandmaster, he wouldn't be able to break open the formation quickly. Of course, Emo knew that no matter which direction he used instant transmission in, the space ripples would be noticed, so after one instant transmission, Emo immediately hid himself and used instant transmission to go back before changing direction. Emo knew clearly that no matter which direction he went, he wouldn't be able to hide it from Wuhui Immortal Emperor. Wuhui was only an Immortal Emperor primary stage and he was this terrifying. If he encountered Immortal Emperor middle stage or even tertiary stage, he would be certainly dead. Emo could only rest his hopes on his power stealth cultivation method. Wuhui immediately caught the space ripples from Emo's instant transmission and sneered, he has some power indeed. A mere Immortal King can instant transmission such a distance, no wonder he dares to come here. As he spoke, Wuhui Immortal Emperor took a step and arrived at where Emo was before. His smirk froze on his face. He couldn't feel the next space ripple. There was no way Wuhui Immortal Emperor would believe a small Immortal King could get away right under his eyes, but 5 minutes later, he realized he lost his target, Ji Shang. Wuhui yelled coldly. Ji Shang immediately came up and said, Ji Shang, greet martial uncle. Tell everyone in the sect about Immortal King to search for this person. He's definitely still in Wujia Sound River and he has a powerful stealth cultivation method. Even I can't see through it. Hearing this, Ji Shang's face changed. He feared the most that Emo would get away. What are you scared of? I don't believe a mere Immortal King would be able to escape from my hands when he's in the formation of the sect. Wuhui Immortal Emperor was very unhappy with Ji Shang's reaction and reproached, yes, Ji Shang will immediately arrange it. Ji Shang Immortal Monarch was annoyed but had to agree. Wuhui Immortal Emperor was the weakest Immortal Emperor in the Wujia Sound River and didn't reach Immortal Emperor for long, but his talent was very powerful. As an infinitely near level 7 Immortal Formation Grandmaster Master, how could he not know that stealthing himself in the formation was dangerous? As soon as he got back to the guest palace, he carefully moved. Emo just wanted to find a place to hide. It was impossible to leave Wujia Sound River now. Even if he could, he wouldn't leave. Xiaoyun was still here. Wuhui stated where Emo first went for 5 minutes. This time gave Emo great help. He used this time to leave the guest palace and carefully move along another direction. 4 hours later, Wuhui Immortal Emperor finally realized something was wrong. 4 hours had gone by and the entire sect was searching. Wujia Sound River seemed big, but it really was nothing when the entire sect was searching. I understand. Wuhui came back to the guest palace and started searching carefully. He finally realized why Emo was completely gone after the first instant transmission. Emo definitely instant transmissioned back immediately, however, when he realized this. 4 hours had gone, such a cunning bastard. Wuhui Immortal Emperor cursed and pointed at the few Immortal Formation Grandmaster and said, watch the sect formation closely, if there's any signs tell me immediately. Yes. The Immortal Formation Masters bowed. Emo was far from the guest palace now. He carefully controlled his chi, not daring to release it at all. He didn't even dare to go into the Golden Page world. Although the Golden Page world could turn into a speck of dust, it wasn't safer than him stealthing himself. Against an Immortal Emperor, even the smallest speck of dust can be exposed. Luckily Wuyin and Wuhua Immortal Emperors weren't in the sect, or it would be really hard to say if he would be caught or not. Chapter 1869, Activate Sound River. With a few Immortal Formation Masters joining in, there were a few times Emo was almost caught. Emo knew that if he stayed in one place, there would be less chance he would be caught. However, he came in not to avoid being caught but to take away Xiaoyun. 12 hours later, Wuhui Immortal Emperor was finally getting annoyed. His spirit sense ravaged the sect. He didn't even let go of some solitary cultivation places. Emo was shocked. He knew that if he continued like this he would eventually be exposed. The immortal emperor's spirit sense was scanning everywhere. When two immortal kings passed by Emo really wanted to subjugate them and ask where Wuyin Peak was, but he knew that he couldn't do this. If he didn't do that, the Wuhui immortal emperor might think he had left the Sound River. If he did this, then even an idiot would know he was still in here. No need to go ahead, the two main peaks have natural formation. Now that Wuhua martial ancestor and Wuyin martial ancestor both aren't at the sect, no one can go in. The Sound River is about to be activated. We'll go around and check out Wuyin Peak. Emo heard this clearly and immediately rejoiced. When the two was far away, Emo immediately dashed towards the direction they didn't go. After going for less than 15 minutes, Emo heard this strange sound. At the start he didn't care, but soon he felt things wasn't right. That sound was like worms that stuck to his bones. It went into his meridians and sea of consciousness, almost making him scream out loud. Emo was shocked. This sound was too terrifying. If he didn't go into the golden page world and kept listening for 7 minutes, he wouldn't be able to stay stealthed. At the start, the sounds were only slivers, but after half a minute, the sound came in waves of the river about to flood Emo. Emo used the 3 birth chant to resist against this terrifying sound. No wonder this place was called Wujia Sound River. If he didn't think of a way to leave, he would have to go into the golden page world or he would be exposed. Emo didn't hesitate and immediately called out, small ginseng, small ginseng. I heard there's a natural formation here. It leads to the two main peaks. Take the golden page world and find this natural formation and go in. Boss, it's right ahead, leave it to me. I will get in as quickly as possible. Small ginseng patted its chest. I'll go into the golden page world. Can you enter the natural formation before you can't withstand the natural formation? Emo wasn't certain if small ginseng would be able to last without his protection. Small ginseng smiled, boss, I'm a natural immortal spirit. This sound doesn't have much effect on me, don't worry. Hearing this, Emo immediately went into the golden page world. Small ginseng took the golden page world and disappeared with lightning speed. In fact, small ginseng already brought the golden page world into the natural formation. 5 minutes later, Emo came out of the golden page world. He found he was in a completely different place. The sound could still come in, but it was much weaker. Emo's spirit sense scanned the 3 huge words Wuyin Peak. At this moment, he finally breathed easy. Wuhui Immortal Emperor would definitely not be able to come in here. Even if he knew he was here, Wuhui Immortal Emperor wouldn't dare to come in unless he dared to break Wuyin's natural formation. Emo knew that he had to take away Xiaoyun before Wuyin martial ancestor came back. Otherwise, he would be a bug in a jar. There were only a few low-level female immortals at Wuyin Peak. No one else. Emo's spirit sense scanned everywhere here and didn't worry about people knowing. Although there was a natural formation outside, the formations inside were everywhere. Emo had to constantly break all sorts of formation. There was a top-level stealth formation in the depth of the Wuyin Peak in a good-looking garden. There was a blue room inside and an extremely beautiful woman wearing a pale yellow dress sitting in a blue room. She had a troubled look on her face. I won't believe your words. My husband told me that I must not give anyone my cultivation method. This woman suddenly said, but there was no one in the room. As soon as she said this, there was a sneer. Mu Xiaoyun. Stop being stubborn. Now, Wuyin, this bitch isn't here. If she comes back, then even if you want to tell me, you have no opportunity. Tell me now, as long as I break free I can help you. Clearly, this extremely beautiful woman wearing yellow dress was Mu Xiaoyun. When Mu Xiaoyun was hesitating, the voice said again, is your cultivation method important or finding your husband important? If you don't leave here quickly, then you would be possessed by Nuan Shuyu, that bitch, in a few hundred years. What do you think she brought you here for? If she was going to take you in as disciple, she would have long done so. Nuan Shuyu, that bitch, is pure wood, immortal spirit root and a natural pill Dao body. You're exactly the same as her. The reason she hasn't possessed you yet is first to see if she can vindicate Dao, and second she wants to see if she could find someone better. Mu Xiaoyun was confused. Since she was the most suitable for Nuan Shuyu, why did she want to find someone better? Mu Xiaoyun didn't ask, but that voice clearly knew what she thought and sneered, Nuan Shuyu, that bitch acts so cold and hates men. She extremely dislikes how you're not a virgin. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun's eyes showed longing. Luckily for her husband, if it wasn't for him, she might be possessed now already. Don't rejoice too early. If she can't find someone suitable, the first thing she does after coming back would be possessing you. If you still want to see your husband, then tell me your husband. Do you think I would greed for your cultivation method? Luobue, is not low enough to greed for the cultivation method of a newly ascended cultivator. It's because your cultivation method has no element and has a sliver of God rune, it might help me break my restriction. Mu Xiaoyun hesitated and said, but, my husband, your husband, how are you so obstinate? From what you said before, your husband might be in that small world or on Earth. If you don't hurry up and break free and become powerful, then when your husband dies of old age you might not see him. A mere cultivation method is nothing. The voice rebuked. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun made up her mind. Luo Qianbei, my cultivation method is called Primordial Chaos Chant. When my husband gave it to me, he said it was left behind by a Qianbei called Mengjia. When Primordial Chaos first opened, Fate was not yet born, 3 birth is behind, Fate is before, how can it surpass Primordial Chant? At the beginning of Qi, nourish the mother of soul, Luo Biyue was confused at the start, but hearing the latter part she completely forgot about it. Such almighty cultivation method made her feel it was unreal. She was certain not even the immortal realm had such top-level cultivation method. Rumble, a sound suddenly stopped Mu Xiaoyun reading the cultivation method. A veiled extremely beautiful woman suddenly appeared in Mu Xiaoyun's room. The space waves allowed Mu Xiaoyun to know that this person broke the space restriction to come here. Good cultivation method, there's such cultivation method, I have never seen such god-level cultivation method. This extremely beautiful woman murmured, Qianbei. Mu Xiaoyun was shocked. She didn't expect this. Luo Biyue only heard her chant the cultivation method and could break free. Just how powerful was this person? Luo Biyue woke up and said, Xiaoyun, don't worry, I will definitely take you to leave. Muan Shuyu, that bitch isn't at Wuyin Peak, it's our opportunity. Wait on the side, I'm going to take out transmission rune. Just when Luo Biyue wanted to take out a transmission rune from her sea of consciousness, the sound beams came in. She dazed and then suddenly laughed. The sound river is activated. This meant that someone has broken in. This is a perfect opportunity for us. Chapter 1870. Xiaoyun left first. Yimo had come to the center of Wuyin Peak. Small Ginseng's voice sounded, boss, there is a mortal spirit source below here. It's probably the immortal range of Wuyin Peak. Hearing this, Yimo thought he needed too much cultivation resources. The reason he only reached Immortal King middle stage after a few decades in the blue-gray dimension was because he didn't have cultivation resources. Thinking about this, Yimo immediately said, Small Ginseng, check where the immortal range is and after you find it tell me. I'm going to look for her. Before we find her we can't touch the stuff here, okay? Small Ginseng agreed and charged out of the golden page world and disappeared. In terms of speed, even Shadowless isn't as fast as Small Ginseng. Yimo's Spirit Sense Domain and Spirit Sense Blades immediately hacked out. He would hack everywhere with stealth restriction. When Yimo found some immortal spirit herb gardens, he would take them without hesitation. Yimo almost searched the entire Wuyin Peak and still found no signs of Xiaoyun. He became desperate. He was scared Wuyin had a small world or truth spirit world. That way he would never be able to know where Xiaoyun was. Crack. A light sound broke the restriction outside Mu Xiaoyun's room. Mu Xiaoyun looked at Luo Biyue in shock. Luo Qianbei, what is this? It's definitely the guy that Wujia Sound River is hunting. He came into here. We need to leave quickly. This guy can break the restrictions here. He's no simple character. Xiaoyun, do you have extra clothes? Give me one set. Luo Biyue took out a rune. Mu Xiaoyun took out a set of clothes to Luo Biyue, but there was this indescribable feeling in her heart as though she just needed to wait a little. Luo Biyue changed her clothes and said, Xiaoyun, we can go now. The sect ceiling formation is top level, but it can't stop my rune. But Luo Qianbei, I feel my husband isn't far. Mu Xiaoyun said. Luo Biyue sighed. Xiaoyun, I understand your feeling, I was just like you before. Although I don't know where your husband got this primordial chaos chant from, I'm certain that it's an extreme level cultivation method that steals the fortune of the world. It gives me the feeling that the better the talent, the faster you cultivate. People with weak talent can't cultivate this cultivation method at all. I don't know what your husband's talent is, but I'm certain it's not better than yours. Qianbei, you're saying that my husband hasn't ascended yet? Mu Xiaoyun looked at Luo Biyue in confusion. Luo Biyue nodded yes. I used this opportunity of Wuyin leaving in a rush to break free from the restriction with your cultivation method. I wanted to take you as my disciple, but your cultivation method is too powerful. I don't dare to be your master. Don't call me Qianbei anymore, call me Sister Bua. You just ascended, so I'm guessing your husband definitely hasn't ascended yet. According to what you said, you were accidentally teleported to a cultivation realm and was taken in by the top sect. That's why you had the opportunity to cultivate till immortal ascension. Your husband probably would have less chance in that small world. Muan Shuyu, this bitch set me up and robbed my path of Dao vindication but still can't vindicate Dao. I don't have the power to get revenge now, so I can only go into hiding. Xiaoyun, you have the top cultivation method, but I can tell you're a very kind soul and you care about your husband a lot. Before you find him, even if I take you away from Wujiasan River, it would be very hard for you to survive alone in the cultivation realm. With your talent, it's not hard for you to join a big sect, but if Wuyin, that bitch, comes back, she definitely wouldn't let you go. Offending Wuyin for you, I don't think there's such a sect in the entire immortal realm. So eventually you might still get taken away by her. Sister Bua, Mu Xiaoyun was nervous. Luo Bua was right, even if she escaped from Wujiasan River, where could she go? Luo Bua said seriously, I'm going to hide and go into solitary cultivation. If you're willing, come with me. Although my cultivation method isn't as good as yours, my knowledge of cultivation is far stronger than you. I can give you a few pointers. If you can become an immortal emperor in the future, you can search the entire 33 heavens, or you can even tear open the void and look at the magical continent. Seeing Mu Xiaoyun not talk, Luo Bua sighed. In reality, I don't know if your husband would still be alive when you have the ability to tear open the void, but even if he isn't, he's lucky to be able to find someone as loyal as you. Sister Bua, why don't you think I'm dumb? When I joined a sect in the cultivation realm, many people said I was dumb to long for a cultivator who wasn't even foundation establishment state. Mu Xiaoyun looked up at Luo Bua. Luo Bua sneered, dumb? Although I haven't seen your husband, I can tell he treats you very well. Mei Shem, my husband treats me very, very well. There was a sliver of softness in Mu Xiaoyun's eyes. Those who call you dumb do so because they haven't found someone who treats them very well. So, they're jealous and angry and want to break apart all lovers and laugh hysterically. Luo Bua clenched her teeth. Sister Bua? Mu Xiaoyun said worriedly. Luo Bua waved her hand. I'll you about this in the future. Let's go first. We shouldn't stay here for long. Then, Luo Bua spat out a rune and spat some essence blood on it before saying to Mu Xiaoyun, Xiaoyun, come over quickly and hold on to me tightly. Mu Xiaoyun knew she had no choice but to follow this Sister Bua. The transmission rune activated bright light. Mu Xiaoyun couldn't even see what was before her. Just a few seconds later, white light smashed out of the transmission rune and the two disappeared in the light. The instant their rune left Wuyin Peak, Wuhui Immortal Emperor noticed it and sneered, there's a transmission rune that can break our sect sealing formation. You're indeed no ordinary immortal king. I want to see how many good things you have. He has gone, I'll immediately chase. Wuhui Immortal Emperor said and then disappeared. Yimo immediately noticed the huge commotion caused by Luo Bua's rune. He soon came to Mu Xiaoyun's rune. The space ripples were still there. Yimo could immediately tell that it was caused by top-level transmission rune. Who would be here to use such high-level rune? Xiaoyun just ascended. She definitely didn't have the ability to use such rune. A familiar sensation came up his head. Yimo frowned and suddenly took out formation flags, setting up formation. He was endlessly close to level 7 Immortal Formation Grandmaster, as long as the people in this room didn't leave for too long. He could recove the image. 5 minutes later, Yimo had a crystal ball in his hand. Seeing the familiar face, Yimo's heart raced with overwhelming excitement. Xiaoyun told her cultivation method to Luo Bua. Luo Bua took away Luo Bua. Yimo could tell Luo Bua was very powerful. Yimo put away the crystal ball and let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaoyun was fine. He didn't know who Luo Bua was, but he could tell she meant no harm at all. With Mu Xiaoyun gone, Yimo didn't want to stay here anymore. Just when he wanted to call Small Ginseng sent a message. It had found the immortal range. There was 2 extreme grade immortal range. Yimo immediately came to where Small Ginseng was in. Indeed, there were 2 extreme grade immortal range. Boss, let's take away both. Small Ginseng said. Yimo hesitated for a moment and said, never mind, let's take one first, and we need to make it subtle. When I reach Immortal Emperor, I will come back and take all the immortal ranges away. With MOU Immortal Sect behind him, Yimo had to be careful. Chapter 1871, Immortal Emperor Hunt. Rumbling sounds came, the entire Wuyin Peak was shaking. It's over, boss, we tried to be careful, why did it still create such a commotion? Small Ginseng asked worriedly. Yi Mo's face changed and immediately said, this immortal spirit gathering formation means is far beyond mine. Small Ginseng, hurry up and go into the Golden Page world, I'm going to take both of these immortal ranges and then we run. There was no need to keep being careful. Yi Mo took the two immortal ranges and dashed out of Wuyin Peak. When he came out, he immediately knew that the sect ceiling formation was open. His first reaction wasn't to be happy but be worried. Xiao Yun and that woman left first. Wuhui Immortal Emperor would definitely chase Xiao Yun, thinking it was him. He couldn't let Wuhui Immortal Emperor chase Xiao Yun. Yi Mo immediately dashed down. How are you still at Wujia Sound River? The first person to stop him was the sect leader, Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch. Yi Mo stopped and looked coldly at Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch. Sect leader Ji Sheng, I politely came to find someone, but your Wujia Sound River sealed the sect and sends an immortal emperor to hunt me. So you used a trick to send away Martial Uncle Wuhui, die. An immortal monarch tertiary stage released a golden sword. As soon as it was released, a 10 km long golden sword ray appeared, completely enveloping Yi Mo. Yi Mo sneered. Good sword, but you're weak. At the same time, Yi Mo released Zisu, Shatter Sky. Seeing this, Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch's face changed. Yi Mo didn't even completely use this move before and broke Martial Uncle Wuhui's binding. This time, the strike was fully released. Ji Yuan Immortal Monarch might not have it well. Without Immortal Emperor on the side, Yi Mo had no concerns. This blade drew a crazy lethal force, forcing away those immortal kings and low-level immortals. The nearby space was drawn nearby Zisu, forming a subtle sword mark. It was so shocking that people didn't even dare to scan it with spirit sense. It was as though if people were within range of it, they would be swept into the ruin. Crack, the purple sword mark swiped across the sky, completely shattering Ji Yuan Immortal Monarch's domain. As this purple sword ray struck the golden sword, the sword shook heavily and the golden ray immediately dimmed down. Rumble, Ji Yuan Immortal Monarch retreated a few km before stopping. A faint bloodstain appeared across his forehead, but Yi Mo didn't move at all and just looked coldly at Ji Yuan Immortal Monarch. Ji Yuan Immortal Monarch was very shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying immortal king. Yi Mo was just Immortal King middle stage, but his power was stronger than an Immortal Monarch tertiary stage. No wonder he could escape from Martial Uncle Wuhui. That strike seemed like he only lost a little, but if Yi Mo kept attacking, he would eventually lose for sure. Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch was more shocked. He had already heard about Yi Mo hurting Ji Shui in one move and thought it was Ji Shui underestimating Yi Mo. When he saw Yi Mo shatter sky, he realized that at the sect, no one was a match for Yi Mo other than the four immortal emperors. At this moment, Yi Mo's voice sounded, Sect leader Ji Sheng, I believe you have messaged Wuhui Immortal Emperor. I'll be waiting for him at the sect. I hope he doesn't make me wait for too long. Then, Yi Mo got on Zisu and charged towards the sect doors. Seeing Yi Mo fly above their sect, no one dared to stop him. These few immortal monarchs were very furious, and just when they were thinking about if they should gain up on Yi Mo, they saw Yi Mo stop again and turned back, saying coldly, Today, I could have caused a bloodbath in this place, but I didn't. If something happens to my MOU immortal sect, then don't blame me for coming back. Then, Yi Mo left in a purple shadow. A mere immortal king dares to be this cocky. An immortal monarch primary stage was shaking with anger. Wujia Sound River was one of the top sects in the entire Grand Heaven domain. Ji Sheng Immortal Monarch looked coldly at this immortal monarch primary stage and said, Have you seen an immortal king who can easily beat an immortal monarch tertiary stage? He's definitely not immortal king primary stage. An immortal monarch middle stage said heavily. Ji Sheng nodded. I know, just from how his move swept the lethal force in space itself, even an immortal king peak stage can't do it. It's not that they can't do it, but they don't dare to do so. If an immortal king used such a powerful move, his own body would collapse before he hurt his opponent. Yet, after using such a move, he was completely fine. The four immortal emperors of our sect all aren't here, otherwise, how can he be so cocky here? Another immortal monarch asked unhappily, but this time, no one said a thing. When Yi Mo was here, Wuhui Immortal Emperor was not only here but also tricked away. Wuhui looked coldly at the space ripples. He was going to catch Yi Mo no matter what. At this moment, he felt a message in his communication bead. His spirit sense scanned in and immediately saw the news. When he saw that Yemo was still in the sect and even injured an immortal monarch and took the 2 extreme grade immortal ranges of Wawin Peak, he almost spat blood. He didn't expect the person he chased for so long wasn't even Yemo. Just when he was hesitating whether he should keep hunting these people, the second news came. An immortal king was waiting for him at the door of the sect. Being slapped in the face like this, Wuhui Immortal Emperor was furious. For the first time, he felt like he was a clown being played. He turned back without hesitation and released a teleportation rune. As soon as Wuhui turned, Luo Buf felt it. She let out a long sigh and said, "I didn't expect this guy's chasing ability was this strong. I was almost caught by him. Luckily this guy left or I really wouldn't be able to keep up." "Sister Bua, why did he go back?" Mu Xiaoyun immediately asked. Luo Bua thought for a moment and said, "He's actually not here to chase us. If I'm not wrong, he's probably chasing the guy who made them open the Sound River and then he realized he was chasing the wrong people so he went back. But we need to leave quickly too, best to lead you heaven immediately." 3 months later, Yemo controlled the spacetime boat and scrambled everywhere in the void. Only now did he realize how Kaimi felt when he chased him. Since Wujia Sound River, he was chased by Wuhui endlessly. He was only planning to stay at Sound River for a few minutes and leave. He wasn't really dumb enough to wait for Wuhui Immortal Emperor to come back, but even in just that few minutes, Wuhui Immortal Emperor came back. Wuhui Immortal Emperor actually had the rune to teleport back to Wujia Sound River. Yemo didn't know this because he had never stayed at a big sect before. In the end, he kept running, leaving from Yu Heaven into the void, but the Wuhui Immortal Emperor still kept chasing him and was closing in. Wuhui Immortal Emperor cursed. He lacked too much in terms of space god art. If it was some immortal emperor who had mastery in space god art, Yemo would have been caught already. But when he saw that Yemo had a spacetime boat, he wanted to catch Yemo even more. "Boss, let's go to blue-gray space and ask those star beasts for help." Small Ginseng also knew that running like this wouldn't get them anywhere. "Okay." Yemo flew crazily towards the blue-gray space. 5 days later, when Wuhui Immortal Emperor was about to catch Yemo dashed into the bluish-gray space. When Yemo came in, he immediately knew he made the wrong decision. There was not a single star beast left. Wuhui Immortal Emperor was right behind him. In his desperation, Yemo charged towards that new realm. Terrifying tearing power came. Yemo put away the spacetime boat but breathed easy. This tearing power wasn't much to him. He was already immortal god body power. His body was stronger than an ordinary immortal emperor body. Chapter 1872. Taking an immortal emperor head-on, when Yemo landed, he felt this wasn't the ground but the hardest metal magic artifact. Before he could keep running, tens of tearing beams and lightning arcs swept over. These attacks were silent. Yemo couldn't even feel the killing intent from them before they smashed onto his body. A few sizzling sounds occurred. A few blood marks appeared on Yemo's body. Yemo was very shocked. Tens more tearing beams mixed with lightning wept over. There were even flame and rocks in between them. Yemo realized that this wasn't someone ambushing him, there were these dangerous places everywhere. In other words, if he was an immortal god body, he would have been killed as soon as he came here. Yemo's spirit sense scanned out. Indeed, where his spirit sense could reach, it was filled with lightning arcs, tearing beams, space fissures, flames, and rock flows. There were no immortal spirit herbs at all. When the beams struck the ground, they only created some sparks. Yemo took in a cold breath. Just what was this place? Even an immortal monarch tertiary stage would be dead for certain if he wasn't a body refinement immortal. He would also have to be at least immortal spirit body too. Only immortal emperors could survive here, and even they would have to constantly face the endless dangers. Yemo was just dazed for a moment and rejoiced. This place was made just for him. That old bastard Woguwe had chased him for a few months. Now it was time to get payback. Thinking about this, Yemo stopped. Although the danger here was powerful, it couldn't truly harm his immortal god body. Yemo didn't wait for long before another space ripple appeared. The next moment, Wuhui Immortal Emperor appeared in this space. Wuhui Immortal Emperor was also attacked by the dangers here. He thought that Yemo was ambushing him, so he sneered and released an umbrella. The umbrella spun a little and blocked countless attacks. Yemo sneered but didn't attack. He just watched Wuhui Immortal Emperor from the side. Soon Wuhui realized that Yemo wasn't behind all these attacks. He had come to an extremely terrifying place. Finally Yemo couldn't resist anymore. He waved his hands and rumbling sounds came into the void. Countless black with golden rimmed lightning mixed in with the dangers in the dimension. In a short while, a heaven-covering lightning feast completely formed and even took away all the lethal force in this void, forming a lightning spear. This spear immediately reached out to be 10 kilometers long. It tore through the void and pierced down. Yemo could use lightning sand against an immortal emperor without resistance. This satisfied him greatly. He didn't conserve his immortal essence and spirit sense at all. This terrifying fierce strike was noticed by Wuhui immortal emperor firsthand. He saw Yemo, who didn't even block the attacks targeting him, and knew that he was at least an immortal god body refinement immortal. Fighting Yemo in here was asking for trouble. Rumble, the black lightning spear fell. Wuhui could only barely release his young dragon wave mirror. Upon release, it immediately shot out a rainbow light illuminating this space. The black lightning spear mixed with destructive chi smashed on the mirror. The mirror's vibrance immediately dimmed down and shrunk, but Yemo's lightning spear was gone too. Yemo was shocked. This immortal emperor was too savage. This was the first time his lightning spear was completely blocked without doing anything, and this was when Wuhui immortal emperor had to focus on defending himself too. If it wasn't this space, he had no right to even talk to the immortal emperor. Wuhui could only suppress his anger and keep inserting immortal essence into his umbrella. Although he was immortal emperor, he was no body refinement cultivator. Yemo rejoiced and then smashed out Zisu using crevice. You coward! Wuhui immortal emperor was almost about to spit blood. Fighting Yemo here was like fighting countless people plus Yemo, but Yemo didn't care at all. He was full of annoyance after being chased for so long. He even hunted a divine emperor for many years before, and now he was hunted by an immortal emperor for a few months. How could he let this go? If he didn't find an opportunity to get back at him, he wouldn't be Yemo. Crack! Zisu swept the void lethal force whirlpool and clashed with the young dragon wave mirror again, immediately sweeping away all the nearby lightning arcs and sword rays. Wuhui breathed easy. The umbrella in his hands turned into a 30 kilometers long spear and smashed at Yemo. The dark spear seemed to have pierced from outer heavens and mixed with dark star ray, tearing the void between Yemo and Wuhui immortal emperor. Eventually, the entire space was filled with darkness. Yemo felt difficulty of breathing. Wuhui immortal emperor's spear made Yemo realize just how big the difference between him and Wuhui immortal emperor was, and this was under the help of this space. Just one move from Wuhui and it made him feel he couldn't resist it at all. Yemo didn't dare to hesitate at all. He released World Rock and God Art Tangmangrao. This was the first time he used an offensive God Art as a defensive measure. The World Rock turned into a huge mountain that had 100 km radius. The mountain passed through the void and smashed at that terrifying black spear. At the same time, he punched out twice using Shatter Sky. Rumble, 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 the entire space rattled heavily. Huge black spear rays were smashed away by the World Rock, creating sharp sounds. The mountain immediately dimmed down after clashing with the spear. It flew out like a comet and turned into a rock. Meanwhile, the black spear just dimmed down a little and kept attacking Yemo, so powerful. Yemo was very shocked but released Shatter Sky at the same time. He used 2 Shatter Sky attacks consecutively and more than 10 lethal force marks expanded out, forming lethal force whirlpools which instantly clashed with the huge mountain-like spear ray. The terrifying explosion sounded in this space. The lethal force whirlpool and the black spear ray entwined and almost tore everything here. With the final explosion, Yemo was smashed out many km away. Even though he was immortal god body, his fist was bloody and his bones were visible. Meanwhile, Wuhui immortal emperor didn't have the time to kill Yemo before the huge spear turned back into an umbrella, stopping the endless beams and lightning arcs. He had the definite upper hand when he fought with Yemo and wasn't injured the slightest bit, but he wasn't as calm as he looked. Yemo was a mere immortal king middle stage and fought him head-on. However, he was only struck away, not even his body was destroyed. This was too shocking. If Yemo could recover in a short time and continue holding him here, it wouldn't be good for him. At first, he might have the definite upper hand and keep heavily injuring Yemo, but as time went on, it would be hard to say. Just in the time he injured Yemo, the space beams created a few blood gashes on him. He wouldn't care about these few marks, but if Yemo kept holding him here and his wounds increased, what would happen? Wuhui immortal emperor just hoped Yemo learned his lesson and would run away for now. However, his wish was bound to not be realized. Yemo ate a few pills and released Zisu without even resting, bringing out a tearing purple ray and hacking over with the sword god Art Crevice. Chapter 1873, I am hunting you. Seeing Yemo still dare to come back after being beaten like that, Wuhui immortal emperor almost spat blood in anger, but he had to face all the dangers in this dimension. Yemo's crevice god Art carried a sliver of space law, and once released, it would gather the nearby space and everything in it. Now, this strike brought together all the lightning strikes and sword rays which amplified his attack. Wuhui Immortal Emperor had to release Yang Dragon Wave Mirror to defend, and the beam from the mirror struck Emo away once again. Yemo's terrifying strike was also annihilated by the mirror. However, before Emo fell to the ground, another lightning sand came. The mirror again blocked the lightning sand. Emo seemed to have gone mad. Lightning spear. Crevice and World Rock all kept attacking. The explosions created waves after waves of space ripples, but they were instantly swept away by the lethal force in this space. Emo was struck flying again and again but kept coming back to attack. Eventually, Emo just considered Wuhui Immortal Emperor a cultivation sandbag. This sandbag was indeed powerful. Emo's injuries added up, but so was Wuhui Immortal Emperor. Because Emo was Immortal God Body refinement level, not only did he receive less damage, but his recovery was much faster than Wuhui Immortal Emperor. Eventually, Wuhui was going mad. Emo was too tenacious. He ignored ordinary damage and kept coming back. He felt ravaged by this space and couldn't give Emo a lethal blow. 6 hours later, Wuhui Immortal Emperor finally couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to keep fighting with Emo like this. He just went on his mirror and left. The situation was already like this. How could Emo let Wuhui Immortal Emperor go? Without hesitation, he chased with Zisu. There was many dangers here, so Emo didn't want to take out Spacetime Boat. This way, his speed was much slower than Wuhui Immortal Emperor. Luckily, Wuhui Immortal Emperor had to defend against the dangers in this space, and so his speed was slowed. Meanwhile, Emo had no concerns at all. Before it was Wuhui Immortal Emperor hunting Emo, now it was Emo hunting Wuhui Immortal Emperor. Being hunted by a mere Immortal King middle stage, Wuhui wanted to spit blood in humiliation. When he couldn't hold in his anger anymore, he would stop to fight with Emo for a while. However, even though he struck Emo away countless times, he couldn't kill Emo. Eventually, Wuhui Immortal Emperor focused on running away. He knew that in such place, it was too hard to kill an Immortal God Body refinement immortal. He wanted to find a place without these disasters. Only in such place would he be able to kill Emo. However, the two chased for a few days, and this dimension was still filled with all sorts of dangers. The reason Emo didn't want to let Wuhui go was because he was scared if he did, Wuhui would immediately go to MOU Immortal Sect. With this opportunity, Emo clearly wouldn't waste it, as he really had a chance to kill Wuhui Immortal Emperor. This was the second month. Wuhui Immortal Emperor's speed clearly slowed down. Emo could catch up to Wuhui Immortal Emperor now, but he didn't completely stop Wuhui. He just kept coming up and using a few lightning sands. Every time Wuhui was about to fight with his life, he would run away. If Wuhui didn't fight with his life, Emo would fight him head-on. After being hunted for 2 months, Wuhui really had lost all his temper. Wuhui knew that if this continued, he might even eventually get killed. He really didn't want to admit this, but this was reality. He even felt that Immortal King could even cultivate while hunting him. In fact, Wuhui Immortal Emperor was right. Emo really could cultivate, but he was cultivating body refinement. After another month of hunting, Wuhui Immortal Emperor finally stopped. He knew that running would just waste his power. Just what do you want? Wuhui looked hatefully at Emo and asked. Emo said plainly, "It's not what I want, but what you want." "I politely went to Wujia Sound River to visit, but what did you say?" "You said you're not going to let me see my friend. What am I going to do?" "I'm going to tell you now. I want to kill you, old bastard." Wuhui looked younger than Emo, but Emo kept calling him old bastard. This made him almost attack again, but he forced himself to stop. Fighting had no benefits for him at all. Seeing Emo finish and then about to release that stone, Wuhui Immortal Emperor quickly said, "Wait, I've never even heard of that Mu Xiaoyun. Since you say it's at Wuyin Peak, then go find her at Wuyin Peak. Why are you coming to me? Is Wuyin Peak's Wuyin Immortal Emperor from your sect?" "I came to the sect for the sect leader. What business did you have in this? You had to come out and mind someone else's business?" Emo sneered. Wuhui Immortal Emperor's face was bleak, and seeing Emo about to fight again, he could only force down his extreme fury and say, "What do you want for Yudo? Stop following me." Emo sneered, "Don't make it sound so nice. I'm not following you, I'm hunting you, get it? Hunting you, idiot." Then, Emo released World Rock again. He even had anticipation for what an Immortal Emperor possessed. At the same time, a blue light shot into the sky in the distance. It soared up 10 kilometers high and was frostily shining. Emo and Wuhui looked. they immediately knew someone was fighting here. This person was at least Immortal Emperor level. Wu Hui immediately flew towards this blue light. Emo put away the world rock and followed over. When Wu Hui Immortal Emperor arrived, those two fighting immediately stopped. They were both Immortal Emperor middle stage and far stronger than Emo. Even Wu Hui wasn't enough to stand up to them. Wu Hui Immortal Emperor, what are you doing? One of the two fighting was an extremely ethereal-looking middle-aged man. Wu Hui Immortal Emperor's hair was messy and was covered in wounds. If it wasn't that Emo was only Immortal King middle stage, he would even suspect Emo hunted Wu Hui Immortal Emperor over. He was more confused how an Immortal King middle stage could come here. Wu Hui Immortal Emperor immediately saluted with his fists. Wu Jia Sound River Wotio greet Zheng Run Immortal Emperor. Seeing Zheng Run Immortal Emperor's confused look, Wu Hui Immortal Emperor didn't even care about saving his face, he was about to die. So he said without hesitation, Brother Zheng Run. Wu Hui is really ashamed. I was hunted all the way over by this little bastard, please help me. Zheng Run Immortal Emperor looked dazedly at Emo and his heart was full of shock. He didn't expect Emo, a mere Immortal King, could really hunt Wu Hui Immortal Emperor to this degree. Did he hide his power? That Immortal Emperor fighting with Zheng Run also looked at Yemo's side with surprise but didn't plan to leave. This person ignored our Wujia Sound River and stole the immortal range of our Wuyin Peak. Please help a little brother Zheng Run, we would be very grateful. Wu Hui added. Emo laughed and saluted with his fists to Zheng Run Immortal Emperor Gong Hua Heaven Mou Immortal Sect Leader Emo greet Zheng Run Immortal Emperor Master. Wu Hui, this old bastard is twisting the truth. Please see this Zheng Run Immortal Emperor Qianbei. With such words, Zheng Run Immortal Emperor and that other Immortal Emperor was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? If Emo was an Immortal Emperor hiding his power, he would never call Zheng Run Immortal Emperor Qianbei. No Immortal Emperor wanted to call another Immortal Emperor Qianbei. The only possibility was that Emo didn't hide his power and was really an Immortal King. Plus, Emo said he was a sect leader from the Low Heaven Domain. There would be no way an Immortal Emperor would be the sect leader of a Low Heaven Domain sect. But an Immortal King hunting an Immortal Emperor? This was too absurd. Just what is going on? Zheng Run Immortal Emperor was shocked for a long while before asking. Chapter 1874, Wuchen Fruit. Emo recounted what happened when he went to Wujia Sound River. Zheng Run Immortal Emperor realized what had happened before Emo even finished the entire story. Emo had shockingly high potential. Even if Emo didn't have much potential, he wouldn't help this clearly unreasonable Wu Hui Immortal Emperor. Wu Hui Immortal Emperor clearly thought Emo had secrets and felt he had Emo for certain but ended up getting hunted by Emo. How could Zheng Run Immortal Emperor get himself in this mess? Seeing Zheng Run Immortal Emperor not talk anymore, Wu Hui Immortal Emperor immediately realized it was impossible to rely on Zheng Run Immortal Emperor. He didn't know the other Immortal Emperor at all. Seeing this, Wu Hui could only say to Emo, if you dare to do anything to me, then Wujia Sound River will completely annihilate your Mou Immortal Sect. Emo said coldly, if anyone from Mou Immortal Sect is harmed due to your sect, then I, Emo, swear that in my life I will turn Wujia Sound River to dust. Hearing this, Wu Hui Immortal Emperor just felt shivers down his back. Even Zheng Run Immortal Emperor felt a little cold. They didn't believe Emo was bluffing. With how Emo could hunt Wu Hui Immortal Emperor as an Immortal King, if Emo reached Immortal Emperor, Wujia Sound River would be nothing to him. Zheng Run Immortal Emperor rejoiced that he didn't casually attack Emo. With how Emo hunted an Immortal Emperor, even if he attacked Emo, he probably wouldn't be able to kill Emo. If Emo got away, then there would be endless trouble. Great, He Chon, admire people like you, just kill this guy. I promise no one will stop you. The other Immortal Emperor middle stage raised his thumb and said. Zheng Run Immortal Emperor heard this and felt extremely unsatisfied, but he was calm-mannered and said nothing. Wu Hui Immortal Emperor hated He Chong Immortal Emperor but didn't dare to say anything. After hesitating for a moment, Zheng Run Immortal Emperor said, Emo, I feel it's not good to form enemies, plus, you're the leader of a sect. There are many more things here waiting for us to dig out. It's really not worth it to waste on fighting. Emo knew what Zheng Run Immortal Emperor meant. It was that him hunting Wu Hui Immortal Emperor had been exposed. If he killed Wu Hui Immortal Emperor, then it was forming death enmity with Wujia Sound River. Zheng Run Immortal Emperor reminded him to think about his sect. Before Emo answered, Zheng Run said to Wu Hui Immortal Emperor, the conflict between you two isn't too deep.
As long as you promise you won't attack Mo, you immortal sect, I believe Mo wouldn't keep hunting you.
Zhengrun Immortal Emperor predicted that Mo wouldn't keep attacking Wu Hui after this was exposed, so he tried to be a mediator. Wu Hui Immortal Emperor knew this was his only chance, so he quickly said as long as sect leader Yi is willing to let go of this conflict,
Wu Hui would never have any excuse and wouldn't touch Mou immortal sect at all.
Yi Mo sneered. If he didn't know that Xiao Yun had left, then he would subjugate this Wu Hui if not kill him. But now that Xiao Yun had left and he got 2 immortal ranges, he didn't need to continue this conflict. Yi Mo sneered, in that case I don't mind, but because you hunted me, I took 2 immortal ranges. If you're willing to let go of this conflict, I won't care about that 2 immortal range. Wu Hui Immortal Emperor quickly added, how come I heard that those 2 don't belong to you but Wu Yin Immortal Emperor?
If she comes to me, what do I do? Yi Mo asked. I promise Wu Yin won't come for you. I'm an immortal emperor of Wujiasound River, do you not believe me?
I will do as I say. If Wu Yin comes to you, I will take it.
Wu Hui promised quickly. Yi Mo raised a crystal ball and said, hope you honor your promise.
Even though his words were recorded, there was nothing Wu Hui could do. Yi Mo put away the crystal ball and walked to that other immortal emperor middle stage and saluted with his fists. Thank you Qianbei for helping.
Ha, no problem, I like making friends like you. Calling Qianbei is too polite, I'm He Chong, just an solo cultivator.
He Chong Immortal Emperor laughed. I'm Mo, sect leader of Mou Immortal Sect. You're welcome to come visit brother He.
Yi Mo said, okay, I will definitely go, but now, there are lots of good things here. With them both saying there were good things here, Yi Mo couldn't resist anymore. He liked good things now the most.
He quickly saluted with his fists and asked Zhengrun Immortal Emperor, Master, brother He Chong, just what is here? Zhengrun Immortal Emperor immediately said there are large amounts of immortal range buried under here and a top-level fruit called Wuchen fruit. It has no flower, leaf, root nor branch, but it can wash off the dust in one's heart. It's beneficial in vindicating Tao. All the immortal emperors here all want this fruit, but it's very rare. However, there's quite some immortal range. Yi Mo asked in confusion, how does this Wuchen fruit survive then? Even Wu Hui Immortal Emperor was listening carefully on the side. This fruit only exists in this space and floats in the lethal forces. It's often poured by the lightning arcs, beams and flames.
If a live person neared it, the fruit would flee. I saw it once since coming in, but I had no fortune in getting it.
This fruit has a light golden color. Even now, I don't know why this fruit wouldn't be destroyed here. Zhengrun Immortal Emperor sighed. Yi Mo sighed, this world is too magical. There are all sorts of things never heard before appearing. Zhengrun Immortal Emperor Qianbei, I heard many immortal emperors have come in here.
How come there's only you and brother He Chong?
Yi Mo asked. Zhengrun Immortal Emperor immediately said because there's no way out in here, and then immortal emperors found immortal range here, so people split off to find immortal range. Then with the appearance of Wuchen fruit, many people started searching for that. I fought with He Chong because there is immortal range here.
Although Yi Mo respected Zhengrun Immortal Emperor a lot, Zhengrun Immortal Emperor didn't dare to underestimate Yi Mo. He had considered Yi Mo as someone equal. A being who could hunt an immortal emperor as immortal king was definitely no simple character. Now, the 4 of them stood here, only Yi Mo didn't use any defense magic artifact.
This meant that Yi Mo was at least an immortal god body refinement cultivator. He wasn't dumb enough to offend someone with such huge potential. He Chong smiled and said, brother Yi Mo, it's not easy to find immortal range here.
You see nothing here, but there's actually an immortal range below.
In this space, if the lethal force forms an arc, it means that there's immortal range below. The bigger the arc, the better the immortal range. Hearing this, Yi Mo studied the surrounding carefully and indeed found that the light 9 arcs, beams and flames formed an arc shape. Zhengrun, we've fought for quite long, we can't do anything to each other.
Let's split these 2 equally. If it's 2, then 1 each. If it's 3, then, He Chong Immortal Emperor subconsciously looked at Yi Mo and Wu Hui. Wu Hui quickly said, I don't want one.
There was a sliver of contempt and continued, then brother Yi can have one. Since He Chong said this, Zhengrun Immortal Emperor clearly wouldn't say no to offend Yi Mo.
He nodded, okay, let's do that. Just when they released their magic artifact to dig this place, Yi Mo saw a faint golden ray come over. Before it reached near, he smelled a faint aroma. This was Wuchen fruit.
Yi Mo immediately realized what this was. Then, 8 immortal emperors appeared. Clearly they were all chasing this Wuchen fruit. Chapter 1875, Fight Again. Emo had large amounts of experience catching corner soulweed in void-flying snow. He knew that something as lively as this would be extremely hard to catch if he was chasing this behind. A few immortal emperors all couldn't catch up to it. The Wuchen fruit might not be as fast as the void-flying snow, but it was more lively than void-flying snow. It had a sliver of space attribute too. Sometimes, you were clearly just about to catch Wuchen fruit, but it would suddenly speed up or jump through space and disappear. If it wasn't Immortal Emperor chasing the Wuchen fruit, it would be long gone. These Immortal Emperor could catch the weak ripples in space and thus didn't lose track of it. Seeing the Wuchen fruit fly towards him, Emo immediately stealthed his chi and didn't even use Spirit Sense Net. If Spirit Sense Domain or Net could catch it, the fruit would have been long caught. Emo's guess was really right. If Wuchen fruit was touched by any spirit sense, it would immediately dash away. When the Wuchen fruit was near Emo suddenly reached out his hand and a jade box stopped the Wuchen fruit. Then, Emo put restrictions on the box and put it in his storage ring. Now, these few Immortal Emperor landed around everyone. They were all very cunning. Although Emo was only a mere immortal king, no one attacked immediately. Emo stood in this space without a defensive magic artifact, and the nearby lightning arcs and beams didn't seem to affect him at all. They would immediately disappear upon striking Emo. Clearly, Emo was at least immortal god body. In the immortal realm, immortal spirit body was already very rare, and immortal god body was extremely rare. Some people had never even seen someone who could practice body refinement to such level. Brother Zhangrun and Wuhui Immortal Emperor. One person came and saluted with his fists. Zhangrun Immortal Emperor quickly saluted with his fists and greeted. Emo saw clearly that there was no Grand Emperor amongst these 7 Immortal Emperors. There was probably no Wuyin Immortal Emperor too. The strongest was an old man. He heard Zhangrun Immortal Emperor call him Nong Yen Immortal Emperor. He was Immortal Emperor tertiary stage. Emo found strangely that these Immortal Emperors all knew Zhangrun Immortal Emperor and Wuhui, but not Yichong Immortal Emperor. One Immortal Emperor middle stage looked at Emo in confusion and asked, "Who is he?" "Oh, this is Gong Hua Heaven Mou Immortal Sec Leader Emo." Zhangrun Immortal Emperor introduced. Emo went up and saluted with his fists. Emo greet Qian Bais. "You're really an immortal king?" That Immortal Emperor asked again, clearly confused how an immortal king could appear here. But then he immediately realized, Emo was an immortal king, but he was an immortal god body refinement immortal. Emo didn't seem very old, but not only was he immortal god body but also an immortal king. Clearly he had quite some secrets. Everyone said nothing, but a few Immortal Emperor was already brewing intentions for Emo. Emo cultivated 3 birth chant and immediately felt a faint sense of danger. But Emo wasn't worried. In this space he was no match for these Immortal Emperor indeed, but he could run away. Zhangrun Immortal Emperor sneered. If Emo was so easily mugged, he would have been in Wuhui Immortal Emperor's hands already. No one knew Yichong Immortal Emperor, and he didn't go up to greet anyone. He just kept smashing his magic artifact against the hard earth. At this moment, the dense immortal spirit chi came up and everyone's eyes were immediately caught by the immortal spirit chi. It really is 3 extreme grade immortal range. I'll take one first. Yichong laughed and took out one. Now, these Immortal Emperor just realized that Zhangrun Immortal Emperor and them already found immortal range here. Extreme grade immortal range was hot, but no one fought for it. If it was outside, they might be fighting over it, but in this space, it's not hard to find them as long as you tried. Zhangrun Immortal Emperor went up and took the second one. Just when everyone thought Wuhui Immortal Emperor would be taking the third one, they found that the Immortal King middle stage Emo went up and took the third one. These Immortal Emperors were immediately in shock. There were only 3 immortal ranges. There was no way Emo had a right to take it. Why didn't Wuhui Immortal Emperor take it? Wuhui felt he was embarrassed to the extreme, but even so he didn't want to explain it. Yichong will be leaving first. Brother Emo, this is my communication bead. Contact me if you need. Then Yichong disappeared. Emo took it and then saluted with his fists to Zhangrun Immortal Emperor and a few Immortal Emperor Masters. Wan Bei will be leaving. Wait. That Immortal Emperor middle stage asking who Emo was immediately stopped him. He thought Emo was related to Yichong Immortal Emperor, and that's why Zhangrun Immortal Emperor and Wuhui were concerned. But now, Yichong Immortal Emperor left and left Emo a communication. Clearly, the two didn't know each other before. A few other Immortal Emperors also came up. They had made up their mind, if Emo had a top-level body refinement cultivation method, they must get a copy no matter what. Emo stopped but didn't talk. he respected their power but didn't mean he was scared. He felt these immortal emperors had bad intentions, so he wasn't going to polite with the rest of them. I'm Demon Joy Sect X Shen Feng, sect leader. You could come here alone with just immortal king power, you're clearly not ordinary. Shen Feng immortal emperor seemed polite but spoke in a Qianbei tone. Emo didn't like Demon Joy Sect people already, and with this tone, Emo didn't like him even more. Shen Feng didn't seem to care if Emo would reply or not and just said, we chased that Wuchen fruit over, you're quite lucky to be able to stop it for us. Emo sneered and said nothing. He wanted to see how shameless Shen Feng immortal emperor. Seeing Emo still not talk, Shen Feng immortal emperor was a little unhappy. He sneered his Jianbais. We wouldn't ask a Wan Bei to help for no reason. If you give over the Wuchen fruit, I will reward you a few pills. So this means, you guys were growing the Wuchen fruit here? Emo sneered. Shen Feng immortal emperor's face sunk. You're a mere immortal king, what use do you have for it? Do you not want to take it out? You're right, I don't like to take out my things. Emo said while running his immortal essence. Shen Feng immortal emperor sneered and grabbed at Emo. No other immortal emperor wanted to say anything, and Wuhui immortal emperor sneered on the side. He knew this Shen Feng immortal emperor. He was indeed a little stronger than him, but that was because Shen Feng immortal emperor was immortal emperor middle stage. A mere immortal emperor middle stage dared to be so casual and use his hand to grab Emo. He was too cocky. Wuhui wasn't going to remind Shen Feng. He had suffered too much in Emo's hands. If others didn't suffer in Emo's hand, he wouldn't feel satisfied. Chapter 1876, Reach Immortal Tao. When Shen Feng immortal emperor grabbed over, Emo punched out. Shatter sky. The instant of that punch, all sorts of sword rays and lightning arcs were drawn over, forming multiple space lethal force whirlpool. The nearby immortal emperor saw Emo release God art and their faces immediately changed. Shen Feng immortal emperor's complexion also changed. After an explosion, Shen Feng immortal emperor's giant hand was torn to pieces while he was forced back 100 meters away. His purple immortal robes were torn too. Wuhui looked and sneered. He was certain that if Shen Feng immortal emperor encountered Emo alone, with Emo's madman character, he would definitely stick to Shen Feng till the end. Shen Feng immortal emperor looked furiously at where Emo stood. There was only an immortal essence whirlpool there, while Emo had long left and disappeared. In this space, he couldn't use his spirit sense to find where Emo was, and he knew that it wasn't plausible to capture an immortal god body immortal king here. Good capabilities. Non Yen immortal emperor applauded to himself. Zhang Run immortal emperor looked in shock at where Emo disappeared. He finally realized why Emo could hunt Wuhui immortal emperor everywhere. Zhang Run immortal emperor subconsciously looked at Shen Feng immortal emperor and sneered to himself. This guy took the lead to stop Emo. If he encountered Emo in here in the future, he would surely have trouble. Everyone knew Emo took the Wuchen fruit, but they knew it was impossible to catch Emo in here unless it was someone of the level of the 4 Grand Emperors. Emo wasn't worried that Shen Feng immortal emperor would come chase him. In this dimension, he wouldn't care about an ordinary immortal emperor middle stage like Shen Feng. Just as he guessed, Shen Feng immortal emperor didn't chase him. Emo had decided to find immortal ranges here first, since there were ample of them here, and then go into solitary cultivation. 4 months later, Emo stopped searching and went to a far-off place before going underground and going into the Golden Page world. In this 4 months, he didn't find any way out, but he collected 1 extreme grade immortal range, 12 top grade immortal range, 6 middle grade immortal range, and 9 low grade immortal range. He also saw another Wuchen fruit and chased it for a while before giving up. Emo knew that with his current power it was impossible to catch Wuchen fruit. Last time, he caught it purely due to luck. With large amounts of immortal range here, Emo was very satisfied. Extreme grade immortal range was rare, but had 4 in his hands now. He went into the Golden Page world now to go into solitary cultivation. Emo was certain that in this dimension he was the weakest, no matter if he could leave this dimension or not. Emo felt the most important thing for him to do was increase his power. Small Ginseng had no battle power and couldn't help. Shadowless was still asleep, but feeling the chi coming from him, Emo felt that when Shadowless woke up, he would reach Immortal Tao. Emo used a top-grade immortal range next to the bitter bamboo to set up the immortal spirit gathering formation and time formation disc before dragging out an extreme-grade immortal range to cultivate. Time flew by in the time formation disc solitary cultivation, immortal range were used up by Emo and turned into dust. He consumed many immortal pills. His immortal essence level grew slowly. This slow was only relative to Emo. The time formation disk was used continuously for 12 years. When more than half of Yemo's immortal range turned to dust, he was Immortal King peak stage power. Only the most talented Immortal King and Immortal Monarch didn't need any supplementary pills. Ordinary Immortal King and Immortal Monarch needed supplementary pills. Yemo's talent wasn't too good. Not only did the 3-birth chant require large amounts of resources, but the cultivation method derived with 3-birth chant also required large amounts of resources. Yemo needed Monarch Will Pill to break through to Immortal Monarch. Yemo had the supplementary herbs for Monarch Will Pill, but he didn't have the main Immortal Spirit herb Jade Flow Void Mood. Yemo had decided to go out to search for Immortal Range and find a way to leave. If he didn't leave here, he wouldn't be able to reach Immortal Monarch. Plus, with Yemo's current pill concoction skills, even if he got a Jade Flow Void Wood, he might not be able to concoct Monarch Will Pill. That pill was level 8 Immortal Pill. Level 8 Immortal Spirit Herb was rare, and if he didn't have enough to practice, he didn't dare to casually concoct Monarch Will Pill. Returning to this lethal force space, Yemo started searching for small ginseng again. The benefit of small ginseng to him was immeasurable. A month later, Yemo found another 4 top-grade small ginseng, but at this moment, he felt Shadowless had woken up. Feeling Yemo's will, Shadowless charged out of the golden page world immediately. Shadowless landed and its 2 wings flapped immediately. Immortal Essence Flow immediately swept the beam and flames to the side. Yemo didn't need to look to know that Yemo really broke through this time. As expected, the first thing Shadowless said was, "Boss, I already reach Immortal Tau." Yemo nodded with satisfaction and asked, "What powers do you have now? Don't be like last time when you can't even deal with Kaime's Blood River." Shadowless didn't seem ashamed at all. He gloated, "Now, I can devour domain, God art. Immortal King is only food for me. Immortal Monarch I can devour in one mouth if his bones aren't hard." "What, you can devour domain and God art?" Yemo asked in shock. "Of course, but if an Immortal Emperor forms realm domain, I don't know if I can." Shadowless said. Yemo waved his hand. "I haven't even seen an Immortal Emperor with realm domain, don't worry. Those few Immortal Emperors I saw before are all powerful Immortal Emperor domain. At most they have the primal form of realm domain. If you can devour Immortal Emperor domain and ordinary God art and I reach Immortal Monarch, then we don't need to fear anyone here." "Boss, what is this place? Why are there so many random things?" Shadowless's powerful body was on par with Yemo's Immortal God body. "This is a dimension next to the one we were at before. I don't know exactly what this place is, but there are large amounts of immortal range. I reached Immortal King peak stage due to these immortal ranges." Yemo said, "That's good, call small ginseng out, we'll go find immortal range." Shadowless said excitedly. Yemo replied, "Small ginseng can't come out to this dimension, see if you can find it." "Of course, although my nose isn't as good as small ginseng, it's easy job to find a few immortal range." Shadowless immediately said, hearing that he was doing something small ginseng was good at. Chapter 1877, Jade Box being robbed. Shadowless didn't bluff. Yemo took more than a month to find a few top-grade immortal range, but Shadowless found an extreme-grade immortal range in 3 days. After following Shadowless for a few days, Yemo realized that not all immortal ranges were like Hichong said. There were also immortal ranges in ordinary places, and usually, these immortal ranges were pure. This day, Shadowless brought Yemo to a new place. Yemo just dug an extreme-grade immortal range and a dashing light landed before Yemo. It's you." A middle-aged immortal emperor appeared before Yemo. He immediately recognized who Yemo was. The next moment, his eyes landed on Shadowless. And moments later, he immediately said, "So it's you?" These 2 questions made Yemo confused. He understood the first one as this immortal emperor was one of the immortal emperors chasing the Wuchen fruit. But what did the second question mean? Yemo wasn't scared of this immortal emperor middle stage. His cultivation level broke through and Shadowless reached Immortal Tau. Seeing Yemo not understand him but not become scared of him either, this immortal emperor wasn't surprised. After Yemo ran off, he knew from Zhangren Immortal Emperor about how Yemo hunted Wohue Immortal Emperor. An Immortal King hunting an Immortal Emperor, this news was way too shocking. Even in this dimension, it was very rare. Is your cultivation level Immortal King middle stage or tertiary stage? This Immortal Emperor looked at Yemo in shock. He felt last time Yemo was Immortal King middle stage, but now he saw Yemo was Immortal King tertiary stage. Yemo hit his power level to Immortal King middle stage and said, "Just think, I'm an Immortal King middle stage."
Seeing Emo hide his cultivation level, this immortal emperor's eyes narrowed. This was definitely the top-level stealth cultivation method.
This Emo wasn't an immortal king middle stage at all, he might even be immortal monarch power. An extremely powerful immortal monarch with immortal god body could indeed hunt an ordinary immortal emperor primary stage in this place. If Emo was an immortal monarch, then how could he enter the small heaven domain last time? Thinking about this, the immortal emperor saluted with his fists. My name is Ji Lei, I come from Tanshur heaven.
You must be very confused about the second, so it's you? That's because when the small heaven domain opened up, I was there too. Many people who came out from the small heaven domain saw your dragon horse pet. Emo realized, but he didn't care.
In this place, he needed Shadowless to help him. Hiding Shadowless wasn't plausible. He was about to reach Immortal Monarch. Once he did, he would use large sums of immortal range to reach Immortal Monarch tertiary stage. Then with Shadowless's help, he wouldn't fear ordinary immortal emperors even outside. Emo greet, Ji Lei Immortal Emperor, this immortal pet is given to me by my friend Ning Xioma. My friend indeed went to small heaven domain. He's in solitary cultivation to break through to Immortal King, so this immortal pet is following me now. Emo said. Ji Lei Immortal Emperor didn't argue and smiled. You still have some distance till Immortal Emperor, right?
Wu Chen fruit is used by Immortal Emperor tertiary stage or even Immortal King peak stage. You want my Wu Chen fruit?
Emo asked plainly. Ji Lei Immortal Emperor said without hesitation, that's right, I want it indeed. If it was some ordinary person, I would have robbed it already, but I know it's not too practicable, so name a price, I'll see if I can afford it. Emo smiled. Any immortal emperor who saw an immortal king had a Wu Chen fruit would rob it.
To be honest, Emo didn't need the Wu Chen fruit that much. He took the fruit out in the golden page world. It had this ethereal Tao wave that was indeed helpful in being enlightened for a new state. It was similar to bitter bamboo. I don't know the price of it very well, but I know that immortal emperors need this and I don't really happen to need it. If you want it, then name a suitable price and I'll think about it.
Emo said. Ji Lei Immortal Emperor said without hesitation, I'll pay 10 extreme grade immortal range and 20 top grade immortal range.
To be honest, this price was very high. If it was outside, even he wouldn't be able to afford it.
Extreme grade immortal range.
Even an emperor's sect only had a few.
Only an divine emperor would be able to suddenly pay out 10.
If the Wu Chen fruit could really help with Tao vindication, then it wasn't expensive even if it was 10 times higher. Emo didn't really want Ji Lei Immortal Emperor to take out 10 times that price, but he shook his head. Your price is a bit low. I don't really care about that 30 immortal range, but I need 100 level 8 immortal spirit herb and 2 jade flow void wood.
You're really an immortal king?
Hearing this, Ji Lei Immortal Emperor immediately asked in shock.
Only an immortal king would want the jade flow void wood for the monarchal pill. Emo shook his head. Whether or not I'm immortal king is not the main point. The main point is my friend is in solitary cultivation and about to reach immortal king. I need to prepare that for him.
If you can afford it, then we can make a deal immediately.
Ji Lei knew that the things Emo added wasn't very expensive compared to the Wu Chen fruit, but he couldn't take out jade flow voidwood now. Seeing Ji Lei's expression, Emo knew he couldn't take it out, so Emo saluted with his fists and said, in that case, I'm going first.
Wait. Ji Lei quickly called. Emo's face sunk. Does brother Ji Lei want to use force?
An immortal king calling an immortal emperor brother? Probably only someone like Emo could do this, but Ji Lei quickly said no. Can you wait for me here for 2 days?
I'll come back and deal with you 2 days later. You guys have a set location? Emo asked. Ji Lei knew it was impossible to trick Emo on this, so he immediately said, that's right, we found a palace without the dangers.
People can cultivate in there. Most of the immortal emperors who came in are there unless they go out to search for immortal range. Just wait for me for 2 days and I can help ask if anyone has the wood. He knew Emo was definitely not going to go with him to that palace, so he didn't bother asking. Okay, this is my communication bead. 2 days later, contact me. Emo threw a communication bead to Ji Lei and left. He wasn't going to meet those immortal emperor no matter what unless he reached immortal monarch.
Ji Lei was more desperate than Emo.
He was scared that Emo would encounter other immortal emperor and trade with them instead. In less than 2 days, Emo received Ji Lei Immortal Emperor's news. You found what I want this quickly?
Emo asked in confusion.
His spirit sense saw that Jile came alone indeed, but Guillermo felt a strange atmosphere. Jile threw out a storage ring to Guillermo. Guillermo's spirit sense scanned inside, and there were 10 extreme grade immortal range, 20 top grade immortal range, and 130 level 8 immortal spirit herb, 1 jade flow void wood. I only found 1 jade flow void wood, but I got 30 more level 8 immortal spirit herb.
Is this okay? Jile stared at Guillermo and asked. Guillermo suppressed his joy and nodded. Okay, I agree. Then, Guillermo threw out a jade box at Jile Immortal Emperor. But before it landed in Jilei's hands, a black figure swept past and the jade box disappeared. Li Long, you old bastard. Jilei's face went pale and cursed. Guillermo breathed easy, no wonder he felt someone watching. There really was an immortal emperor hiding on the side. Chapter 1878, Charging for Immortal Monarch. Guillermo breathed easy, no wonder he felt someone was watching. There was an immortal emperor hiding on the side. He felt even more how low his power was. Someone was hiding on the side and he didn't even know about it. Little did Guillermo know that Jile Immortal Emperor didn't know he was here too. Guillermo, you took out the jade box. Can you trace the jade box and help me catch up to that bastard based on the chi? If you can help me catch up to Li Long Immortal Emperor, I'm willing to pay you more. Jile Immortal Emperor turned and saluted with his fists to Guillermo. Hearing this, Guillermo's impression of Jile Immortal Emperor changed greatly. He thought that Jile Immortal Emperor would regret the deal, but instead he just asked for help. If Jile Immortal Emperor changed his mind, then Guillermo would not only not give back the dustless fruit but instead would try the combined power of him and shadowless. This is dustless fruit. Pity I don't have time now. If I do, I don't mind taking out that guy. Guillermo took out another jade box and gave it to Jile Immortal Emperor. Jile Immortal Emperor dazed for a moment. Then he reacted and said with surprise and joy, the dustless fruit wasn't taken away? Just think, Guillermo sneered. What thing is Li Long? He dares to dream of stealing dustless fruit from my hands. Guillermo was not bluffing. He got jade flow void wood. The first thing he was going to do wasn't find trouble with Li Long Immortal Emperor but to concoct Monarch will pill and prepare for Immortal Monarch breakthrough. Once he reached Immortal Monarch, his power would be much stronger. Other people may need tens of thousands of years or even millions of years to reach Immortal Monarch from Immortal King, but he only needed a few thousand years. Jile Immortal Emperor took the jade box in surprise and joy. He didn't expect Guillermo didn't take out the real dustless fruit the first time and now gave the real one to him. Jile Immortal Emperor scanned with spirit sense and saw that this was the real dustless fruit. With this, he no longer had the mood to go after Li Long Immortal Emperor. Thank you, Sec Leader Yi. Jile Immortal Emperor thanked. Suddenly, he felt a little cold. Li Long was hiding on the side and he didn't realize. Guillermo threw a fake jade box at him, clearly because Guillermo had already noticed Li Long. Luckily he didn't plan on coercing Guillermo. If he really did, he would probably be in Wuhui Immortal Emperor's shoes. Guillermo smiled. No need, this is what you deserve. This sounded like the words of a Chen Bei to a Wan Bei, but Jile Immortal Emperor didn't feel offended at all. Guillermo really had the right to say such words. It seemed this sect leader Yi was a very characteristic person. Jile Immortal Emperor had some understanding of Guillermo's character now. Seeing that Guillermo was about to go, Jile Immortal Emperor suddenly said, Sec Leader Yi, the person who just left is Fendu Heaven East Abyss Emperor Sec Li Long Immortal Emperor. In the Qingwei Heaven, he knew that your friend Ning Xioma killed his disciple Fu Zingxing, and he knows that Ning Xioma has a dragon horse. He definitely saw the dragon horse just then, but he didn't attack, probably because he didn't want more trouble when taking the dustless fruit. You need to be careful if you encounter him again. Guillermo nodded. Okay, thank you, Jile Immortal Emperor. Jile Immortal Emperor continued. When we went into the small world, a purple-robed Immortal Emperor also was looking for your friend Ning Xioma. Then Jile Immortal Emperor marked a crystal ball and gave it to Guillermo and then gave him a jade slip. The crystal ball has the appearance of that purple-robed Immortal Emperor. This jade slip is a simple map which has the location of that palace I spoke of. That palace is the exit. When you're stronger you can go have a look. Goodbye. Then Jile turned to leave, soon disappearing. Guillermo scanned his spirit sense into the crystal ball and indeed saw a purple-robed man. Without a doubt, this guy was the guy who pretended to be an immortal monarch and also had the 5th stone stool. Putting the crystal ball away, Guillermo took out the jade slip and had a look. Guillermo happily put it away soon while thinking that there were still some nice people.
He didn't let Gile Immortal Emperor suffer a loss, so he immediately got some news that he needed desperately. The only thing EMO needed to do now was to go into solitary cultivation and cultivate. As for going out, it was not so much a rush for him now. EMO realized that his secret was exposed. That purple-robed Immortal Emperor knew that the other stone stools were with Ning Xiaoma, which was him. The dragon horse belonged to Ning Xiaoma but now appeared with him, so when he went out, he had to be able to take on that purple-robed Immortal Emperor or it would be suicide. According to his estimate, even if he reached Immortal Monarch, he was probably no match for Immortal Emperor tertiary stage outside, EMO side. He just hoped no one could leave this dimension. That way, news of him wouldn't be exposed. He found another place to go into the Golden Page world and started his second solitary cultivation. This time, it was for pill concoction. He had some level 8 Immortal Spirit herb already and now he got another 100 or so. His only goal right now was to reach level 8 Immortal Pill Grandmaster. Level 7 and level 8 Immortal Spirit herb turned to dust rapidly or was turned into pills. His Immortal Spirit herb was limited, so every cauldron of level 8 Immortal pills, he would stop to analyze for a few days to find his mistakes before continuing. 6 months later, EMO could concoct ordinary level 8 Immortal Spirit herbs. 1 year later, he could concoct top-grade level 8 Immortal pills. 2 years later, EMO used more than 90% of the level 8 Immortal Spirit herbs and had complete mastery over level 8 Immortal pills. Only then did he start concocting Monarch-Will pill. With 2 years of preparation, EMO succeeded without any incidents. He got 12 pills, 10 special grade and 2 top grade. EMO was very happy with this result. It was his first time concocting Monarch-Will pill after all. After this, he immediately went out to prepare for Immortal Monarch breakthrough. There were lightning arcs, sword rays, flames, asteroids all over this dimension. It could be said that no one wants to have divine damnation here, not even EMO, but EMO knew he had no choice. Luckily he was Immortal God body, so it didn't affect much. This dimension was ravaged with lethality, but the Immortal Spirit Chi was dense. EMO threw down an extreme grade Immortal range to set up Spirit Gathering Immortal Formation. EMO didn't even set up a defense formation in this place and started to use 3 Birth Chant to charge at the Immortal Monarch barrier. EMO swept all the Immortal Spirit Chi over, forming a huge Immortal Spirit Chi cloud above his head. The Immortal Spirit Chi cloud came in circles and was constantly pierced by all sorts of lightning arcs and sword rays, but it was getting denser and denser. EMO didn't feel it at all. He just kept devouring the nearby Immortal Spirit Chi. Outside the Spirit Gathering Immortal Formation, Shadowless looked around carefully. As EMO ate a top-grade Monarch-Will pill, more Immortal Spirit Chi was swept over, forming an extremely huge Immortal Spirit Chi Mist Whirlpool. Chapter 1879, Finish Divine Damnation and Reach Monarch. When EMO felt his immortal essence was at the Immortal Monarch barrier, he didn't hesitate at all and ate another special grade Monarch-Will pill. The rushing Immortal Essence swept with even greater force under the Monarch-Will pill and smashed at the Immortal Monarch barrier. Rumble. In the gray void, crackling sounds came. When EMO's Immortal Essence charged at the Immortal Monarch barrier for the first time, the first wave of Immortal Monarch Divine Damnation came. 108 golden lightning arcs thicker than wooden buckets smashed down from all directions. The 108 arcs almost completely covered this dimension, turning into a sea of gold. Meanwhile, the lightning arcs and space rays were long gone. With his previous experience of lightning arcs smashing out from underground, EMO didn't stay on the ground and instead rose up while smashing out Space Shatter. EMO's Space Shatter first fused from the 9 Void Fists. This time, EMO didn't use any defense Immortal artifact. He believed his Immortal God body was enough to deal with it. His divine damnation was absurd, but his power was even more absurd. He didn't believe that an Immortal God body couldn't withstand to a divine damnation. His Immortal God body was theoretically as tough as extreme grade Immortal artifact. With his Immortal essence flowing in his body, it would be stronger than extreme grade Immortal artifacts. Crack. This time, EMO's Space Shatter didn't sweep up lethal force but instead was purely aimed at the lightning arcs. So this time, it attacked very fast. Arcs of lightning were crippled and destroyed by EMO. In that instance, golden rays spilled everywhere in this place. More lightning struck on EMO's body and his skin immediately cracked open. Cracking sounds came from his bones. The power and recovery of the Immortal God body was fully showcased now. Then, with his rapid devouring of lightning source, the injuries quickly recovered while his Immortal Essence and Spirit Sense rose drastically. What shook EMO was that this time, lightning didn't come from underground, but like last time, the second wave of 108 arcs came before the first wave was even over. before EMO could even keep using space shatter, the second wave struck him. Almost at the same time, EMO felt his meridians expand and a powerful immortal essence arose. EMO knew that just when the second wave came, his immortal essence broke through the immortal monarch barrier. The second wave provided him with lightning source to devour. Knowing that he broke through, there was no more lightning arcs. EMO ran the three birth chant like crazy as he devoured the lightning source. Powerful lightning source and dense immortal spirit chi was devoured by EMO like crazy. EMO felt like his cultivation level was skyrocketing. His immortal monarch power started to consolidate and the bones that were broken recovered perfectly. Rumble. The third wave of lightning arc fell. EMO thought there wouldn't be anything in the third wave, but instead, there were still 27 bolts of golden lightning in the third wave. They were about double the size of the second wave, but such lightning bolts really couldn't do any damage to EMO now. EMO had reached immortal monarch. These lightning bolts would only help him cultivate, but then, the fourth wave landed, the fifth. What shocked EMO was that 9 waves of lightning bolts fell before this space of gold dissipated. This divine damnation was unlike before. It was a complete divine damnation. Other than the first and second wave, which had 108 bolts, the rest all had 27 bolts. After the divine damnation, no immortal spirit chi cloud came just as EMO expected. EMO didn't care. He was used to it now, feeling the immortal essence and spirit sense that was many times more powerful than immortal king tertiary stage. EMO knew that he finally had a foundation. After taking a long sigh, EMO felt even more how powerful the cultivation method from the Golden Page world was. Its power wasn't something that humans could fathom. If he didn't cultivate 3 birth chant, it would be pathetic to fight Immortal Emperor with Immortal King and Immortal Monarch power. However, the 3 birth chant did it. EMO cleansed himself and changed into a new set of clothes. Suddenly, he had this enlightenment: transmission god art? There were 9 levels. The first level could move tens of thousands of miles. It was much more powerful than instant transmission. Instant transmission would cause huge space ripples and could only move 1 to 2000 km. It was too short. When EMO was certain that he learned transmission god art, he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that there would be this bonus god art after reaching Immortal Monarch. This god art was the most practicable god art to him. Once he reached higher level of transmission god art, even if he was no match for the enemy, he would be able to get away. EMO suppressed his joy and put away the immortal range and formation flags before going back in the Golden Page world. EMO was certain now that if he encountered Wohue Immortal Emperor, he would be able to kill him. If he encountered Wohue Immortal Emperor outside, he wouldn't lose with Shadowless's support, but EMO knew that Wohue Immortal Emperor was the weakest amongst Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor primary stage and didn't have a powerful god art. His power was worth nothing. He might need to face Wuing Immortal Emperor and that purple-robed Immortal Emperor on his way out. These guys were Immortal Emperor tertiary stage or even peak stage, so EMO went back into the Golden Page world for solitary cultivation immediately. If he didn't cultivate to the maximum he wouldn't go out. Dustless fruit was taken by Ji-Lei Immortal Emperor and I saw a dragon horse. The dragon horse that appeared in the small heaven domain is in EMO's hands. A long-browed man spoke in a huge palace. This person was Li Long Immortal Emperor. This palace seemed very ancient. It was as though it had been here for countless millions of years. There were tens of cushion seats around the palace. Each cushion emitted extremely dense immortal spirit chi. Some immortal emperors were sitting on them cultivating, but hearing this, most immortal emperors stopped cultivation and came over. You said you saw the dragon horse? The dragon horse most great eternity immortals saw in the small heaven domain? One middle-aged immortal emperor asked heavily. Yes, Fengkong Grand Emperor, I'm certain I saw it. In order to take the dustless fruit, I retreated immediately. Later, I realized I was tricked by the bastard. There was just an useless stone in the box. The dustless fruit is either in the hands of EMO or Ji-Lei Immortal Emperor. Li Long Immortal Emperor said, EMO, Ning Xioma, Dragon Horse. Fengkong Grand Emperor murmured and sneered, no matter who he is, I won't let him go for playing tricks with the small heaven domain. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor immediately said, Fengkong Grand Emperor is right. This person is very cunning and snuck into the small heaven domain. Since he can survive the explosion of the small heaven domain, he might have some top-level rune or other secrets. We'll continue to break the formation in this palace.
As long as Yemo was in this dimension, he wouldn't be able to get away. No matter where he goes, he has to come here to leave. Dragon River Grand Emperor said, Chapter 1880, Devour Domain. Although Yemo knew the position of this palace, he never thought about going there now. He was still in solitary cultivation now.
More than 10 extreme grade immortal range and tens of top grade immortal range. Yemo didn't believe he couldn't reach immortal monarch tertiary stage. Other people used immortal crystals to cultivate, but Yemo used immortal range to cultivate. Immortal ranges were used up and all these devoured immortal spirit chi turned into his immortal essence. After the time formation disk spun for a year, Yemo suddenly left the time formation disk and came to an empty space in the golden page world. He didn't prepare at all and casually released a god art. 5 extremely thick lightning spears with 10 km of lightning arcs suddenly smashed down. There was no preparation or gathering of force nor void lethal force, but when these 5 lightning spears landed, the nearby lethal force was instantly drawn over and attacked at the same spot. Rumble. A huge ravine appeared in the golden page world. Small Ginseng and Shadowless came to watch worriedly. Yemo rejoiced. His lightning sword, after going through immortal monarch divine damnation and devouring large amounts of golden lightning, finally formed a new god art. 5 lightning spear destruction. Compared to lightning sand, this 5 lightning spear destruction was much more powerful, and more importantly, it didn't need to gather force. It released instantly. That was the most terrifying part. It could be said that up until now, 5 lightning spear destruction was Yemo's most powerful god art. After learning 5 lightning spear destruction, Yemo continued to go into time formation disk for solitary cultivation. He was more certain now that even Immortal Emperor might not be able to take 5 lightning spear destruction, especially with Shadowless devouring Immortal Emperor domain. Time flew by in Yemo's cultivation and Yemo's immortal ranges were rapidly consumed. When he was Immortal King, it would take 200-300 years to use up one extreme grade immortal range, but now, he would use up one every few decades. When his time formation disk ran for 10 years, Yemo stopped cultivation. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate, but that he had no more immortal range. Yemo was speechless. More than 10 extreme grade immortal range and tens of top grade immortal range only lifted his power to immortal monarch middle stage peak. He didn't even reach immortal monarch tertiary stage. If he didn't enter this space, there was no way he would reach immortal monarch middle stage outside. 3 birth chant used on tremendous amounts of resources later on, and this was multiplicative. Yemo didn't dare to imagine how much resources he would need to reach Immortal Emperor and how much resources he would need for Immortal Emperor cultivation, according to such calculation. Even if he stayed here his entire life, he wouldn't be able to reach Divine Emperor. If he left, there would be even lesser chance. Realizing how much resources he needed, Yemo took Shadowless on a frenzy digging for immortal range. He wasn't letting go even low-grade immortal ranges. A month later, Yemo found more than 10 immortal range with the help of Shadowless. There was one extreme-grade immortal range. He was going to go to the palace that Jilei Immortal Emperor spoke up, but he suddenly received a news. It was from Ichong Immortal Emperor. He seemed very desperate, asking Yemo if there was a place to hide. Yemo immediately replied to Ichong Immortal Emperor and charged towards where he was. A few hours later, Yemo saw Ichong Immortal Emperor covered in wound. He didn't even have the time to recover, but what shook Yemo was that Ichong Immortal Emperor was Immortal Emperor tertiary stage and his chi was very stable. Clearly, he had reached Immortal Emperor tertiary stage for a while. Brother Ichong, what is this? Yemo looked at Ichong in confusion. Ichong Immortal Emperor saw Yemo and breathed easy. I was hunted by that Xin Feng Immortal Emperor and a long-browed guy. Before he finished, his face changed. Those 2 bastards are here. We need to leave quickly. Brother Yi, do you have good recovery pills? I don't have any left. Yemo smiled and waved his hand. No need to leave, my immortal pet and I can take care of that long brows. I wanted to look for his trouble 10 years ago and he dares to come today. Then, Yemo took out a bottle of pills and said, this is a bottle of good pills, use it first. Blue Spirit Essence pill? You have such high-level pills. Ichong called out in shock and then quickly ate one, saying thank you so much, this is really good. He even forgot to tell Yemo to run, and when he woke up, 2 dashing lights came. Huh, kid, you hid for 10 years and now I still found you. A long broad man saw Yemo and laughed. Xin Feng Immortal Emperor fought with Yemo once and knew he wasn't simple. Although Yemo made him lose face last time, he was very calm this time. Yemo, my injuries have recovered a little.
Leave that Shin Fong to me, you can have the long brows. He Chong Immortal Emperor released his magic artifact and stood with Yemo, Li Long? The bastard who stole my dustless fruit?
Yemo stared at this man coldly. You're asking to die. Li Long Immortal Emperor sneered and an eerie white heaven tiger claw floated above his head.
He didn't release it immediately but instead glared at Yemo asking your Ning Xioma? Or do you know Ning Xioma?
Who was my disciple Fu Xingxing killed by?
Clearly, Yemo wasn't going to admit he was Ning Xioma even if other people knew it. Yemo couldn't even be bothered talking to Li Long Immortal Emperor now and hacked over with Zisu.
When the two fought, He Chong Immortal Emperor and Xian Feng Immortal Emperor started fighting. Yemo was Immortal Monarch now and didn't fear any sword ray or lightning in this dimension. His crevice strike was many times stronger than when he was Immortal King. Crevice swept up the nearby space and drew a faint void blade mark. All the lethal force in this space was swept up by this strike. Even a portion of space fell into this blade. Li Long Immortal Emperor was Immortal Emperor middle stage and seeing this strike, he knew that Yemo definitely hid his power. He also realized that the stories he heard about Yemo wasn't bullshit. With Yemo's god art, it wasn't hard for him to hunt Wuhui Immortal Emperor.
But even so, Li Long Immortal Emperor wasn't scared of Yemo. He expanded his humongous Immortal Emperor domain.
Meanwhile, the Heaven Tiger Claw turned into thousands of 10 km white light and struck towards Yemo. Yemo's crevice slowed immediately in the Immortal Emperor domain. Seeing this, Shadowless opened his mouth and started eating. A few hundred of those white lights were also devoured by Shadowless. Meanwhile, Li Long's Immortal Emperor domain had a large chunk bitten off by Shadowless. The slowed purple crevice soon sped up again. Then, Yemo ignored the white light and punched out after crevice. Buzz. Space was vibrating under crevice and the crevices in space appeared more clearly.
Li Long Immortal Emperor was enveloped in this purple crevice. Devour space?
Li Long didn't mind Yemo's crevice and didn't see Yemo's shatter space fist god art, but he looked at Shadowless in shock. Li Long Immortal Emperor didn't dare to care about Shadowless when the fate lethal force came. He released a huge cauldron while his light claws roared like a tiger piercing down from the heavens. Crack, crevice struck the metal cauldron. There was an ear-screeching sound while Immortal Essence exploded. There were waves of void ripples and shakes. Even Xian Feng Immortal Emperor and He Chong Immortal Emperor, who were a few hundred km away, stopped in shock and looked over. Rumble, now, Yemo's shatter space god art just swept up space itself and clashed with the huge white tiger. The white tiger let out a roar and its front claw clawed out a 3 kilometers deep ravine. Shadowless bit down on the tiger claw before it could go back. The white tiger roared again, but the light claws dimmed down a lot. Li Long Immortal Emperor retreated 100 meters before stopping. There was a faint blood mark on his forehead. He ignored it and just looked at Yemo in extreme shock. Chapter 1881, Scare Off Li Long. Li Long Immortal Emperor was different to Wuhui Immortal Emperor. Although this dimension affected him greatly, it wasn't as bad as it was for Wuhui Immortal Emperor, yet, Yemo had the upper hand in the clash with the help of the dragon horse and his immortal god body. How was this possible? Was Yemo an Immortal Emperor but just hid his power to Immortal King? Yemo was also sighing. Although he hunted Wuhui Immortal Emperor, he would be struck away if he fought Wuhui head-on. He used his immortal god body to give Wuhui Immortal Emperor so much annoyance, but now, he truly felt his progress. He could fight head-on with Immortal Emperor middle stage Li Long Immortal Emperor. With Shadowless's help, he didn't retreat a single step and Li Long Immortal Emperor was struck back instead. Li Long Immortal Emperor was different to Wuhui Immortal Emperor. His power was far stronger than Wuhui Immortal Emperor. Even Xian Feng Immortal Emperor was far weaker than Li Long Immortal Emperor during Immortal Emperor middle stage. Even so, he still had the upper hand. This meant that when he went out now, ordinary Immortal Emperor couldn't point fingers at him anymore. But Yemo also knew that there was still quite some distance between him and the top Immortal Emperors. Li Long Immortal Emperor retreated, but Yemo didn't let him go. He released Zisu again and smashed another crevice over. At the same time, he expanded his domain. His spirit sense was very powerful. His Immortal Monarch domain was no weaker than ordinary Immortal Emperor. Feeling Yemo's powerful domain and Shadowless come up, Li Long Immortal Emperor immediately knew that he was no match for Yemo here. If he was caught by Yemo's domain, he would suffer greatly even if he can get away.
Plus, he found out from other immortal emperors that Yemo was a madman. He chased Wuhui immortal emperor for 2 months or so. Thinking about this, Li Long immortal emperor didn't want to keep fighting Yemo. Even if he was to, it would be after he left this dimension. Li Long immortal emperor spun and disappeared in a dashing light. Yemo looked at the direction with a bleak face. He knew that if he chased up, he would be able to find Li Long immortal emperor, but Yemo didn't have that much time to chase him. Neither Yichong nor Xian Feng immortal emperor thought that Li Long immortal emperor would run away. Xian Feng immortal emperor turned to run without saying anything. If he didn't go now, it would be staying to die. Ha, Yemo, I saw right of you indeed. Yichong immediately reacted. He didn't chase Xian Feng immortal emperor but raised his thumb to Yemo. Then he pointed at Shadowless. This dragon horse is so powerful. It can even devour domain and god art. What in the world can't it devour? I'm afraid even the legendary Shadowless worm is so. Yemo didn't hide it and pointed at Shadowless. This is evolved from Shadowless worm. Shadowless heard this and raised his head pridefully. Brother Yichong, how come most of the immortal emperor don't know you? Are you not from the 33 heavens? Yemo asked. Yichong smiled and said, I am from the 33 heavens. I originally came from Middle Heaven Domain Jiyao Heaven. I was swept into a void crevice when I was crossing the void. In there, I had my fortune, and after tens of thousands of years, I reached Immortal Emperor Middle Stage from Immortal Monarch Middle Stage. Now, I even reached Immortal Emperor Tertiary Stage. Seeing Yemo days, Yichong Immortal Emperor said I found a heritage in the void and used up almost all my resources to reach Immortal Emperor. Only when I reached Immortal Emperor Middle Stage did I find an opportunity to leave that crevice. But when I left, I didn't get back to the Immortal Realm lands and came in here again. No wonder the other Immortal Emperor didn't know him. By the way, Brother Yichong, how did you suddenly reach Immortal Emperor Tertiary Stage? How did that Xian Feng Immortal Emperor reach Immortal Emperor Tertiary Stage? Yemo asked. Yemo, you really hid your power level. Yichong saw that Yemo could see his cultivation level and replied in shock. Yemo nodded. Yes, I'm actually an immortal monarch. Although I don't fear that long brows, my power level is probably the lowest here, so I hid my cultivation level. No wonder. Yichong said and then added, don't feel bad about yourself. Although that Xian Feng Immortal Emperor is Immortal Emperor Tertiary Stage, he's probably no match for you. Yemo nodded. Xian Feng Immortal Emperor was weaker than Li Long Immortal Emperor. When he was Immortal Emperor Middle Stage, he was only a little bit stronger than Wuhui Immortal Emperor. Even if he left this space, Yemo didn't fear him with Shadowless's help. 2 of these bastards chased me, otherwise, how could I fear them? Yichong Immortal Emperor cursed and then said there's a huge palace inside. There's no lethal force in that palace. It's not only quiet but also has abundant immortal spirit chi. You know that palace, right? Yemo nodded. Yes, Ji Lei Immortal Emperor told me. I haven't gone in yet because I'm all alone. I was planning to go in when I'm stronger. Let's go, we can go there together. Us 2 plus your Shadowless worm, we won't even fear an Immortal Emperor peak. Yichong Immortal Emperor immediately said, I'm Shadowless, don't call me other things. Shadowless said unhappily, ah. Yichong Immortal Emperor laughed and said to Yemo that palace probably isn't something of the immortal realm. No one knows where it came from. After the Grand Emperors broke open the restrictions, a huge yard appeared. Spirit sense couldn't even scan to the edge of the yard. There were countless restrictions and a space formation door inside. The space formation door is very strange, only those who can open it can go in. Yemo immediately focused. After experiencing Title Status Tower, he knew that there were realms that had disappeared. When he was given his title, he saw a few sentences and one of them was, the God realm has disappeared, the stars are hidden. Yichong Immortal Emperor didn't know what Yemo thought and kept saying those restrictions were very hard to open. Some people can't even open one in years. I worked with other immortal emperors and spent nearly a decade to open one. Inside the restriction was a blue fruit. This fruit can allow an immortal emperor to break through without any side effects. But everyone can only have one. What's shocking is that no one can recognize what fruit it is. Yemo called out in shock, then wouldn't it be like a Duluo heaven fruit?
Luo heaven fruit could let people below great immortal break through once. That's right, it would be the Luo heaven fruit of immortal emperors. I was lucky to get two. Xian Feng got one. I don't know if it's useful for you, but you can have this one. Then Yichong Immortal Emperor took out a jade box and gave it to Emo. Emo opened the box and saw an extremely blue fruit. It had no smell and looked ordinary. Emo couldn't recognize what fruit this was. Closing the jade box, he gave it back to Yichong Immortal Emperor. Even if I don't use this fruit, I will be reaching Immortal Monarch Tertiary stage soon. As long as I don't reach Immortal Emperor, this fruit would be a waste to give to me. You can keep it. When I need it, I'll ask for it. Okay. Yichong Immortal Emperor then said I had conflict with that Long Brow due to this fruit. Long Brows was speaking bad things about you in the palace. I didn't like it and rebuked. However, the two were already scheming to rob my fruit. As soon as I left, the two bastards gained up on me. I had no help, so I could only run while asking for help from you. Then are the four Grand Emperors also in the palace? Emo asked. Yichong Immortal Emperor shook his head. The stronger people went into the space formation door. The weaker ones can only stay there to break restriction and find all sorts of immortal spirit items to improve their power in hopes of opening the door. I'm not strong enough to open the space formation door, so I can only stay with the other immortal emperors in the palace. Emo said without hesitation, let's go, we'll go to the palace. Emo didn't have much to worry hearing that the few grand emperors weren't there. Chapter 1882, Ask for compensation, this is the palace? Emo stood before an extremely ancient palace and asked. According to the jade slip Ji-Lei Immortal Emperor gave him, the palace was here too. Yeah, it's here. Yichong Immortal Emperor replied. He had fully recovered with Yemo's supply of pills. The palace had no gate, it was pitch black inside and one couldn't see the surroundings of the palace clearly. One could only touch some obscure things with spirit sense. All the lethality of this dimension warped around the palace and disappeared. Emo just stood at this palace and watched from a brief moment before saying, let's go in first. Then, he took Shadowless into the palace. Yichong Immortal Emperor followed closely. In the palace, Lilong Immortal Emperor ran off first and didn't tell Shen Feng Immortal Emperor, so the two didn't speak here. Shen Feng was quite annoyed Lilong ran off alone. The other immortal emperors glanced at them strangely but didn't ask. Lilong Immortal Emperor and Shen Feng Immortal Emperor clearly went to hunt Yichong Immortal Emperor, but now they were back and there was no signs of Yichong Immortal Emperor. He was probably dead. As for the two appearing not to be so harmonious, there was probably some discord on the division of loot. You dare to come here? Lilong Immortal Emperor immediately saw Emo and yelled. After he yelled, he immediately realized if Emo really fought with him, he wouldn't be able to get help. Emo ignored Lilong Immortal Emperor and went into the palace. His spirit sense scanned this palace and glanced at the shocked looks of the other immortal emperors. He saw Zhangren Immortal Emperor who nodded at him. This palace was extremely huge and there was a faint light formation. People could see the layouts of the palace clearly. There were more than 10 cushions that had extremely dense immortal spirit chi seeping out. In the middle of the palace, there was an extremely ancient chi swirling around, making Emo feel he returned to the ancient times. Emo studied the palace and the other immortal emperors said nothing. When Emo was still immortal king, Shen Feng Immortal Emperor was very cocky to Emo, but now when Emo scanned his eyes over, he quickly lowered his head. He really didn't want to have conflict with Emo. Sect leader Yi, long time no see. Zhangren Immortal Emperor reached Immortal Emperor Tertiary stage. He greeted Emo. Emo saluted with his fists. Indeed, Zhangren Shenbei. Zhangren Immortal Emperor saw that Lilong Immortal Emperor just yelled at Emo once and said nothing more. How could he not know that this guy suffered in Emo's hands just like Wuhui? Seeing how Shen Feng Immortal Emperor didn't even say anything, he guessed that Shen Feng Immortal Emperor was probably scared of Emo. He then smiled. Sect leader Yi, you can just call me Brother Zhangren. I don't dare to be some Chenbei. Emo didn't care that much. The respect in the immortal realm was determined by power. Now that his power was no weaker than Zhangren Immortal Emperor, Emo saluted with his fists. Okay, after I take care of some business, I'll come and chat with Brother Zhangren. Although there were 7 or 8 people here who hadn't seen Emo, they've long heard of Yemo's name. Seeing Zhang Ren Immortal Emperor so polite to Yemo and Yemo was indeed an Immortal King middle stage, everyone was dazed. Was an Immortal King middle stage really that powerful? But Shadowless caught more attention. Shadowless had golden wings and indeed looked like a dragon horse. However, he was uglier than a horse. The reason Yemo kept his power hidden at Immortal King middle stage was to tell people his cultivation level was long at Immortal Monarch. He just kept his power hidden, that's all. Okay, no problem.
Zhang Ren Immortal Emperor smiled.
He knew that it was probably to do with Li Long Immortal Emperor and Xin Feng Immortal Emperor. Yemo then turned to Li Long Immortal Emperor, long-browed bastard. You robbed my dustless fruit and dares to ask me why I dare to come here.
I want to see how strong you are. Shadowless, cut off their escape. We'll have our revenge here.
Seeing the strongest here was only Immortal Emperor Tertiary stage and the Immortal Emperor peak stages weren't here, Yemo felt assured. As long as people like Feng Kong Grand Emperor weren't here, he didn't need to worry at all. If Feng Kong Grand Emperor was here, he would run away immediately. He Chong Immortal Emperor admired Yemo, seeing that he was looking for Li Long's trouble as soon as he came.
Even he didn't dare to challenge Li Long here. Who knew if he had help here? Yemo, do you have no shame?
When did I take your dustless fruit?
I just robbed an empty box.
You cunning bastard. You let me take an empty box and now you come back asking for dustless fruit.
Li Long Immortal Emperor was furious. Yemo didn't attack immediately.
He watched to see if there would be people to help Li Long Immortal Emperor as he sneered, so this means it's right of you to rob my things?
If you put away what was in my box and say you stole an empty box, do I need to compensate you?
You. Li Long Immortal Emperor was lost for words. Dao friends, please uphold justice. This guy is merely Immortal King power and he dares to frame me for robbing his dustless fruit.
He's too shameless. Li Long knew he was probably no match for Yemo and Shadowless alone.
Even those few Immortal Emperor breaking restriction in the backyard of the palace came in to watch. No Immortal Emperor was dumb here, no one said anything.
If Yemo was really an Immortal King, why do you not go up but instead wait for us to bring justice?
Do you think other people are idiots?
Yemo also saluted with his fists. I'm MOU Immortal Sect leader Yemo.
Of course, I hid my power a little. I just hope that when I seek justice no one twists the truth.
Otherwise, you will be fighting against MOU Immortal Sect. As long as I don't die, I will visit you one by one. Yemo was helpless, he didn't have the power so he could only threat. I've decided to join MOU Immortal Sect. If anyone decides to twist the truth, I will visit them with sect leader.
He Chong Immortal Emperor laughed. Hearing this, Yemo rejoiced, but he didn't have time to talk to He Chong yet. He saluted with his fists. I'm about to reach level 9 Immortal Pill Grand Master. Those Immortal Emperor friends who wish to uphold justice can come to my MOU Immortal Sect for pill concoction in the future. I would welcome you all greatly.
Yemo knew that many people would feel annoyed about his threat and might even attack him due to that.
So, he threw out that he was about to be level 9 Immortal Pill Grandmaster. Which Immortal Emperor didn't want to connect with a level 9 Immortal Pill Grandmaster? Although there wouldn't be people overtly speaking for Yemo, some Immortal Emperor had come over to chat with Yemo.
No one believed Yemo would lie.
Yemo wouldn't dare to lie in front of so many Immortal Emperors unless he was dumb. Li Long Immortal Emperor's face went pale. He didn't expect Yemo was about to reach level 9 Immortal Pill Grand Master. If that was the case, no matter how right he was, not many would want to help him. Friends, after I deal with my private matter here, pill concoction will be easy. Yemo saluted with his fists. The Immortal Emperors here knew that Yemo was going to resolve personal issues with Li Long, so they stopped talking.
Li Long Immortal Emperor was very annoyed.
If Yemo wasn't going to reach level 9 Immortal Pill Grandmaster, he could get a few help. But with this, no one would stand on his side. Shadowless roared, seeing that his boss had stabilized the situation. He was ready to devour Li Long Immortal Emperor's domain. Without even fighting, Yemo had an Immortal Emperor Tertiary stage on the side and a maniac that could devour domain. Li Long knew he had lost without needing to fight. What do you want?
Li Long Immortal Emperor looked hatefully at Yemo. Yemo felt satisfied.
He knew he couldn't kill Li Long Immortal Emperor here even if other Immortal Emperors didn't attack. Chapter 1883, Eternity Immortal King. Yemo was using the excuse of dustless fruit to reap some benefits. Seeing that Li Long Immortal Emperor asked, Yi Mo said Ji Lei Immortal Emperor gave me the price of 40 immortal range for the dustless fruit.
20 of them are extreme grade.
There's also 150 immortal spirit herb on top of that, decide for yourself.
Yi Mo added 10 more immortal range.
Since he didn't need Jade Flow Void Wood, he didn't say it. Seeing Shadowless and Yi Chong Immortal Emperor who were keen to jump in, Li Long Immortal Emperor knew that he fell for it today. He took out a storage ring and gave it to Yi Mo. I only have these things.
If you're not happy, then let's fight it out.
He gave the things, but he couldn't lose his face.
Li Long Immortal Emperor said as though he knew that Yi Mo wouldn't regret.
Yi Mo looked at the storage ring. There were 9 extreme grade immortal range and 27 middle grade and top grade immortal range. Other than this, there were tens of level 7 and above immortal spirit herb as well as 10,000 extreme grade immortal crystals. Yi Mo was planning on getting as much as he could. He knew that Li Long Immortal Emperor definitely didn't take out everything, but if he asked for more there would be a huge fight.
Yi Mo didn't want to fight now, so thinking about this, he nodded. This is it then.
Li Long Immortal Emperor breathed easy and the other few Immortal Emperor on the side also breathed easy.
If Yi Mo was to really fight, they could only persuade.
They couldn't just watch Li Long Immortal Emperor getting killed. Yi Mo put away the storage ring and smiled to Yi Chong Immortal Emperor. Brother Yi Chong, you're an Immortal Emperor elder of our MOU Immortal sect now. Yi Chong also laughed. I didn't expect I was able to join the sect of a level 9 Immortal Pill Grandmaster.
This is my luck.
Then, Yi Chong said seriously to Yi Mo sect leader, my name is Long Huang Tian, title Yi Chong.
Yi Mo was happy thinking about an Immortal Emperor joining his sect.
He didn't hide his title and said my title is Eternity, Eternity Immortal King. Before Yi Mo finished this, almost all the Immortal Emperors looked at Yi Mo saying he was about to be a level 9 Immortal Pill Grandmaster was shocking enough, but this title was going to shock the world. Ever since the Immortal Realm had the title status tablet, no one had ever gotten Eternity.
Eternity meant eternal life.
Who dared to use such title for himself?
There were many powerful titles in the Immortal Realm and even all sorts of god titles, but not Eternity. Sect leader, are you really Eternity Immortal King?
This. Yi Chong Immortal Emperor asked dazedly. Yi Mo smiled, just call me Eternity Immortal King, even if there's no such title on the title status tablet, I can name it myself.
Okay, ha. Yi Chong Immortal Emperor raised his thumb at Yi Mo.
He admired Yi Mo's force. Every title was unique, so once you made others feel unhappy about your title, they could challenge you. For example, Sword King, if you got such title, then other Sword Immortals might feel you don't deserve it, so you would have to accept all sorts of challenges. Yi Mo's title was more powerful than any other title. But this way, no one would challenge him as this title didn't involve a specific domain. It just meant longevity and eternity. Usually those who gave themselves such title were madmen or those who liked to fool themselves. Who would start conflict with such people? Yi Mo was clearly thought to be such person by the Immortal Emperors here. His title didn't show on the title status tablet, so clearly he named it himself. Of course, if this title really appeared on the Immortal King tablet,
it would be something else.
The Eternity Immortal King approved by the Immortal King tablet was no simple matter.
It would cause shockwaves across the entire Immortal Realm.
It would even catch the attention of divine emperors. Every title on the Immortal King tablet had a special meaning and was made based on the unique attribute of each person. There was no mistake. Sect leader Yi, I'm to you. I come from Qingwei Heaven Martial Emperor sect.
This palace is ancient. According to the judgment of the few Grand Emperors, it doesn't belong to the Immortal Realm. We found large sums of restrictions and formation at the back of the palace. If sect leader you don't mind, you can join us and we can break the restriction together.
Someone came over. Even if Yi Mo just stayed as level 8 Immortal Pill Grandmaster, people wouldn't want to miss out on the chance to connect with him. As soon as Du Yu Immortal Emperor invited, a few more Immortal Emperor invited Yi Mo. Zhengren Immortal Emperor squeezed in front and said, Sect leader Yi, we already know each other. Why don't you and Yi Chong Immortal Emperor join my squad?
Our restriction is almost done.
I believe we can finish it in a few years. Everyone invited Yi Mo, but no one called him Eternity Immortal King. This title was too unrealistic. Every Immortal Emperor here had lived for countless years. Yi Mo saluted with his fists around. I'm planning to go with Yi Chong Immortal Emperor to the back.
Regardless, Yi is very happy to meet so many immortal Dao Qian Bais here. As long as I can go out, Yi is very happy to concoct pills for everyone.
Although Yimo said Qian Bei, his tone clearly meant that he treated them as equals. The other immortal emperors were just being polite. Now that Yimo didn't want to go with them, no one would keep inviting. Sect leader Yi spoke clearly that he was willing to concoct pills but not for free. After the discord was settled, everyone went back into the backyard again. Yimo and Hichong Immortal Emperor went in too. After coming in here, he saw that the immortal spirit chi here was extremely dense and his spirit sense couldn't seem to scan to the end. Waves of restrictions were very clear, even the space formation door was clear. You can't scan to the end with your spirit sense in here and there's no way to enter the backyard. However, you can try to open the restrictions here. There's extreme grade immortal spirit fruit as well as top level immortal materials. Hichong Immortal Emperor explained. Zhang Ren Immortal Emperor also nodded. Brother Hichong is right. There are top level things in every restriction. The best is the blue fruit. Brother Hichong got too. Although we don't know what fruit it is, it can let Immortal Emperor break through a level. The only pity is that it's too hard to break open a restriction here. It might even take more than 10 years. Speaking of this, Zhang Ren Immortal Emperor subconsciously looked at the formation door and sighed. It's even harder to open that void formation door. Other than the 5 peak Immortal Emperors, no one else has been able to open it. Chapter 1884, The good thing inside the restriction. Yimo went to a random wave restriction and felt it with his hand. He immediately felt the complexity of this restriction. This was a restriction he had never seen before. The means with which it was made was also completely different to the ordinary restrictions of the immortal realm. This restriction can only be solved but not forced open. If you break it by force, there would be an even greater repulsion force and everything inside the restriction would be ruined. I worked with them for nearly 10 years before we broke one of the restrictions. Hichong Immortal Emperor added on the side. He was also hinting Yimo that they wouldn't be able to open a restriction just by themselves. Yimo didn't seem to hear it and kept feeling the restriction. After a while, he said to Hichong Immortal Emperor, I've never seen such restriction before indeed. Brother Hichong, go find another restriction and try to solve it or work with Zhang Ren Immortal Emperor. I need to study this restriction, it might take a while. Hearing this, Hichong shook his head. He knew that everyone who saw this for the first time wanted to see if they could solve it alone. In fact, after decades, rarely could anyone solve the restriction alone other than those few Grand Emperors. Even if they could, it wasn't a matter of a year or two. Yimo was different to the rest. He really had confidence. Touching this restriction seemed like seeing a new gate to him. He wanted to settle down and use the 3 birth chant to derive these restrictions. Even though Yimo set down barrier restriction, no one cared. It was very common to do this. Soon, Yimo immersed in the derivation of the restrictions. The 3 birth chants Dao waves were blocked by the barrier restriction, but some still seeped out. However, the immortal spirit chi of this place was extremely dense and there were ancient kais. Thus, the Dao waves weren't very eye-catchy. Sets of new restriction methods in theory were derived by Yimo and soon incorporated into his formation Dao. Restriction was a part of formation. When Yimo sunk into the derivation, his formation skills increased drastically too. Hichong Immortal Emperor didn't ask to join Zhang Ren Immortal Emperor's team. Their restriction was almost done. If he asked to join in now, it would be like asking for a free share. He found a restriction not far from Yimo and tried to solve it alone. A year later, Hichong Immortal Emperor saw that Yimo was still deriving inside the barrier restriction. He couldn't hold himself anymore. Yimo definitely wouldn't be able to break open it in a short time. There were 2 restrictions opened already and one of them had 3 Emperor Carrot. The other restriction had 2 primordial soul stones. Both things were invaluable. Emperor Carrot is one of the best level 9 immortal spirit herb in the immortal realm and the main immortal spirit herb for concocting Great Way Emperor pill. This pill gave immortal monarchs 30% extra chance of reaching immortal emperor. Compared to the other emperor pillar pill made with level 9 immortal spirit beast core, it was much higher caliber. The 2 were incomparable. Another half a year later, Yimo suddenly opened his eyes and threw out a few hand signs. The restriction he had been deriving for a year and a half easily opened. A space of a few cubic meters appeared before him. An ancient jade vase with floral carvings sat peacefully inside, but Yimo felt this vase wasn't simple.
There were restrictions wrapping the outside of this vase. One spirit sense couldn't go in at all. By now, EMO realized that this restriction was completely different to Immortal Realm restriction means. If Immortal Realm restrictions were the basics, then the restrictions here were a new system after changing all sorts of basics. This means show GMO a completely new world to formation. After opening this world, he could fly free and devour all sorts of formation and restriction means. In a short year, his formation skills suddenly improved. Most importantly, his knowledge of formation was far beyond his original state. The 3-birth chant could derive everything, but GMO couldn't use it to create everything. He could only derive things if new things appeared and then expand on that. After taking this vase, EMO opened his barrier restriction. EMO saw that everyone was focused on their own restriction, and even Hichong was with another team solving restriction. EMO didn't call him. For the second restriction, EMO only used half a month to solve it. There was a fist-sized white stone. EMO scanned his spirit sense into the stone, and his spirit sense felt very comfortable. The fatigue from solving restrictions were instantly gone. Other Immortal Emperors saw EMO break the second restriction. Hichong Immortal Emperor charged up to EMO and asked Sect Leader, "You know how to solve the restriction here?" Seeing all the Immortal Emperors come over, EMO didn't hide it. "That's right, I've indeed mastered the way to solve the restriction here, but this method uses up a lot of spirit sense. After solving 2 restrictions, my spirit sense will retreat a lot." It would indeed use up some spirit sense, but with EMO's spirit sense power, he could recover very quickly. Hearing this, some Immortal Emperor's eyes were glistening. EMO started to solve the 3rd restriction. EMO only needed 2 days to open it, but since all those Immortal Emperors were watching, EMO could only waste half a month of time before opening it. Inside was a small blue tree with 5 fruits hanging on it. It's this fruit, one can allow an Immortal Emperor to break through once. Hichong Immortal Emperor immediately called. Those Immortal Emperors who hadn't got this fruit were looking at it with red eyes. EMO took the tree immediately. "EMO, let's continue. There's so many restrictions here." Hichong Immortal Emperor said. EMO knew that if he really did that, he would be over. He waved his hand. "Brother Hichong, that probably won't do. It's easy to solve these restrictions, but it's a huge consumption on my spirit sense. According to my calculations, we can at most solve 99 restrictions here. If we go beyond that, there will be huge trouble." EMO just had that feeling, but his skills weren't high enough to guess an exact number, so he said 99. Chapter 1885. "EMO's worry, then your intention is Sect Leader Yi?" A rather coarse voice said. EMO looked at this person. He knew this person, they had chatted before. He was called Nong Yen, Immortal Emperor Tertiary Stage, from Jinshang Heaven. EMO thought and said, "With my own power, I can at most open 7 or 8 of these and I would receive backlash. However, I have another method, and that is I tell everyone how to open the restriction. You can use your own immortal essence and spirit sense to solve the restriction. Although it would be quite taxing, it's better than solving all the restrictions myself." "Good, Sect Leader Ye's idea is great. We definitely won't let Sect Leader Yi waste spirit sense for no reason. We will give you payment." All the nearby Immortal Emperor clapped in approval. They already guessed that EMO was lying, and they knew that EMO said this so everyone won't get angry at him for taking everything. "Sect Leader Yi, may I ask how long it would take to solve a restriction after you teach us?" Nong Yen Immortal Emperor asked. EMO thought for a while and said that would depend on people's cultivation level. "If it's someone like you, I believe 3 to 5 months would be enough. Sect Leader Yi, I have an Emperor Carrot here. I want to trade for a blue fruit from Sect Leader Yi. At the same time, I want to ask Sect Leader Yi to teach me how to solve on restriction." An Immortal Emperor walked up to EMO with a jade box. He could tell that EMO wasn't Immortal Emperor yet, so Emperor Carrot was very important to him. Hearing this, EMO was indeed a bit excited, but he soon forced himself to stay calm. If it was outside, he would definitely be overjoyed to trade an Emperor Carrot for a blue fruit and restriction solving method. But in here, EMO wasn't that dumb. Hichong Immortal Emperor saw this and said, "Sect Leader, this friend got his Emperor Carrot here." EMO understood and smiled. "Even if your Emperor Carrot can barely trade for my blue fruit, but you still want me to teach you restriction. I'm at too much of a loss." The other Immortal Emperors looked on the side and said nothing. Although it was EMO discussing business with this Immortal Emperor, they could use that price too once it was settled. Seeing this Immortal Emperor daze,
Yemo suddenly said each restriction here would take me some time and a lot of effort to know what to do. My spirit sense isn't deprived right now, but once it is and there are mistakes, then it would take longer to solve the restriction.
I'm actually more interested in immortal range.
I'll give 3-3G immortal range for one restriction solution. One immortal emperor couldn't bear waiting and named his price. Yemo didn't answer clearly as he wasn't happy with this price. The immortal emperor saw this and added, 2 more, 5 immortal range. 5 extreme grade immortal range was a heavenly price outside, but here it wasn't so special. Everyone had extreme grade immortal range and it could be dug at any time. Okay, friend, please point which restriction you want to solve. Yemo said. In a short half a day, Yemo marked the restriction solution on a jade slip and gave it to that immortal emperor. Seeing this immortal emperor start, the rest of the immortal emperors took out their immortal range and dealt with Yemo. The immortal emperor with Emperor Carrot quickly added another 5 extreme grade immortal ranges too. More than 10 days later, Yemo got tens of extreme grade immortal range.
He was very happy with this.
Almost everyone went to solve restriction and so did he. 2 months later, someone had already solved a restriction. This was far quicker than Yemo had anticipated. At first moment, everyone else knew that the immortal emperor broke the restriction. Since everyone was working alone now, no one knew what he got nor did he show what he got. However, from his joyful look, people could tell it wasn't bad. This immortal emperor immediately took out another 5 extreme grade immortal range, asking Yemo to teach him another one. Yemo came here for extreme grade immortal range, so he didn't reject it at all. He also took time seriously and solved a few more restrictions. This was him intentionally dragging it out. Otherwise, he would be able to do tens of restrictions. He didn't know anything that he got from the restrictions, but he could tell they weren't ordinary, so he threw it into his golden page world. As time went on and the restrictions were solved, Yemo kept collecting extreme grade immortal range. When he had collected enough and people asked him for restriction help, he said with a pale face that if he kept doing that his sea of consciousness might be damaged. Many people guessed Yemo was lying, but since he didn't go solve any more restrictions himself, they couldn't say anything. Plus, they exchanged immortal ranges for things that immortal ranges couldn't buy, so they didn't complain. Most of them left the palace to search for more immortal range. Yemo said that he would start solving the space formation door once he is rested up. If he did, then they might be able to leave as well. According to Yemo's words, he would only need a few years to solve it, so many immortal emperor went out searching for more immortal range during this time. When Yemo started to study the space formation door, he realized it was so much harder than the restrictions. They were from the same origin, but the difficulty was completely different.
3 years later, Yemo finally stopped studying.
He had understood this space formation door. It wasn't something he could solve with his current cultivation level and formation skills. But once someone's cultivation reached a certain level, they could enter it even if they didn't understand formation. Hearing this, the rest of the immortal emperors were disappointed, but more of them chose to stay in the palace for solitary cultivation. Some with secrets chose to leave. Chong stayed in here, but Yemo left this palace. He had enough resources now and he needed to go find a place for solitary cultivation and to break through to immortal emperor in the golden page world. Yemo used tens of extreme grade immortal range and the time formation disc ran for decades, but Yemo found in shock that no matter how he used immortal range, he couldn't progress anymore. Theoretically, Yemo should be able to progress to any level if he had enough cultivation resources. He cultivated the 3 birth chant and had the bitter bamboo. He almost had no bottleneck. When Yemo reached Immortal Monarch tertiary stage and couldn't progress after wasting tens of immortal range, he began to worry. He was still that one step away from Immortal Monarch peak stage. If he couldn't reach Immortal Monarch peak stage, then he couldn't reach Immortal Emperor even if he had Tai Wei Emperor pill. Chapter 1886, Danger of the MOU Immortal Sect. Unable to cultivate, Yemo could only get out the things he got from the restriction and then study it again. He didn't know these 2 types of immortal spirit herb, but he was certain it was at least as good as clear spirit heart lotus. And that white jade stone that could nourish spirit sense, Yemo only knew it was good but didn't know what it was. At last, Yemo picked up the jade vase. He felt the thing inside this was the best. When Yemo's spirit sense carefully removed the restrictions, a frosty flow invaded his sea of consciousness, almost freezing his sea of consciousness. Real astral flame marrow? Yemo blurted out immediately. He knew that only the real astral flame marrow would be this cold and not freeze. The next moment, Yemo put a restriction on the jade vase without hesitation.
He almost couldn't contain his excitement.
His blue-like morning sky was about to reach level 6 immortal flame. If it reached level 6 immortal flame and then devoured this astral flame marrow, it would definitely become a god flame, the number one flame of the immortal realm. He heard that Juai Divine Emperor vindicated Tao through a flame. Although he wouldn't do that, the flame that devoured this would be the best of the best flame. By then, just how powerful would his heaven flame 9 suns be when Emo got back to the palace?
He was dumbfounded.
There was not a single person left in this palace. Emo stepped in and found in shock that all the restriction had disappeared.
Emo remembered clearly that only tens of the restrictions were solved. How could there not be a single one left?
Not only that, the space formation door was gone too. Emo immediately sent Hichong Immortal Emperor a message, but there was no response. Shadowless.
Emo immediately called out Shadowless. Even small ginseng came out since there was no one. Look at this, what is going on? Did everyone reach Immortal Emperor peak stage and then left through the space formation door? Even if they left, where's the space formation door? Emo looked at the two with confusion.
This is still the same place, but I feel the restrictions have been moved.
Shadowless came to this conclusion. Emo nodded.
He felt Shadowless was right. This was still the same place, but everything else disappeared. Boss, would those people have left here already and only we remain?
Shadowless became nervous. What are you nervous about?
Even if you leave, you would still be staying in the chaos world.
There's no fucking difference. The only difference is if boss makes it out. Last time Xiaoyun.
Small ginseng suddenly thought of something and quickly stopped. Shadowless said in contempt, you know nothing.
Although that boss is immortal monarch power, he's not scared of even that Feng Kong.
So when I go out, I no longer have to hide in the golden page world. But you, small ginseng immediately showed a look of surprise and joy and said without hesitation, you don't understand. If you can go out, so can I. Shadowless thought and agreed. Shadowless was right.
Emo had devoured that many immortal ranges over the years.
His cultivation level didn't increase, but that didn't mean his power didn't increase. His immortal essence power and sea of consciousness tenacity was no weaker than any immortal emperor. He even dared to test that Wuyin Immortal Emperor from the Wujiao Sound River. Emo longed from Mu Xiaoyun and Mou Immortal Sect, and if people have ascended from Mou City. But now, he was trapped here, making him very desperate. He searched every corner of this palace but still found nothing. Gonghua Heaven Mou Immortal City was the outer city of Mou Immortal Sect. Those who wanted to go into Mou Immortal Sect had to go through Mou Immortal City. Ever since the sect was established, it went straight up. Immortal kings came one by one and eventually it became the sect with the most immortal kings in the low heaven domain. At the same time, it also became the strongest sect in the low heaven domains. It was great fortune for any immortal to join Mou Immortal Sect. Everyone in the low heaven domains wanted to join. Mou Immortal Sect was strong and had a newly ascended level 7 Immortal Pill Grand Master Kumu. It was due to this that no one dared to start any trouble at Mou Immortal Sect nor Mou Immortal City. But today was different. The formation outside the city was forcefully broken and the two golden immortal city guards were crushed to death. Since Mou Immortal City was so developed, news spread very fast. By the looks of it, people were going to completely stamp the Mou Immortal City.
This news spread extremely fast.
Soon, countless immortals came to watch and see who had the power and confidence to start trouble at Mou Immortal City. Zhenbei, Mou Immortal Sect and Mou Immortal City has always obeyed the rules and never offended Zhenbei.
Why did Zhenbei come start trouble here?
Lu Feng immediately came up and before her stood a man with a ferocious look. She had reached Immortal King for a while and could tell this man was at least immortal monarch power. If they fought, she couldn't resist at all. There were a few people behind this man. They were all immortal king power. Two were even immortal king peak stage. Lu Feng had guessed who this person was as she knew two of the people behind this immortal monarch. One was the Heaven Lord Alliance's Ji Dao Immortal King Yanya, the other was Bai Qi Immortal King Zhang Fengkai. Both of them came from Heaven Lord Alliance. The Heaven Lord Alliance had two immortal monarchs, Chang Tian Immortal Monarch Wei Guang and Yu Xiang Immortal Monarch. Chang Tian Immortal Monarch hunted sect leader Luo and disappeared with Lu Jingquan. This person was definitely the other immortal monarch. Yuan Xiang Immortal Monarch was said to be much stronger than Chang Tian Immortal Monarch. If Lu Feng knew an immortal monarch came, she would definitely not leave the sect.
The sect protection formation was a 100,000 void defense kill formation. Even an immortal monarch wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. The man sneered and said, "Mo, immortal sect will cease to exist from today, everything." Lu Feng's face changed and immediately said in shock, "Qianbei, my Mo immortal sect." The man was more annoyed seeing Lu Feng interrupted him. "You're the sect leader of Mo immortal sect?" Qianbei. Wan Bei is Mo immortal sect vice sect leader Su Jingwen.
Our sect has never intervened in any Gonghua heaven matters and usually, we're very righteous.
Why are you going to destroy us?
Su Jingwen was golden immortal tertiary stage now. Mo immortal sect had 5 immortal kings.
Now, only Lu Feng and Ku Mu were here. Ku Mo only cultivated and concocted pills. As for Yin Hui, Hong Ling, and Ren Fu, they were out seeking resources and weren't in the sect. Otherwise, Yin Hui came from the Grand Heaven domains. She would be much more confident that Lu Feng, you're the vice sect leader?
A mere golden immortal?
The immortal monarch studied Su Jingwen in shock.
Her cultivation speed was fast and her looks were even better than before.
Yes, I'm the vice sect leader. Su Jingwen said, "Who is the sect leader to you? How can a mere golden immortal be vice sect leader?"
The man yelled, Chapter 1887, MOU Immortal Sect's Immortal Emperor. He could guess who Su Jingwen was, but no matter if she was related to the sect leader or not, he had decided to take her away. Su Jingwen immediately knew things weren't good. She could tell from this person's tone that they had enmity with Mo. Lu Feng was very cunning and knew things weren't good. Before Su Jingwen could talk, she saluted with his fists. "Qianbei, our sect leader has an immortal spirit herb garden in the sect. There are more than 10 level 8 and above immortal spirit herb and 1 emperor carrot. We're willing to give this over. Please let the MOU immortal sect go."
"Emperor carrot?"
the immortal monarch repeated. He really couldn't believe he could hear those words here. "Take me to the emperor carrot," the immortal monarch said. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, he wasn't afraid of the two playing tricks. Lu Feng showed a hard face. "Qianbei, why don't you wire it here and we can take it for you, huh?" The immortal monarch laughed and then he stared coldly at Lu Feng. "If you don't take out the emperor carrot today, you will regret living in this world.
I won't even let a dog live in MOU immortal sect." Lu Feng's face changed. "A mere immortal monarch dares to annihilate my MOU immortal sect? But the emperor shall see how you're going to do it."
A contemptuous voice sounded and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared outside MOU Immortal City. "You."
The ferocious man looked at the middle-aged immortal in shock. The word emperor was too scary.
Saying such word meant that this guy was an immortal emperor. Since when did MOU Immortal Sect have an immortal emperor? He didn't dare to believe it, but then he realized he couldn't see through the power of this person. The dominant pressure from this man made him realize this middle-aged immortal was an immortal emperor. Wan Bei Low Heaven Domain Heaven Lord Alliance, Yuan Xiang Greed Immortal Emperor Master. The ferocious-looking man quickly bowed.
"Those few immortal kings behind didn't dare to show any disrespect. You just said you were going to annihilate MOU Immortal Sect?"
The immortal emperor said coldly. Yuan Xiang Immortal Monarch didn't have his previous dominance and quickly bowed. "Wan Bei don't dare to, it's a misunderstanding. I was tricked by someone." "Oh, I said nothing just then, how do you know it's a misunderstanding?" The immortal emperor scorned. Xiang Yuan Immortal Monarch sweated. He didn't know this king sect had an immortal emperor. Feeling the killing intent of this immortal emperor rising, Yuan Xiang quickly said Wan Bei was appointed by Feng Kong and Dragon River Grand Emperor to coordinate the 11 low heaven domains. If Wan Bei knew you were from MOU Immortal Sect, Wan Bei definitely wouldn't dare to come. Xiang Yuan quickly brought out Feng Kong and Dragon River to show that he was their dog.
Otherwise, this immortal emperor could easily kill him. This immortal emperor frowned when Yuan Xiang spoke of Feng Kong Grand Emperor, but then he raised his arm and hacked off Yuan Xiang Immortal Monarch's arm and took the storage ring on it before throwing the arm down. Yuan Xiang didn't dare to move. He wanted to say, "If you wanted my ring, I'll take it off myself. No need to hack off my arm. Is that so? If you knew I was from MOU Immortal Sect, you wouldn't dare to come? I can only say you're lucky, because if sect leader Yi came back, I can assure you that you won't live." "Piss off." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan Immortal Monarch carefully picked up his arm and left with a bow. After they all had left, Lu Feng said shakily, "MOU Immortal Sect Lu Feng Greed Immortal Emperor Master. Thank you for helping." Lu Feng didn't dare to believe an immortal emperor was of MOU Immortal Sect. Even in the Grand Heaven domain, an immortal emperor would be respected everywhere. The immortal emperor smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so polite, did you think I'm lying to you? MOU immortal sect can't have immortal emperor?
Lu Feng dazed, how could she dare to say that an immortal emperor lied to her? The immortal emperor waved his hand. Although I'm not from MOU immortal sect, but they really do have an immortal emperor. Although that immortal emperor hasn't come, he will come eventually.
Ha!
Lu Feng and Su Jingwen were both dazed by the words of this middle-aged immortal emperor. The immortal emperor said again, you guys don't need to thank me.
I know your sect leader Yemo.
When he comes back, that immortal monarch will be nothing to him.
The immortal emperor felt a little guilty.
Those guys killed a few of MOU immortal sect's people, but he let that immortal monarch go. To be honest, he didn't want to give Feng Kong Grand Emperor any excuse. Otherwise, Feng Kong Grand Emperor might kill him immediately. Hearing Yemo's name, Su Jingwen immediately became excited and asked Xianbei,
have you seen my husband? Where is he? Your husband?
The immortal emperor asked with a frown. Lu Feng quickly explained, Jingwen is our sect leader Ye's Dao partner, so she's very worried about sect leader Yi.
Wanbei is too, please tell us Qianbei.
The middle-aged immortal emperor realized, and as an immortal emperor, he even saluted with his fists to Su Jingwen, so it's sect leader Ye's Dao partner, my bad. Sect leader Yi has helped me, I'm called Ji Lei.
You guys can call me Ji Lei immortal emperor. We don't dare to. Su Jingwen and Lu Feng answered. Ji Lei immortal emperor waved his hand, I respect sect leader Ye's power and character greatly. Although I haven't seen him,
I know his power is far beyond mine now. I actually came to Gonghua Heaven to see if sect leader Yi was back, but I didn't see him, so I left. On the way, I heard other people say that people were attacking MOU immortal set, so I came back to look. That person has a strong background, I can't casually kill him, but I'm sure that once sect leader Yi is back, he won't be able to escape. This immortal emperor was Ji Lei immortal emperor. He hid in the lethal force space for a while and snuck back to the palace. Once there, he saw that almost all the immortal emperors were there. He didn't know Feng Kong Grand Emperor and them had gone in the space formation door, so he didn't mind seeing them there. Nor did he care that there were only 4 out of the 5 immortal emperor peak stage and the 4 of them were weakened, but Feng Kong Grand Emperor's words made him sink into the bottom.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor just asked, is the dustless fruit on him?
And he knew that he wouldn't be able to keep it. It was impossible to keep the dustless fruit as an immortal emperor middle stage. Although his heart was bleeding, he had to give the fruit to the shameless Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Luckily, Feng Kong Grand Emperor gave him a blue fruit, saying that it would help him reach Immortal Emperor tertiary stage. Due to this, he didn't like Feng Kong Grand Emperor, but he didn't dare to overly offend him, so he didn't kill that immortal monarch. With the dustless fruit, Feng Kong Grand Emperor organized all the immortal emperors to attack the void formation door, and then the door cracked open, a small whirlpool appeared next to it and it shrunk rapidly. Some immortal emperors charged in and Ji Lei followed. After going in, he realized he was sent back to the void. After decades of searching, he finally came back to the immortal realm, and then he came to find Yemo immediately. Chapter 1888, Dao Vindication won't grant eternal life. Ji Lei immortal emperor trusted Yemo's capabilities. He knew from Yi Chong immortal emperor that Yemo taught Li Long immortal emperor a lesson, and knew that Yi Chong immortal emperor joined MOU immortal sect. He came here wanting to ask if Yemo could take on Feng Kong Grand Emperor, but didn't expect that Yemo wasn't back yet. Not only so, Yi Chong immortal emperor didn't come back as well. Xianbei, where can I find my husband? Su Jingwen asked nervously. This guy was an immortal emperor, the only one who knew news of Yemo. If he left, then it was all too hard to find news about Yemo again. Ji Lei immortal emperor shook his head. Even if you're immortal emperor power, it's impossible to find sect leader Yi, much less you're in golden immortal. My suggestion is to cultivate here. I believe sect leader Yi will come back one day. Then Ji Lei immortal emperor took out a communication bead as well as the storage ring he took and gave it to Su Jingwen.
I've removed the restriction on this storage ring.
This communication bead is mine. If the sect needs my help or if sect leader Yi is back, you guys can contact me. I'll be leaving first. As soon as Su Jingwen took the things, Ji Lei immortal emperor disappeared. Lu Feng looked at the empty grounds and her heart went on fire. From Ji Lei immortal emperor, she knew that their sect leader Yemo was on par with an immortal emperor. How could one not progress in an sect like this? Jingwen,
let's go back to the sect first. Work hard on cultivation. Only once your power is high can you go find the sect leader. Lu Feng said excitedly. Su Jingwen handed the things to Lu Feng. Sister Lu, let's leave the things with you. I don't have any use for it. I'm worried that after all these years, there's still not a second person from Luoyu continent who has ascended. Unable to find an exit in the palace, Yimo could only return to that dangerous space to keep searching for immortal range and then cultivate. Time passed quickly and Yimo's power rose up drastically. Constantly staying at this lethal force space, his body refinement cultivation broke through Immortal God Body primary stage and reached Immortal God Body middle stage. Later on, those lethal force couldn't even reach his body and was smashed away. At the same time, Yimo's immortal essence kept rising as well as his spirit sense and sea of consciousness. His heaven flame 9 suns even formed the 7th blue sun. His transmission god art was near level 4, his space shatter god art increased multiple times and his 5 lightning spear destruction god art became invisible. However, his cultivation level won't increase. No matter how many extreme grade immortal ranges he devoured, his cultivation level was stuck at that little bit from Immortal Monarch peak stage. This was the 107 Nair at this dimension. Shadowless also carried this ferocious chi and the space lethal force couldn't get near Shadowless as well. Sometimes, he would even devour it. Yimo had countless immortal ranges collected. They were stacked up in mountains in the Golden Page world. Today, Shadowless and Yimo came to the palace like usual. Yimo couldn't find any other way out except in this palace. So, he would come check this palace every 10 years to see if there was a way out. Every time, he would precisely check every corner in this palace, especially the backyard. The palace was still ancient and Yimo still wasn't able to see through the secret of this palace. The palace was indestructible, but today after checking the palace, Yimo didn't leave. He stared coldly at a cushioned seat and said, Shadowless, block the exit. We can collect some debt. Shadowless said nothing and stopped at the gates. The instant Shadowless did so, a figure suddenly appeared in this palace. It was a black-faced man with a bitter smile. His cultivation level was Immortal Emperor primary stage. However, the chi from this Immortal Emperor couldn't trick Yimo. Yimo scorned at this Immortal Emperor and said, Kaimi, you harmed another Immortal Emperor. I want to see where you can run to today. Then, Zisu was humming above Yimo's head. The purple sword rays spread out without Yimo needing to activate them. The black-faced man didn't release his magic artifact and said, Yimo, there's no point in killing me. It's at most venting your anger. This man was Kaimi. He was hiding everywhere in here and meeting Yimo this time was a part of his plan. He didn't want to run and he knew that although Yimo was only Immortal Monarch tertiary stage, his Immortal Emperor primary stage was far weaker than Yimo. Since I can still vent my anger, it means that killing you serves a purpose. Yimo didn't fear Kaimi at all. Yimo, if you kill me you will never be able to leave. If you don't kill me I can guarantee you a way out. I didn't plan to avoid you. If I did, you wouldn't even be able to find me. Kaimi suddenly said. Yimo frowned and said coldly, you can go out, then why don't you go out? Why do you think you're lying to? Kaimi said calmly, Yimo, you know I'm a divine emperor and you know this is my second time possessing. To me, I would never be able to return to my original power and I would never be able to surpass you this entire life, so don't worry about me. I can't leave indeed and I don't plan to leave. There are large amounts of immortal range in here and I can use them for cultivation. Of course, the main thing is that I don't dare to go out. He paused and said, I can tell you some things you don't even know about. After you listen, you will know why I don't go out. Do you think with my current power I still need you to tell me things? Even if Feng Kong Grand Emperor comes, so what? Yimo sneered. Over the years, he had cultivated at least a few thousand years in the time formation disk. He really didn't fear Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Kaimi sneered, Feng Kong Grand Emperor is nothing. He's worse than trash in my eyes. Yimo said calmly, you're a Dao Vindication Divine Emperor. When you recover your power, of course you won't consider Feng Kong Grand Emperor a threat. Dao Vindication Divine Emperor? Kaimi suddenly laughed and looked at Yimo more seriously. Yimo, in the immortal realm Dao Vindication Divine Emperor is indeed the top, and in the ancient immortal realm, there was no Dao Vindication at all. But, once you reach Dao Vindication Divine Emperor,
you will know how insolent you are.
Yemo didn't sneer at Kaimi this time.
He knew that the stronger one got, the more they felt they didn't know. Tao Vindication Divine Emperor can have eternal life, destroy the world or tear any voids, cross realms.
Isn't that the top? Yemo asked seriously. Kaimi didn't sneer at Yemo this time and said plainly, "Who told you Tao Vindication Divine Emperor has eternal life? I can tell you that I have yet to see someone with eternal life. I can't, not even Truth Divine Emperor." Yemo's face went serious.
He cultivated diligently to achieve eternity and then helped the people around him to be eternal.
Now, Kaimi said that even a Tao Vindication Divine Emperor couldn't have eternal life. He was a bit lost. But he believed that as a previous Divine Emperor, Kaimi wouldn't bullshit about this. Realizing this, Yemo saluted with his fists. "Kaimi, I heard that Tao Vindication is very hard and you need all sorts of ways. Since you can vindicate Tao, why can't you attain eternal life? Tao Vindication is hard?" Kaimi laughed in self-mockery. "Do you now Tao-seeking tower?" Yemo nodded.
Of course he knew, he had been in there in Yuanlo Heaven, chapter 1889, terrifying person. There's 9 levels to the Tao-seeking tower.
The first 6 levels are Heart Demon Tao, Arts Tao, Magic Tao, God Art Tao, Law Tao, Reincarnation Tao. Many people know these 6 Taos and many have gone in.
Then, Kaimi's tone changed, but rarely do people go into the last 3 levels.
Even if people do, they can't understand what's inside.
The 7th level is called Great God Arts Tao, level 8 is called Chaos Tao, 9th level is blank.
No one can understand it.
Yemo didn't know why Kaimi said these things. Before Yemo asked, Kaimi continued, "Actually, although there were 9 people in the immortal realm that vindicated Tao, but those were side Taos including Truth Divine Emperor's Tao.
Then, the immortal realm crumbled and people couldn't even vindicate side Taos. Tell me more." Yemo was shocked.
This was the first time he heard that the 9 Tao vindicators of the immortal realm vindicated side Taos. Kaimi said heavily, "Side Tao doesn't mean that you can't become a powerful being.
If you keep pressing forward, you can still become a powerful being and reach the pinnacle."
Then, even Kaimi shook his head, "But that's too hard.
It's almost impossible. What is a side Tao?"
Yemo asked again. Kaimi said the so-called side Tao is vindicating Tao through a great God art.
For example, my Law Tao Vindication, or Baijua's Flame Tao Vindication.
When you learn a great God art law in the Tao-seeking tower and convert your God art to great God art, you can use it to vindicate Tao if you're talented enough. Great God art has the power to turn the world over. When Baizhua vindicated Tao, one speck of his flame could burn an entire planet.
Yemo sort of understood this, but he didn't keep asking Kaimi about this. Instead he asked Kaimi, "Divine Emperor, why did you say that you can't attain eternity even after Tao Vindication?" Kaimi showed a sliver of sneer. "Eternity? Yemo, I admit you're a prodigy amongst prodigy. You have the best fortune and the most powerful talent, but no matter how you cultivate, you wouldn't be able to be eternal."
If Tao Vindication meant eternity, then Truth Divine Emperor wouldn't be beaten till only a sliver of his soul remained in the void.
I wouldn't only have a sliver of essence spirit left.
The rest of the few Divine Emperor's souls completely perished.
Yemo touched his chin.
This was the first time he heard someone say his talent was good, but he didn't interrupt. Kaimi also showed a look of confusion. "It's said in the ancient times, there's a realm above the immortal realm. Some people call it God realm, some people call it divine realm. But later, that realm shattered and disappeared."
"The realm that disappeared?" Yemo murmured.
He thought of the words that appeared with his king naming.
God realm disappeared, stars don't show. Chaos reopen, order resettle, yes, the realm that disappeared.
Kaimi said, "Definitely ever since that realm disappeared, the world shall have no more eternity." After Immortal Emperor, people started to use the great God arts of Tao-seeking tower for Tao vindication. When the first person succeeded, he became the first Divine Emperor. Then, people used all sorts of methods to vindicate Tao. A few people succeeded, but compared to the countless cultivators, the successful people were too little. Seeing Yemo about to ask, Kaimi waved his hand and continued, "Tao vindication is just the first step.
Divine Emperor is an arrogant title.
Because highest realm and immortal realm is Tao vindication, so they are called divine emperor. In actual fact, Tao vindication is the beginning of Tao art.
The first step after Tao vindication is Tao molding, the second step is Tao nourishment, the third step is Tao actualization.
Only one who reaches Tao actualization, divine emperor, can be called divine emperor.
Yi Mo was very shocked.
If you don't reach that step, you would never know how far that step was, so only once you're a Tao actualization divine emperor can you be called divine emperor.
Yi Mo murmured to himself. Kaimi sneered, Tao actualization? Tao actualization is nothing? After Tao actualization, you can gather your Tao into essence to achieve Tao essence divine emperor, and after that there is primordial essence divine emperor?
In fact, even primordial essence divine emperor isn't the strongest divine emperor.
Whether or not that is eternal life I don't know, but that's not something I can know. Yi Mo took in a cold breath.
He thought he was at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, but he found he was still too far from that pinnacle. Luckily, there was nothing that could threaten him in the immortal realm now. Those who could threaten him were only divine emperors, but it's said that after the ancient battle they all disappeared, so he didn't need to worry.
How do you know there's 3 steps to Tao vindication, and there's Tao essence divine emperor and primordial essence divine emperor after Tao actualization divine emperor?
Yi Mo asked. Kaimi didn't answer Yi Mo and asked instead, do you know how the 33 heaven domains of the immortal realm came to be?
Yi Mo nodded. I heard it's caused by the battle of the divine emperor, great battles.
If I'm not wrong, you were probably in that battle too, right?
Why did many divine emperors attack Truth divine emperor? Kaimi nodded. That did indeed happen. After that battle, everyone was injured.
But we're all from the immortal realm, only if our brains are fried would we ruin our own foundation.
Do you think we would battle in the immortal realm and shatter the immortal realm, causing laws to not even be complete? You guys didn't break the immortal realm into 33 heavens?
Yi Mo asked in shock. Kaimi reminisced the ancient times. The immortal realm was indeed split due to a battle, but it's not that we broke it intentionally. Due to the limitations of the immortal realm laws, when we're at our stage, we can sense if new people reach Tao vindication. In the immortal realm, it's always been 9 divine emperors. But one day, we sensed a more powerful person appear in the immortal realm at the same time. If it was before, Yi Mo would be shocked and ask what was stronger than Tao vindication divine emperor. But now, he knew that even Truth divine emperor wasn't the strongest. Kaimi continued. At the same time, we appeared before that figure. That person was covered in wounds. He was heavily injured, but the chi coming from his body shook us.
That chi made us realize that if he wasn't injured, we couldn't beat him even if all 9 of us joined up.
So you guys joined up to fight that guy? Yi Mo immediately asked. Kaimi nodded. That person was rather polite. He first apologized for appearing at the immortal realm, causing us to worry.
He said he didn't do it intentionally, and when he healed he would leave the immortal realm immediately.
However, his greedy eyes exposed that he definitely wouldn't be leaving right after he healed. What we didn't expect was that Truth divine emperor was the first to ambush him. At the same time, Truth divine emperor's sound transmissioned us that this person had the secret to surpassing divine emperor and potential eternal life. If we didn't join up and this guy healed, he might kill us and control the entire immortal realm. In fact, other than Truth divine emperor, a few others were planning to attack that guy. Even I was planning to attack because his eyes were too scary. With that, everyone attacked that person at the same time. But after fighting, we realized that despite being heavily injured, that person was still countless times stronger than us. We were no match for him even after joining up. That battle faded the light of stars and the sun. We were from the immortal realm and worried about the immortal realm continent, but that person didn't care at all. His god art was great god art that we had never heard of before.
The immortal realm actually cracked under his magic artifact.
We had never seen someone with such terrifying god art.
He could annihilate an immortal emperor with one breath.
Even if you go to Qingwei Heaven now, you can see Qingwei Abyssal River. If an ordinary person goes over, he would be annihilated by the murderous qi there.
This is because the river was created by that person's palm.
After all these years, that person's killing intent is still there.
Kaimi said with great after fear, what happened later?
Yi Mo asked. Kaimi murmured, the immortal realm laws had formed, but this person could break it and shatter the immortal realm, causing laws to be incomplete.
This was a heavenly means.
Because the immortal realm was stable, so despite breaking the immortal realm, it allowed the immortal realm to form the number of heavenly gang, 36 heaven domains.
Kaimi continued, that person is too scary.
In his fury, he formed a huge essence chi palm and grabbed a heaven domain, smashing at Wuchen Divine Emperor.
Wuchen was smashed to death with a heaven domain.
Then, he grabbed 2 more heaven domains.
Chapter 1890, God Necropolis Domain. Emo took in a cold breath.
He knew that some immortal emperor and divine emperor could spirit control a planet, and heard that Juehi divine emperor could burn an entire planet, but in the vast space, there were too many planets. Most planets compared to a heaven domain was just a speck of dust. He came from Earth.
If the Earth was thrown into Luoyu continent's heartless sea, it wouldn't even cause a splash. Yet, any heaven domain of the immortal realm was countless times bigger than Luoyu continent, and such a heaven domain was grabbed by hand to smash people?
This was unimaginable. Even if an immortal emperor can damage a heaven domain through battle and might even split apart a heaven domain with powerful magic artifact and god art, but this was a far cry from grabbing a heaven domain and smashing people with it.
Isn't this person almost Tao actualization divine emperor?
Yemo asked in shock. Kaimi shook his head. According to my guess, this person is beyond Tao actualization divine emperor. He's probably almost Tao essence divine emperor.
How does no one hear of such a powerful person afterwards?
Yemo asked. In fact, we all thought it was over, but Truth Divine Emperor hit his cultivation level. Kaimi sighed. The immortal realm was above to crack. In that time of desperation, Truth Divine Emperor's cultivation level suddenly rose and released a primordial spirit treasure immortal carnage tower that we had never known about. At that moment, we were all dazed, but even that heavily injured person was dead. He watched as he was locked on by immortal carnage tower and smashed. I remembered his last words were, primordial spirit treasure.
In such a realm, you had reached Tao nourishment. You're saying that guy was killed by Truth Divine Emperor's immortal carnage tower?
Yemo shivered thinking of that ghost ship. This Truth Divine Emperor was a really scary guy. That's right, after that guy was smashed by the immortal carnage tower, he released a magic artifact wanting to smash open the immortal carnage tower, but the tower was too scary. Although his power was stronger than Truth Divine Emperor and he seemed to have heavily injured Truth Carnage Tower, his soul was still annihilated.
The immortal carnage tower can annihilate all essence spirit.
Not a speck of dust was left. Kaimi said definitely, but after Truth Divine Emperor used the immortal carnage tower, his spirit was withered and his face pale. Even a fool could tell he was at his wit's end. What we didn't expect was that Juehi Divine Emperor ambushed Truth Divine Emperor at this time in transmission to the rest of us. Kaimi showed a sliver of helplessness and bitterness. I heard Truth Divine Emperor was very arrogant and cocky. He never showed respect to the other Divine Emperors and always cursed at them.
Was this why Juehi Divine Emperor ambushed him? Yemo asked. Kaimi sneered, Truth Divine Emperor cocky? He's more forbearing than anyone?
Juehi Divine Emperor's daughter fell in love with Truth Divine Emperor, but after Truth Divine Emperor took over her,
he abandoned her.
This might be the reason why Juehi Divine Emperor wanted to ambush Truth Divine Emperor.
Of course, this is just my guess. Yemo was speechless.
This was completely different to the street story he heard. He heard that Truth Divine Emperor pointed at the Divine Emperor daughter and said, "You are mine now." Juehi Divine Emperor was successful in his ambush.
We knew that Truth Divine Emperor was very strong and bleak, so we all attacked.
In the end, Truth Divine Emperor self-destructed and we didn't end up good either. Other than 1 or 2, the rest of us lost our bodies. After my body crippled, my essence spirit was greatly depleted, but I had a broken truth spirit world and I robbed a bloody spear. The spear came from that master. The information about Tao vindication came from the spear. I used a blood spear too, so I fused the 2 spears. Kaimi said. Yemo was very shocked, but his face was calm. You stayed here to tell me all this and let you go? You know I have the time formation disk and perhaps the truth spirit world and chaos tree.
Do you think I would let you go?
Yours is truth spirit world?
Kaimi repeated in shock and was a little disappointed.
He thought Yemo had a chaos world. Yemo knew Kaimi was very cunning and there was no way he would admit he had chaos world. Kaimi didn't doubt Yemo's words.
He didn't believe Yemo could get Chaos World. Now that Yemo admitted it himself, he was disappointed, but he believed it. Truth Spirit World was still the most top-level thing. He relied on it to stay alive many times before. That Truth Spirit World eventually cracked in the bluish-gray space. I know your things are treasures in the immortal realm, but if you agree not to kill me, I can swear I won't spill it. I can even sever the memories of this away. Of course, I don't want you to just not kill me. As for whether or not you agree, let me finish first. Kaimi took out a jade slip to Yemo and said, there are things recorded in here that you have never seen before. It's organized from what I found in the blood spear. At my level, I know I wouldn't be able to catch up to you. Our path will be different in the future. I can't threaten you at all, and the dangers you face are much greater than me. Yemo scanned his spirit sense in the jade slip. He immediately saw many things he had never seen before, including the blue fruit he got from the restriction. It was called Emperor Wood Blue Fruit. Yemo immediately knew this jade slip was very important to him. He took it without hesitation. Kaimi's threat was very huge, and he didn't really plan on letting this person go, but he wasn't not going to take such good things. We came from the Star Beast place. They usually live at the border of a realm, so we're also at the border region. This palace has an ancient chi and a chi that doesn't belong to the immortal realm. I've seen this chi before. The person who suddenly appeared in the immortal realm also had this chi. This means that the palace and that person came from the same place. Kaimi looked calmly at Yemo and said, Feng Kong, those idiots forcefully attacked the Formation Foundation and actually broke a crevice into the void here. Although those idiots got away, the void fissure closed too. However, the Formation Foundation sealing the chi here was opened. At the same time, the chi of the palace is seeping out. One day, those powerful beings not belonging to the immortal realm would sense this chi and come to the immortal realm. How are you so certain? Yemo asked in disbelief. Kaimi said heavily. You haven't seen the eyes of that outsider. It was pure frenzy and joy. It means that they saw a more beautiful place than they lived. His face showed that he wanted to eat the entire immortal realm. Later on, from the blood spear, I realized how harsh their environment was. Some of this is my guess, some of this is information from the blood spear. They belong to a higher realm, but for some reason that realm crumbled and disappeared. And at that realm, the laws are broken too. This made them leave that broken realm and went to a place called the God Necropolis Domain to live. God Necropolis Domain? Yemo asked in confusion. This name was too strange. He had been to Immortal Graveyard Valley and Long Graveyard Valley. He knew that places related to graveyards were usually barren and bleak. If the God Necropolis Domain was a place like that, then living there would be harsh. Kaimi said, that's right, the God Necropolis Domain. The powerful being killed by the Truth Divine Emperor came from there somehow. Think about it, if those people knew there was a place as beautiful as the immortal realm, would they let it go? Yemo frowned. The 33 heaven domains are very big, even if we have them it's fine. Kaimi sneered, do you know what those people are? Would they live here quietly? I'm certain that as soon as they come, the first thing they would do is take away every heaven domain and then spirit control it into their truth spirit world. The people of immortal realm are worse than livestock to them. Yemo's face changed. Their realm was broken and the beautiful environment was gone. If they came to the immortal realm, how could they just find a place to live? He was too naive. Chapter 1891, Secret of the Palace. I really didn't expect it. Yemo saluted with his fists and admitted to his mistake. Kaimi waved his hand. You haven't seen their power, it's normal. Now, I'm going to talk about this palace. I don't know who set this palace up, but I'm certain that the Qianbei who set it up did so to seal the passage between that realm and the immortal realm. Perhaps this was to protect the immortal realm, but the Formation Foundation was broken by those idiots. Why didn't you stop them? Yemo's face changed. Kaimi said with contempt, do you know whose body this is? It's Feng Kong's henchman. If I came out, I would probably be killed by Feng Kong before I can even talk. Even if he listened to me, he would still kill me. Since they opened the space here and you can leave through the void, why didn't you leave? Yemo asked again. Kaimi sighed. What's the difference? I didn't have the chance to go, but even if I did, I feel there's no meaning.
The formation here is broken. The immortal realm will definitely be discovered by people of the other realm. Once that happens, they would come to the immortal realm and spirit control all the heaven domains. Even if I go out to any heaven domain, I would still be spirit controlled. Yemo realized what Kaimi meant. Kaimi thought that he had the chaos world, that's why he stayed to see him, but Yemo was thinking, who set up this huge formation? Since that person did this, it meant his power was immense and wouldn't be going back to the broken realm. How come he hasn't heard of such person? Because I had a broken truth spirit world and I thought you had the chaos world, so I wanted to join you.
But you don't. The truth spirit world is good enough. I'm willing to hand over my soul print and give you the way out of here if you protect me. Kaimi said. Yemo sneered, and then possess me like you did to Lu Jingchuan, right?
Kaimi smiled bitterly. I can't even possess it all now.
Your sea of consciousness is probably much stronger than mine. Plus, if I give you my soul seal, you can kill me with one thought. How can I possess you? Plus, I have a body now, how do I possess you?
Now that Kaimi said this, Yemo felt Kaimi was right. Thinking about this, Yemo nodded. Then hand over your soul seal and tell me how to get out. I'm the sect leader of MOU Immortal Sect. You will be one of my sect members now.
Yes, sect leader.
Kaimi said, and then severed a sliver of soul seal without hesitation. Yemo grabbed the soul seal and immediately knew that Kaimi was being for real.
He could really kill Kaimi with one thought.
At this moment, Yemo's face relaxed and patted Kaimi's shoulder. Kaimi, as long as you don't talk shit and do wrong things, I will let you live very well.
Okay, tell me how to get out of here.
Yemo was certain that his formation skills were beyond level 7 Immortal Formation Grandmaster, but after hearing Kaimi, he realized that many things couldn't be solved with just formation skills. Kaimi was just a level 7 Immortal Formation Grandmaster, but his experience was much greater than Yemo's. With his help, Yemo found the formation door he couldn't find in 100 years in just 45 minutes. After leaving the void formation door, Yemo let Kaimi move to the side. He didn't use Kaimi's method and open another void on the void phone Kong and them opened. That way, the immortal realm would be exposed faster. Yemo derived the space formation door while thinking about how to remedy the leaked chi. At the same time, he was thinking about who had the power to set up such a formation. Kaimi didn't care at first, but later on he noticed something wrong. Yemo's powerful formation Dao Rune made him feel that even his own formation skills were improving. Kaimi's heart skipped, and only now did he truly feel how extraordinary Yemo was. He released such powerful Dao waves when he was just deducing formation. How powerful would it be when he was cultivating? Kaimi soon sat and felt Yemo's Dao waves. His body was destroyed and he slumbered in the truth spirit world for countless years. After waking up, he possessed twice. He had long lost the possibility of seeking Dao again. Yet feeling Yemo's Dao waves now, he had new hopes. Time flew by, and in another decade, Yemo suddenly woke up and started to build formation flags. Seeing Yemo used refined star rock and immortal flame blue like morning sky, even Kaimi was dumbfounded. Even Truth Divine Emperor didn't have this many good things. But soon he woke up. What was Yemo doing? Looking at Kaimi's inquisitive look, Yemo said, Kaimi, you're right. This formation door is indeed the formation foundation of this dimension. It's been damaged heavily and the chi is spilling. I finally understand why there are so many immortal ranges here. They are the immortal spirit chi source for this formation. A powerful being set them here, and now we dug so many away. The formation foundation was also damaged by Feng Kong, that bastard. You want to repair this formation foundation? Kaimi asked in shock. Yemo shook his head. I don't have the ability to repair it, but I can remedy the situation. I can't stop the chi from spilling, but I can delay it. I don't know exactly how long I can delay it for.
Kaimi was astonished.
He didn't expect Yemo could repair such a powerful formation foundation, seeing Kaimi's shocked eyes.
Yemo could only explain, in fact, I'm setting up another simple stealth formation. I can't connect it to the original formation.
When Yemo got out, he would use the time he bought to bring up his power. Even if he can't reach the Dao Actualization Divine Emperor or Dao Essence Divine Emperor, he would at least have to reach Immortal Emperor. If possible, he hoped he could use his Golden Page World to vindicate DOA. Another year later, Yemo turned all his refined star rock into formation flags. This hurt his heart a bit.
He could have used it to upgrade Zisu, seeing EMO throw out tens of extreme grade immortal range to provide immortal spirit chi. Kaimi respected EMO. Kaimi, why did that Qianbei leave this palace and so many restrictions? Why did he leave behind a formation door? Isn't that giving people a chance to break it? And why did those restrictions disappear? EMO asked. Kaimi thought and said, I've thought about this many times as well. Maybe that powerful being did this on purpose. He probably didn't expect so many immortal emperors to come here. If only one person came, then the powerful being left the door for him to leave. As for the things inside the restriction, it was probably for people to reach Immortal Emperor Peak so they can leave. I know a few Immortal Emperor Peak stages left through the Void Formation door, but they didn't get out. They came back and broke the formation foundation. EMO said with confusion. Kaimi rubbed his head. I don't understand this too. Then he looked expectantly at EMO. Do you have a way out now? EMO nodded. I do. Then, EMO threw out a few formation flags he didn't use. It can open this place for a few seconds. Just follow me. As soon as EMO spoke, a crevice opened up. EMO took Shadowless and went inside immediately. Kaimi followed EMO without hesitation. After the two left, the crevice shut immediately and the palace became dead silent again. EMO stayed in the void and didn't leave immediately. He left a few formation flags here. When he was strong enough, he would come back to repair this formation and completely stealth the immortal realm. Chapter 1892, Purple-robed person selling stone stool. 3 years later, Fendu Heaven Jacoué Immortal City, a blue-robed young man walked into the city. He carried a sword immortal artifact on his back. From head to toe, he was dressed in the most ordinary clothes. Jacoué Immortal City was the largest immortal city in the Grand Heaven domain because many immortal ships left from here. People gathered here for the opening of secret realms. Kuweja Immortal City had a ruin itself, and so it was usually always full here. Those who could come to Kuweja Immortal City would at least wear immortal armor. Even if it was low-grade immortal armor. No one dressed like this young man, but since no one could see through his power, people didn't dare to look at him. This was EMO. He came to Fendu Heaven as soon as he and Kaimi came back to the immortal realm. One was because that Fendu Heaven was the closest to get back, and the second was because Saint Yi was in Fendu Heaven. He was hunted by Wuhue Immortal Emperor at the Wujia Sound River, and EMO had been worried what happened to Yi and Dingjia. Although he knew the Wujia Sound River didn't dare to do anything to the two, he was still worried. So when he came back, he went to Fendu Heaven immediately. When things here were over, he would search for Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun disappeared from Wujia Sound River. Even if he couldn't find her, he would make Wuyin Immortal Emperor pay. The first thing Kaimi did was to go pick up the things he left behind, so he separated with EMO at Fendu Heaven. EMO had been to Jacoué Immortal City a few times. He knew this city was very busy and he hid his power to Immortal King middle stage. He publicly announced he hid his power before, so all the immortal emperors he had seen didn't know his cultivation level. This way, if he exposed his cultivation level, people would only think he was already Immortal Monarch tertiary stage. If he didn't expose his cultivation level, then when he reached Immortal Emperor, he would say he was already Immortal Emperor. No matter how strong he was, he shouldn't get public outrage. If everyone knew he had time formation disc, then he would be attacked by everyone. Truth Divine Emperor was a good example. EMO came to the city wanting to use the teleportation formation here to go to Jiufan Immortal Pond, but when his spirit sense scanned a purple-robed man, he immediately changed his plan. He could tell this purple-robed man was Immortal Emperor tertiary stage and was the image that Jilei Immortal Emperor showed him. This person appearing here was probably so he could auction the stone stool again. He didn't dare to buy it before, but if this guy still dared to sell it here, then don't blame him. Thinking about this, EMO didn't follow this man and instead found the most luxurious immortal rest tower in the city. He wanted to ask around if there was a large auction in the city. If there was an auction, he would buy the stone stool. If there was no auction, then he would follow this man out of the city and rob him. He was Immortal Monarch tertiary stage, but he had been stuck here for so long and used so many immortal ranges. He didn't believe he would be scared of a mere Immortal Emperor tertiary stage, plus, EMO had to have that stone stool. He didn't know how long the formation in that palace could cover up the immortal realm's chi. If those powerful beings came to the immortal realm, it would be a catastrophe.
Only if he perfected his chaos world could he take the people with him away. He didn't know what was going on with Jakue Immortal City, but there were many people in the city and the immortal rest towers were full. As an immortal king, Yemo was immediately respected upon walking in. However, the tower had no seats and even the lobby was full. These immortals came from everywhere and all sat in the lobby clearly to get some more news. Yemo knew that if he asked someone to move off a table, no one would object, but Yemo didn't like doing that. "Shenbei, I'm going to leave, you can sit here." An honest-looking great eternity immortal got up and saluted with his fists to Yemo. Yemo immediately replied, "Thank you, friend." Yemo sat down and the attendant on the side immediately came up asking what tea or fruit Yemo wanted. He was afraid that Yemo would get angry for having no seat. "Get me any kettle of immortal spirit tea." Yemo took out 1,000 top-grade immortal crystals, spending 1,000 top-grade immortal crystals for just a kettle of tea. The nearby people could already tell Yemo was wealthy. Everyone quietened down with Yemo's cultivation level being Immortal King middle stage. Yemo was speechless. With a high cultivation level, he couldn't even find out some news here. The attendant took out a jade kettle from his storage ring and took out a jade cup, pouring a cup of tea for Yemo. "Wait." Seeing the attendant was about to leave, Yemo stopped him. The attendant was just a golden immortal. Seeing Yemo stop him, he quickly stopped and asked carefully, "Shenbei, what other orders do you have?" Just when he wanted to ask if there was some big auction in the city, Yemo's spirit sense scanned a familiar figure who was hurrying out of the city. Yemo rejoiced and immediately dashed out of the immortal rest tower. He saw the first immortal king he had seen in the immortal realm. He only knew this female immortal was a blue-dressed status immortal, but didn't know her cultivation level. Now, he could see it clearly. She was an immortal king middle stage. She was probably an immortal king middle stage before as well. Yemo was excited because Nia Shuangshuang was taken away by her. Finding her meant finding Nia Shuangshuang. He really wanted to know how she was doing. Yuxia was very anxious. As soon as she reached the city with her martial sister, she received her martial sister Yuxian's urgent call. She was hurrying over there, but not long after leaving the city, she was stopped. She could immediately tell that the person who stopped her was an immortal king middle stage. She was desperate, but she didn't dare to get angry. "You are." Yuxia recognized Yemo and there was inexpressible shock in her face. Yemo smiled. "That's right, I'm the person whom you said could at most reach golden immortal. But I'm not here today to repeat that. I'm here to thank you for saving my friend Nia Shuangshuang and I want to take her away. Of course, I'll compensate you for that." "You're already an immortal king?" "This." She stared at Yemo with pure shock, forgetting to even ask how Yemo came to the Grand Heaven domain. How many years had it been? The hollow immortal she saw became an immortal king. She said he could at most reach golden immortal, but now, she was still immortal king middle stage while the hollow immortal reached immortal king middle stage. Yemo stopped her. "That isn't the point. The point is, where is Nia Shuangshuang? Is she okay?" Yemo's tone was getting impatient. The immortal king suddenly realized what she needed to do and quickly said, "Shuangshuang is fine, my martial sister is in danger, I need to go see her first." Then, the blue-dressed immortal king dashed away. Yemo frowned but didn't stop her and followed behind instead. Chapter 1893, Know Each Other, Brother Yi, I'm Yuxia. I was wrong about what I said before. Sorry. Shuangshuang is fine. After I find my martial sister, I'll tell you more. Yuxia saw Yemo followed over and quickly explained. She even felt she was no match for Yemo, so she was very polite. Yemo was anxious about Nia Shuangshuang, but she had to go save her martial sister. Everything was good as long as Nia Shuangshuang was fine. Plus, he knew this martial sister of Yuxia. It was probably that young girl who was great eternity immortal. Yemo's spirit sense soon scanned the young girl who played with him but helped him. She was stopped by two immortal kings, one immortal king middle stage and one immortal king tertiary stage who was very tall. A small bear-like immortal spirit beast rested on her shoulder with a sliver of fear in its eyes. The fiery red fur of the immortal spirit beast was very catchy. Martial sister. Yuxiang already saw Yuxia and called out. She still looked like a young girl and had a huge chest. Seeing people come, the two immortal kings didn't talk and just looked at Yuxia. Yuxia knew her martial sister caused trouble and quickly went up to the two immortal king and saluted with her fists. My martial sister is immature.
If she offended you too, please forgive her. Ha, a person who cultivated to great eternity immortal has lived for countless years and you say she's immature? Do you think I'm a fool, or are you a fool?
The tall-looking immortal king tertiary stage laughed in scorn. Yu Xie heard this and knew that Yu Xiang caused quite some trouble this time.
Her face changed and she yelled, "What did you do?" Yu Xiang knew things weren't good and she didn't have time to look at Emo.
She just said sadly, "I just caught an ordinary immortal spirit beast and roasted it with Nuan Nuan, but they say the immortal spirit beast belonged to them."
She really wanted to say that the immortal spirit beast wasn't necessarily theirs and wasn't necessarily a spirit-seeking rabbit.
But she knew this wasn't the low or middle heaven domain. Hearing this, the immortal king middle stage moved his eyes away from Emo and coldly said, "You ate our spirit-seeking rabbit and you say it's not ours.
Do you see spirit-seeking rabbits everywhere?"
Yu Xie's face changed. If it really was a spirit-seeking rabbit, then even if they gave everything, they wouldn't be able to compensate for that. Although her martial sister liked to do some cheeky things, she wouldn't be that dumb. Although she knew that she couldn't afford to compensate it, Yu Xie still asked, "Dao friends, my martial sister is indeed immature. May I ask how to compensate for this spirit-seeking rabbit?"
"We will try our best to compensate to you."
"Compensate?
Can you afford it?" "My spirit-seeking rabbit can find an immortal range in a month and tens of level 7 and higher immortal spirit herbs. How are you going to compensate us?"
The tall immortal king tertiary stage sneered. Yu Xie's face went pale.
She really couldn't afford it.
This was the grand heaven domain. She didn't even have a place to ask for help. Small ginseng laughed in sound transmission to Emo. "I don't know if the spirit-seeking rabbit was eaten by the girl, but I know the bear on her shoulder is an immortal range bear."
Emo has heard of immortal range bears before.
He didn't expect it to be so small and red-haired. The immortal range bears 8 immortal crystals and immortal ranges and could find the best immortal ranges immediately.
But Emo knew it wasn't very rare and precious. It grew very slowly and only when it matured could it find immortal ranges.
Emo didn't know if Yu Xiang ate their spirit-seeking rabbit, but he was certain the two immortal kings recognized Yu Xiang's red bear was an immortal range bear. "What's going on, you tell me?"
Emo walked up. "Ha, you're Emo."
Yu Xiang recognized Emo immediately. She didn't see Emo at first, but now she immediately said in surprise and joy, "You're actually at the grand heaven domain. Your cultivation level definitely won't be golden immortal." "Emo, I can't see your cultivation level." Seeing Yu Xiang's joy and her completely different attitude to her martial sister,
Emo was happy too.
Before Emo said anything, Yu Xie reproached, "Yu Xiang, martial brother Yi is an immortal king now, don't be so casual."
"Emo, you're really an immortal king."
"My martial sister said you would be golden immortal at most, huh?" In Yu Xiang's eyes, Emo was still the noob who bought returned soul fruit at a low-level marketplace. Yu Xie said helplessly, "Brother Yi, I'm really sorry, my martial sister." Emo waved his hand, "It's fine, we're old friends."
"I'm happy she calls me Emo." "Yu Xiang, tell me what happened before."
"If it's not your fault, I'll help you get justice." A mere immortal king middle stage dares to get justice.
"Piss off. If you utter one more word,
I'll slay you here," the tall immortal king tertiary stage said in contempt. Emo's face sunk. "Piss off?
Regardless whether your rabbit was eaten, you can piss off."
"Ha ha." The immortal king laughed in anger. "So arrogant, I've really never seen someone as arrogant as you." Before he finished, his purple rune ghost scissors was released. It turned into 2 huge blades and cut at Emo. Yu Xie immediately felt the powerful immortal king domain. Her face changed. She knew she was no match upon seeing this immortal king domain. Before Yu Xie could react, Emo kicked. This was a casual kick, no god art nor space lethal force. Yu Xie dazed. An ordinary kick attacking half-extreme grade immortal artifact scissors? Was Emo a fake immortal king or was his head dumb? This tall immortal king was dazed too. He didn't expect there to be such an idiot. Was this guy dumb? But immediately he noticed something wrong. If Emo was an idiot, how could he kick in his immortal king domain? Rumble. When they were still dazed, Emo's foot struck the scissors. That ordinary kick suddenly caused space whirlpools the instant before it hit the scissors. The space lethal force and immortal king domain of the immortal king tertiary stage was dissipated in this kick. the scissors was kicked away like an ordinary metal scissors. Meanwhile, this tall immortal king spat a few mouthfuls of blood due to the backlash.
This didn't end.
His immortal king domain spun rapidly and instantly pulverized his own arms.
You.
The tall immortal king was dazed. He had never thought that someone could kick his scissors away just by standing there and then twist his arms with his own immortal king domain. The other fatter immortal king, Yu Xia, and Yu Xiang were also completely dazed.
What immortal king was this? Even the strongest immortal monarch shouldn't be able to do this.
Seeing Yimo walk towards him, the tall immortal king called out in shock, "I'm a sect member of Black Lightning Emperor sect. If you dare to kill me you will die." Yimo laughed. "This is the first time I heard of Black Lightning Emperor sect."
"I'm going to kill you. What can Black Lightning Emperor sect do to me?" But Yimo didn't attack immediately and instead glared coldly towards the city.
At the same time, a sneer sounded, "This emperor shall see who dares to kill my Black Lightning Emperor sex member."
The tall immortal king breathed easy hearing this voice. He glared at Yimo and his face went cruel.
He knew this powerful immortal king was dead. Yimo immediately said in contempt, "I'm going to kill him. What are you going to do?"
Ha!
Before the person landed, he already saw Yimo's look. Chapter 1894, Zhekue's Secret Realm. He didn't look carefully who started a conflict with the tall immortal king.
Only an immortal king would have a conflict with an immortal king.
He was an immortal emperor tertiary stage and immortal kings were like insects to him. When he saw this person was Yimo, he immediately knew this wasn't someone he could mess with.
He had heard of Yimo's ferocious name and seen it with his own eyes. He even asked Yimo questions, so its sect leader Yi, Nong Yen didn't see clearly.
Yimo looked more ordinary now, but Nong Yen immortal emperor knew that Yimo's power grew once again.
Yimo showed he was an immortal king, but who knew what his power was?
Yimo admitted himself that he hid a little of his power, but who knew how much that little amount was? Yimo said plainly, "I heard you say who dares to kill your Black Lightning Emperor sect member, so I am still shaking." Despite saying that, Yimo's killing intent was soaring.
Nong Yen immortal emperor was very awkward. "I didn't see things clearly."
"I believe sect leader Yi wouldn't take things seriously with a mere immortal king. It must be that my sect member offended sect leader Yi. If so, I won't let it go easily."
Nong Yen immortal emperor was awkward, but his words caught Yimo.
As long as his sect member didn't offend Yimo first, then Yimo can't really kill the immortal king in front of his face. Everyone was dazed. Not just Yu Xiang and Yu Xia, but even the tall immortal king opened his mouth wide in shock. What was going on? Nong Yen immortal emperor was the strongest immortal emperor in Black Lightning Emperor sect.
He was at the top of Jin Shang heaven. Who was Yimo?
A mere immortal king, and yet he dared to say such words in front of Nong Yen immortal emperor. What shocked them more was Nong Yen immortal emperor's reaction to such words.
Was this how an immortal emperor tertiary stage talked to an immortal king? Was there some powerful backup Yimo had?
Even if sect leader Ye's backup was the 4 Grand Emperors, he can't be so rude to Nong Yen immortal emperor. Yimo sneered in his killing intent sword. Nong Yen immortal emperor saw this and was more shocked. He didn't believe he could beat Yimo, although Yimo and his dragon horse made Li Long immortal emperor back out, and he was a little stronger than Li Long immortal emperor, but who knows if Yimo had new encounters these years. He had no confidence in beating Yimo at all. Plus, Yimo's sect also had immortal emperor tertiary stage. Plus, the 4 Grand Emperors weren't going to let Yimo go. Why start conflict with Yimo now? Seeing Yimo's killing intent rise, Nong Yen immortal emperor didn't dare to take things lightly.
He yelled at the tall immortal king, "What happened? If you dare to lie at all, I will turn you to dust."
Seeing even his martial ancestor this concerned with Yimo, how could the tall immortal king not know that Yimo wasn't someone he could mess with? He quickly explained, "Senhao immortal king and I saw in spirit seeking rabbit, so we chased it but we lost it.
When we found it again,
we found she was roasting our rabbit, so Yimo thought they were just scamming Yu Xiang, but such thing actually existed." He subconsciously glanced at Yu Xiang. She woke up from the shock and quickly said, "Sorry, Nuan Nuan wanted to eat that rabbit as soon as he saw it."
Nuan Nuan was too fast and caught the rabbit.
"I helped Nuan Nuan roast it. I didn't expect it tasted so good, so I ate some too." Yu Xia, Yimo and Nong Yen immortal emperor had realized what happened.
Yu Xiang indeed roasted the rabbit, but the rabbit didn't belong to the two immortal king, and they used this to stop Yu Xiang. Realizing this, Nong Yen immortal emperor's face sunk. So you used this to rob her immortal range bear. Is that so? Yes, yes. The two immortal kings said shakily, my bear is an immortal range bear? Yu Xiang looked at her bear in shock. Nong Yen immortal emperor could tell the three already knew each other, so he said to Yu Xiang, this is the fault of my sect members, please forgive. Yu Xiang knew Nong Yen immortal emperor did this all because of Yimo. She didn't dare to really accept the apology and quickly bowed with Yu Xiang, Master Nong Yen, it's Wan Bei's martial sister being naughty. I don't dare to accept such apology. Nong Yen nodded, your immortal range bear's level is too low. It needs a lot of time to grow. I have a feeding manual here, have a look. Then, Nong Yen immortal emperor threw a jade slip and Yu Xiang quickly caught it before bowing again. Sect leader Yi, this is the wrong of my sect member. If you have any punishment, I will support it. Nong Yen immortal emperor saluted with his fists to Yimo again. Yimo didn't really intend to kill this immortal king. Now that Nong Yen immortal emperor said this, he saluted with his fists. Since brother Nong Yen thinks it's fine, then this will do. Hurry up and piss off. Nong Yen immortal emperor yelled to the two immortal kings. The two had long wanted to go. They quickly bowed to Yimo and Nong Yen immortal emperor before leaving. So sect leader Yi already made it out. I have been worrying. Brother He Chong has been worried about brother Yi too. Nong Yen immortal emperor acted as though the incident before didn't happen at all and they were long lost friends. Brother Nong Yen, how is my sect and brother He Chong? Yimo asked. Brother He Chong is definitely fine, don't worry sect leader Yi. Feng Kong Grand Emperor has been taking care of him, perhaps it's better to find news from Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Nong Yen immortal emperor's words made Yimo's face sink. How could he not know that Nong Yen immortal emperor meant Feng Kong Grand Emperor already knew about him and didn't like him? Regardless of whether Nong Yen immortal emperor had good or bad intentions. At least he knew that Feng Kong Grand Emperor had his eyes on him and might even take He Chong to the Grand Emperor estate. Thank you for your remind brother Nong Yen. After things here are done, I will go visit Feng Kong Grand Emperor at his estate. Yimo said calmly. He saw in the reincarnation Dao of Dao Seeking Tower that Feng Kong Grand Emperor treated him badly in his past life and there was a woman carrying him who was kicked down the stairs. He had to ask where that person was now. Hearing that Yimo was going to visit Feng Kong at his estate, Nong Yen immortal emperor's heart skipped. He knew he was far from a match for Yimo. Realizing this, Nong Yen immortal emperor changed the topic and smiled. Does sect leader Yi have business to do at Jiakuei immortal city? Or did you bring your sect members to participate in the opening of the Jiakuei secret realm? Jiakuei secret realm? Yimo asked in surprise. This was the first time he had heard of this. Yu Xia quickly said Jiakuei secret realm is one of the biggest immortal spirit herb secret realms in the Grand Heaven domains. It has large amounts of high-level immortal spirit herb and opens every 10,000 years. Only those immortal king and below can go. I brought my martial sister here this time to go as well. Nong Yen immortal emperor nodded. That's right, there's large amounts of high-level immortal spirit herb every time. Sect leader Yi is an immortal pill grand master, you can buy some immortal spirit herb outside. Chapter 1895, Nie Xuanxuang's whereabouts. Nong Yen immortal emperor was old and cunning. Seeing Yimo's slight change in expression when he said high-level immortal spirit herb, he immediately noticed what Yimo wanted. Nong Xia heard this and although not daring to ask Yimo, she was extremely shocked. Yimo was now not only immortal king and didn't even fear immortal emperor. She even heard Nong Yen immortal emperor call Yimo sect leader, clearly meaning that Yimo started his own sect. On top of that, Yimo wasn't even scared of the four grand emperor and his own sect had immortal emperor too. If this was shocking enough, Nong Yen immortal emperor's words that Yimo was an immortal pill grand master just turned her world upside down. Those who could be called immortal pill grand master could at least concoct level 7 immortal pill. How long has it been since Yimo reached the immortal realm? Even if he was constantly concocting pills, he wouldn't be able to reach level 7 immortal pill grand master. Okay, I will definitely go buy immortal spirit herb. Yimo laughed. It wasn't that he couldn't reach level 9 immortal pill grand master but that he didn't have large amounts of level 9 immortal spirit herbs. Without it, he couldn't practice it. It was fine that he couldn't go in the Jiakuei secret realm. He could buy things from outside. With his current power, who would dare to stop him buying immortal spirit herb? Reaching level 9 Immortal Pill Grand Master was extremely important to Emo too. He had Emperor Carrot. If he didn't reach level 9 Immortal Pill Grand Master, he couldn't concoct Taiwei Emperor Return Pill.
His cultivation level was stuck now, but if he reached Immortal Monarch Peak stage, the first thing he would do was to concoct the Emperor Pill. Plus, his Emperor Pill lacked a few supplementary Immortal Spirit herbs. He needed to buy them too. Sect Leader Yi, I stay at Black Lightning Immortal Tower.
If Sect Leader Yi just came, you can come stay there. Non Yen Immortal Emperor invited. Yi Mo could tell that it was their own immortal tower. He waved his hand. I still have some business. We can meet when the secret realm opens again.
Non Yen Immortal Emperor saw this and saluted with his fists before leaving. Since Yu Xia was this familiar with Jiakue City, Mo planned to ask her, so he didn't ask Non Yen Immortal Emperor about the auction. Mo, how did you suddenly reach Immortal King and you're not scared of Immortal Emperor? Yu Xiang immediately asked. Yu Xiang, I told you not to be so rude.
Yu Xia reproached. Mo waved his hand to Yu Xia. He didn't like people like her. He would rather talk more to Yu Xiang. I just had some fortune.
Mo was then prepared to ask about Nia Shuangshuang. Yu Xia seemed to know how Mo felt and said without being asked.
When I woke Nia Shuangshuang, I took her out once and she was taken away. Who is it? Mo's face sunk. He thought that finding Yu Xia meant he would be able to see Nia Shuangshuang easily. He didn't have to take her away, but he had to see her at least. Yu Xia quickly explained, it's the Ice God Palace's second palace lord. She happened to come to Middle Heaven Domain and saw Nia Shuangshuang. She immediately wanted to take Nia Shuangshuang in as disciple.
I didn't dare to say anything to the immortal god body, so I could only watch them take her away. At least Ice God Palace is an emperor's sect. It's better than having Shuangshuang stay with me.
Ice God Palace? Mo immediately thought of the conflicts between him and the Ice God Palace.
He killed the palace lord Lang Yin at the Heartless Sea, plus, he got a small blue bead word in the Ice God Forbidden Grounds. There was an extremely beautiful woman in there called Qing Ru.
Even now, Mo still hasn't seen a woman with more perfect body than hers.
Even Jinbing Yu was at most on par with her. Thinking of Jinbing Yu's perfect body, Mo's heart rustled a bit.
He shook his head.
He had been with her for so long and she even completely undressed in front of her and said she was willing, but he rejected her. Now that she wasn't with him, he was instead missing her. Yu Xia was a woman and caught Mo's days in expression. She believed the two were lovers. Thinking about this, she said, the three palace lords of the Ice God Palace are all immortal emperors.
It's said there's also a Grand Immortal Emperor. They're a top-level emperor's sect in Qingwei Heaven. Ice God Palace is in Qingwei Heaven? Mo asked in shock. Yu Xia immediately answered, Ice God Palace is a complicated sect.
They have sects in the low and middle heaven domain, but then they disappeared. Only the Grand Heaven Domain sect remains and they rarely come out into the world.
An emperor's sect would have annihilated branches?
Mo asked in confusion. Yu Xia explained, at first, they only took in female disciples but later started to take in male disciples. Their cultivation method is very unique and male and female disciples started to cultivate together, causing some complications. Mo didn't ask, he knew this complications meant lust. The original Ice God Palace is sacred and clean, but because of this situation, it made Ice God Palace no different to Demon Joy sect.
Due to this, internal conflicts erupted and this caused Ice God Palace to weaken.
Yu Xia clearly knew this thing clearly and continued. After that, those elders who only wanted to take in female disciples left the Ice God Palace. Then, some powerful elders left, causing Ice God Palace to greatly weaken. Because their sect location was very good, the Ice God Palace was gradually annihilated in sect battles. The Ice God Palace in Qingwei Heaven was created by the elders who left?
Mo asked.
Yu Xia nodded. Yes, those elders took away 90% of Ice God Palace's cultivation methods and heritage and established a new Ice God Palace. When the original Ice God Palace perished for countless years, the new Ice God Palace came out, but the new one was Immortal Emperor level.
No sect dared to underestimate them.
They are now a powerful emperor sect that only takes in female disciples.
Where is the Ice God Palace located? Mo asked.
He had decided to go to Ice God Palace after this. He needed to go to Qingwei Heaven to test that Feng Kong Grand Emperor. No one knows the location of the Ice God Palace. They only know it's on top of an ice mountain in Qingwei Heaven. They detest men, and it's said if men appeared near their sect they would be killed immediately. With their power, even Wei Feng Grand Emperor didn't want to say much. Yemo didn't ask about the Ice God Palace anymore. Do you know if there's an auction in the city? Yuxia breathed easy seeing that Yemo didn't keep asking about the Ice God Palace, because the Jiakuei secret realm is about to open in a few days. Today is the highest level auction in the city. Marshall's sister and I bought entrance tickets. It said there aren't many things, but everything is the top level items. Yemo immediately realized that purple robes really went to every big auction. Tonight, he had to get that stone stool. Yemo gave an extreme grade immortal sword to Yuxia. Thanks for saving Shuangshuang. This is for you. Then, he gave a jade bottle to Yuxiang. Hope you can reach Immortal King soon. And, I need to go to the city now. After the secret realm opens, I'm going to buy Immortal Spirit Herb at the gate. If you get Immortal Spirit Herb inside, you can sell it to me. Then, Yemo turned and disappeared. Chapter 1896, Mysterious Thing. Marshall's sister, why is this Yemo this wealthy? He casually gave you an extreme grade immortal artifact. I think he wants to thank you for saving that Nia Shuangshuang. Yuxiang looked at the extreme grade immortal artifact in admiration. Yuxia's face went red. She said Yemo would stop at Golden Immortal and gave him some pills and measly amount of immortal crystals, but now Yemo gave her an extreme grade immortal artifact. This was irony to the extreme. She didn't know that this extreme grade immortal artifact to Yemo was about the same as 10,000 low grade immortal crystals that she gave to Yemo. Instead, the thing Yemo gave Yuxiang was more valuable. After admiring her martial sister's extreme grade immortal artifact, Yuxiang opened her jade bottle too. When she saw the immortal pill inside, she was dumbfounded and subconsciously exclaimed, "E-King pill?" Yuxiang was also dazed. She quickly grabbed the jade bottle and found it was a E-King pill, a special grade one. Pack it up quickly, we need to go. Yuxia subconsciously looked around and quickly grabbed Yuxiang, followed the direction Yemo disappeared at. The biggest merchant tower in the Jiakuei Immortal City was the Xianlan Merchant Tower. The square at its door was filled with people. The Jiakuei secret realm was about to open. Many people came to participate in the auction, but its caliber was extremely high. The entrance fee was 100k. Many people didn't want to pay that much. That amount could be used to buy a lot of things. These immortals set up all sorts of stalls outside the merchant tower to trade things, forming a popular temporary marketplace. When Yemo came to the entrance, the ordinary tickets were sold out. Only 500k immortal crystals front row seats were left. As for rooms, they were bought out by the sects coming here. Yemo didn't care, he just paid 500k immortal crystals and bought a front row seats. He came to this auction only to buy that stone stool. Other than this, he wouldn't care about anything else. He would only buy if there was level 9 immortal spirit herb, but Yemo knew that this auction was before the opening of the secret realm, so there would probably be less immortal spirit herbs. 4 hours later, the auction commenced. Yemo went in first. He knew that if the purple-robed man was going to fish, the stone stool wouldn't be coming out later on. That purple-robed immortal emperor wasn't going to waste much time here for it. There almost wasn't much difference between the 500k ticket and 100k ticket. Only the seat was more front and had a few simple blinds. These blinds couldn't even stop spirit sense. The auction grounds were huge, people sat on all sides. The stage was at the center and its area was huge. There were formations on the side. Just the ticket earnings for this time was 10 billion. Yemo knew he wouldn't be staying in here for long, but he didn't care. This was his first time sitting in the hall of an auction. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to do this. Sometimes power could save you a lot of trouble. If one left the auction in the hall during the middle, then almost everyone could see, but if you were in a room, no one would know. People entered the auction grounds in an orderly fashion. People rarely used spirit sense to scan around. No one coming to the auction was a simple character. They hated people scanning around with spirit sense. Yemo wasn't going to scan with his spirit sense. Since that purple-robed immortal emperor came to Jiakuei Immortal City, he was probably here for the auction. 5 minutes later, everyone had come in and the gates closed. In the center was a seductive great eternity immortal. She didn't wear much, but her clothes wrapped her body perfectly. Immediately, she became the center of attention. Thank you Qianbais for coming to our Xianlan merchant tower for the auction. I'm the auctioneer for today, Han Yen. After this, an extremely powerful spirit sense swept the entire scene. This spirit sense scanned on Yemo, and Yemo immediately knew that this person was an immortal emperor tertiary stage. Everyone knew what this meant. There was an immortal emperor guarding this auction. Everyone on the auction had to follow the rules or suffer the consequences, but no one who came to the auction was stupid. No one would start trouble here. After that spirit sense wave, Han Yen smiled. This auction will have a mysterious item.
It's one of the top items in the entire immortal realm.
Han Yen believed that everyone would want it after seeing it. After saying this, even Yemo wanted to know what it was. This woman really knew how to entice people, just when everyone hoped for her to say what the item was. She changed her tone, but this item will be coming later on.
Please wait patiently everyone. The first item of the auction today will be an emperor wood blue fruit.
This item is very hard to see in the immortal realm, and it can allow an immortal emperor to break through a level without no side effects. Han Yan's words immediately made some people excited, especially those immortal emperors and immortal monarchs. Even this fruit wasn't the top item. Just how amazing was that top item? Hearing this, Yemo was shocked. He didn't expect it to only be the start and there to be such an item. There were some immortal emperors in the Grand Heaven Domain, but there weren't that many. One Heaven Domain had about 10 to 20.
A powerful Heaven Domain would have no more than 50. What shocked Yemo the most was that someone recognized this fruit.
He could recognize it due to Chinese jade slip. Now that someone else recognized it too, then it meant other divine emperors saw this fruit. People started bidding immediately, and the bids clearly came from the rooms. The price soon reached 5 billion immortal crystals and an extreme grade immortal range. Even ordinary monarch sects wouldn't be able to afford this price, the extreme grade immortal range part, but Yemo knew that this price wasn't high for people who went to that palace. Eventually the price settled at that. This was mainly because Yemo took almost all the extreme grade immortal ranges off the immortal emperors. Now that these immortal emperor came back to the immortal realm, of course they would use the immortal ranges for their cultivation home and sect. Yemo was certain that this immortal emperor paying this extreme grade immortal range definitely came from the palace, or he wouldn't be this wealthy. I will be auctioning the second item now. The Great Eternity Immortal Female Immortal purposely stopped for a while and gathered everyone's attention before she continued. The second item is a
half-god artifact, a defensive one.
Yao Lang Abyssal Mist Seal. The starting price is 200 million immortal crystals. Each increment must be no less than 10 million. Chapter 1897, Smash the Auction. Then, the Great Eternity Immortal Female Immortal raised a palm-sized seal. It had this faint mist surrounding it.
It was obvious the seal wasn't ordinary. Yemo could see that too, but he didn't want to buy it. He had a broken octagonal cauldron. If he repaired it, it was a god artifact and one much stronger than this seal. Many people bidded on this item and the price soared from 200 million to 500 million and was eventually bought by someone in a room. The subsequent items were all beyond Yemo's anticipation. Even he didn't expect the items would be of such high caliber. Although there were a few things Yemo wanted, he resisted the urge to buy. Before acquiring the stone stool, he didn't want to do anything to garner attention. Yemo noticed that the things were getting better and better, and clearly other people noticed this too. The auction was getting more and more heated. Level 8 runes, level 8 immortal pill, and even one level 9 beast core. Other people were getting more and more excited, but Yemo was getting more and more anxious. According to his estimates, the stone stool should be out now, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yemo thought about the man giving up on this fishing tactic. After all, it was no secret now, but this was the best method for him. Since there was such a huge auction here and the purple rogue man was here, why hasn't the stone stool appeared yet? If it wasn't that he might offend everyone, Yemo even wanted to scan all the rooms in this auction with his spirit sense. I believe everyone is very happy with this auction, but I need to tell everyone that the climax is just about to begin. The next item is the mysterious item I spoke about.
Before I show it, please allow me to introduce it. This Great Eternity Immortal Female Immortal used tactics to gather attention on her again before saying everyone knows that in the immortal realm, what decides how high one can reach is whether they have a good cultivation method or not in cultivation resources or fortunes.
But these are secondary. I believe everyone knows the main reason. That's right, immortal spirit root.
Without a good immortal spirit root, No matter how much resources and fortunes you have, you can't reach higher levels.
Immortal spirit root is settled after conversion to immortal essence. Who can change it? Is there an item that can change immortal spirit root being auctioned?
Someone asked immediately. When cultivators ascended to the immortal realm, their spirit root would convert to immortal spirit root. Usually, the element of the spirit root wouldn't change, but during the conversion process, many people would get impurities, causing a prodigy in the cultivation realm to become an ordinary person in the immortal realm. Of course, some people would get better immortal spirit root after the conversion. These people are highly sought after by the big sections. Although the immortal realm had treasures that changed immortal spirit root, they are rarer here compared to the cultivation realm. Not even immortal emperors may be able to get it, much less ordinary people. Even immortal emperors desperately needed things that could change their immortal spirit root. Seeing the atmosphere of the auction was at an all-time high, the great eternity immortal female immortal continued. The following item isn't an immortal spirit herb that can change immortal spirit root. Before people could ask, she continued, this is a prenatal immortal ice spirit root female immortal whose cultivation essence hasn't converted yet. With this, the auction erupted. Prenatal meant that this was a spirit root coming with birth. At the start, one couldn't see the cultivation speed of this spirit root, but after reaching disaster transformation state, the cultivation speed would suddenly skyrocket.
After ascending to the immortal realm, the spirit root wouldn't change at all.
It would only get more and more pure, because this spirit root is immortal spirit root. After ascending to the immortal realm and the cultivation essence wasn't converted to immortal essence, the spirit root could be stolen. The way to do that was simple, just one dual cultivation. However, once the cultivator started cultivating immortal realm cultivation method and converted cultivation essence to immortal essence, this would no longer work. There were other ways of taking the prenatal immortal spirit roots, but dual cultivation was the most direct and simple way. One could imagine that if a cultivator took this prenatal immortal ice spirit root away, then even the worst spirit root immortal wouldn't have to worry about cultivation speed. With such spirit root, even if you didn't have much cultivation resources, there was hope of reaching Tao. The great eternity immortal female immortal suddenly waved her hand and a figure appeared next to her. An extremely beautiful woman wearing blue flowery dress appeared before everyone. Her face was pitiful, but she was clearly subjugated. Such a beautiful cultivator,
some people exclaimed. People already started asking about the price.
The prenatal ice spirit root was already a huge surprise, and yet she was such a beautiful female immortal. Emo knew all this too, and he was amazed that the auction could even obtain such a cultivator. But when Emo saw the female immortal through the projection, his face changed. Without a thought, he torn open the formation at the auction stage and grabbed the female immortal into his arms while kicking away that great eternity immortal female immortal. This all happened in less than a second, and that great eternity immortal female immortal was kicked away spitting blood. How dare you start trouble at our Xianlan merchant tower?
Die!
A cold voice sounded, and at the same time, a powerful immortal emperor domain came down. The immortal emperor tertiary stage pressure made all the immortals here feel hard to breath. Everyone used their cultivation method to defend against such pressure while cursing Emo for being an idiot who didn't want good things. If people could rob things in an auction, then this world would be in chaos. All the good things would belong to the divine emperors. The immortal emperor didn't even attack Emo. Emo was a mere immortal king middle stage.
He wasn't worth it.
At this moment, the 4 immortal monarchs on the side had charged on the stage and attacked Emo. 1 immortal king middle stage, but 4 immortal monarch attacking together. One could see how tight this auction was. Emo sneered. His powerful immortal monarch domain expanded out, and at the same time, Zissou let out a purple ring. The ring flashed and 4 blood arrows flew on the stage before landing on the ground. Clap.
8 claps sounded, and the 4 immortal monarchs turned into 8 pieces of bodies. No essence spirit seeped out.
Clearly their essence spirit was annihilated in that strike. Chapter 1898, Immortal Emperor Battle. The auction scene fell silent.
No one made a sound.
The people here weren't simple. There were many immortal monarchs and immortal emperor in the rooms, but Emo's strike silenced everyone,
killing 4 immortal monarchs in just a few seconds.
No matter how strong these immortal monarchs were, Emo's strike was the pinnacle god art of the immortal realm. Even an immortal emperor was at most like this. People realized that this thing wasn't so simple. Clearly, it was an immortal emperor who killed the 4 immortal monarchs on the stage.
He just hid his power to immortal king. There were some strange immortal emperors who didn't want rooms and instead sat in the hall. This was no strange thing, some immortal emperors in the room had recognized Yemo. Many of them stayed in that palace with Yemo. They knew Yemo was hard to mess with and wasn't simple. No Yen immortal emperor saw Yemo too. He was surprised. Yemo was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to challenge a big guy like Xianlan Merchant Tower, right? They had 3 immortal emperors and a mysterious supporter. This immortal emperor tertiary stage of the Merchant Tower realized things didn't seem to be right. He immediately flew down to the stage. He was no idiot. He knew Yemo was no immortal king. Can an immortal king kill 4 immortal monarchs with one strike? This guy was not only not an immortal king but an immortal emperor who was no weaker than him or maybe even stronger. I'm Xianlan Merchant Tower Sha Yu immortal emperor. Who are you? Why are you starting trouble at our auction? Even if you're an immortal emperor peak, you will be held responsible for the incident today. The immortal emperor fell on the stage and asked. Yemo was an immortal emperor stronger than him. The later he attacked, the more it benefited him. He wasn't the only immortal emperor at the Merchant Tower, but because the caliber of this auction was too high, he came to guard here as he was the strongest. Yemo ignored this immortal emperor. When he saw the selling item was Tang Beiwei, his fury was completely ignited. Even if the 4 grand emperors were here all in front of him, he would still kill, much less a Merchant Tower with a few immortal emperors. When Tang Beiwei saw Yemo, there was only excitement and endless joy. Her nose felt sour and tears welled up in her eyes. There were thousands of things she wanted to say, but she couldn't speak a thing. Yemo instantly released Tang Beiwei's restriction when the immortal emperor spoke. Brother. Tang Beiwei ran into Yemo's arms. She could no longer hold her emotions in bitterness. She had been separated from Yemo for 200 years. She thought she would never be able to see her brother again. But when she was at her most helpless time, her brother appeared before her. She didn't care about all the eyes glancing at her. She was only thinking that if she could see her brother before she died, she would have no regrets. When Yemo really appeared before her, she thought it was an illusion. But feeling Yemo's arms, she knew this was real. Beiwei, it's my fault, I didn't take care of you guys. Yemo felt very bad. Tang Beiwei heard Yemo's voice and began crying out loud like a child. Finally, she found her family. Finally, she found a shoulder she could rely on. She could only keep crying to express her happiness and bitterness at the same time. This title made everyone realize what happened. No wonder this immortal emperor killed people in fury. The auction was selling his little sister. Could an immortal emperor's sister be sold at an auction? No immortal emperor would be able to take that. Those greedy glances at Tang Beiwei immediately disappeared. Sha Yu immortal emperor dazed. He completely didn't understand why an immortal emperor still had a newly ascended little sister. This was too absurd. If they weren't real brothers and sisters, this female immortal wouldn't be able to express such genuine feelings. Sha Yu immortal emperor soon cast this thought aside and casually saluted with his fists to Yemo. "Da friend, we didn't know we were selling your sister. We're very sorry about this, but we didn't capture her. Someone else captured her and sent her over. After seeing her you can pay our price and take her away, but you tore open our formation and killed 4 of our immortal monarch. Do you think you're the strongest in the immortal realm? We don't have many immortal emperors, but we have 3. Yemo took out a pill to Tang Beiwei and said coldly, Xianlan Merchant Tower? That's in the past. From today on, there will be now Xianlan Merchant Tower in the immortal realm. If he didn't happen to see his sister being caught, her end would be tragic. Yemo didn't want to reason with Sha Yu immortal emperor. If he didn't have enough power, Sha Yu immortal emperor wasn't going to reason with him. Even so, he was asking for compensations. Hearing Yemo's words, Sha Yu immortal emperor was furious. His terrifying immortal emperor domain expanded. Yemo waved his hand and sent out Shadowless, who was talking shit in the Golden Page world. As soon as Shadowless came out, he opened his mouth and that powerful grand immortal emperor domain was crippled. Sha Yu immortal emperor was shocked, but Yemo already punched over. God Art Shatter Space, the terrifying lethal force whirlpool instantly swept the auction grounds. The sound of space tearing shook people's hearts. It was as though the next moment, this space would be crushed by Yemo. Some low-level immortals were spitting blood despite this God Art wasn't targeted at them. The immortals rushed out of the auction grounds out onto the square. Other than some immortals who didn't want trouble, most immortals stayed at the square. Who wanted to miss the grand battles between immortal emperors? Those immortal emperors in the rooms didn't leave, even some immortal monarchs didn't leave. They wanted to see this battle. When his domain was bit open by Shadowless, Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor knew that if he didn't use Black Snow Return Life he was going to lose. This immortal emperor was stronger than him, but now there was an even more absurd immortal spirit beast who could devour domain. He didn't even know what this immortal spirit beast was, but now he didn't have the time to think. Yi Mo's shatter space was too terrifying. All the seats and blinds in here were torn to dust, even the rooms upstairs were beginning to crack. In another second, they were pulverized too. These powders didn't fall on the ground and instead joined the lethal force whirlpool and smashed towards him. The people in the rooms retreated, but no one intervened, as that would mean helping Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor attacking EMO. Even those who didn't know EMO didn't want to offend a powerful immortal emperor like EMO now. Even people from the merchant tower started fleeing. His God Art lethal force whirlpool had been gathered within a certain range. Otherwise, with his current power, he could clap away the entire immortal city easily. Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor felt the lethal force whirlpool was formed by 9 space lethal forces. When it swept over, he felt it wasn't 9 but 90 or 900. It had the power and madness to destroy everything. Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor regretted a little, but he wasn't slow or retaliation. A black 3-cornered flag and a blue bell was released. There was this whimpering sound as soon as the black flag was released. Even Tang Beiwei, who was protected completely by EMO, began to daze. Those immortals outside couldn't stop this sound at all. Some people even stabbed into their chests with their own hands. Chapter 1899, Black Snow Flying Dance. Some immortal emperors could tell that Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor's magic artifact was half-god artifact tendon-breaking twisted god flag. Once released, even some weak-willed immortal emperor would lose their minds for a short time. Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor used this flag to create a huge name for himself. More than a few immortal emperors had died in his hands. Xiaoyu felt threatened by EMO and didn't want to fight with him, but that wasn't because he was afraid of EMO. His flag could control people's minds, and EMO didn't look very old. Even if EMO's power wasn't weak, his mind cultivation definitely wasn't adequate. However, what shocked him was that EMO wasn't affected by the flag at all. Instead, the Shatter Space Fist Force was growing. At the same time, EMO yelled, "Shadowless!" Without a need for this calling, Shadowless already opened his mouth and bit to the flag. The whimpering sounds immediately disappeared. However, the lethal force whirlpool became even more terrifying. When everyone had left this place, the merchant tower shook, and this grand merchant tower was swept in the lethal force whirlpool too, forming a terrifying flow striking towards Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor. The immortals who retreated to the square immediately knew that EMO intentionally gathered force and didn't release. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. Rumble, EMO's shatter space finally struck with Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor's bluebell. A terrifying sound swept over the place. Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor felt his bluebell pause, and he immediately knew things weren't good. EMO's domain was more fierce than he had imagined. Meanwhile, his domain shattered due to Shadowless. Clank clank. Although the bluebell stopped the Shatter Space Fist Force, the bluebell was struck away under the pressure of EMO's domain. The fist force was blocked, but the remaining lethal force whirlpool still struck Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor. In that instant, a huge ravine appeared below his feet. Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor also spat many mouthfuls of blood. Thud. The merchant tower that was powdered by EMO fell into the huge ravine. All the immortals on the square could hear the terrifying rumble and the flying dusts. A few watching immortal emperors waved their hands and the dust disappeared. Now, the audience finally saw that the previously erect merchant tower was suddenly gone. A ravine that wasn't completely filled up took its place. Just how many treasures would a merchant tower have? But it was now destroyed and buried underground. Xiaoyu saw the extremely dimmed down flag and was very shocked. He thought that even if he was no match for EMO, the difference wasn't too great. But after that clash, he immediately knew that he was far weaker than this immortal emperor. Stop. Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor immediately called out. EMO acted as though he didn't hear it and said to Shadowless, "Take care of Beiwei." Then, he stepped in air and struck out Zisu. A 3,000-meter-long purple sword ray struck down. A ravine appeared in mid-air as though space was severed in half. The nearby space all fell into that ravine. Li Long Immortal Emperor knew that EMO only hacked out less than 5% of his full power. He had seen EMO's strike reach 30 kilometers, but now it was only 3 kilometers. Clearly EMO didn't want to damage the immortal city.
Even so, the force of this purple sword rays made people nearby not even dare to look at it. Some low-powered people didn't even dare to scan their spirit sense. The sword force was still gathering, but the ground beneath had completely cracked and was getting deeper and wider. Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor's face was green.
How could he not know that Yemo wanted to kill him? He was shocked and furious.
He didn't understand how this random guy had no concerns at all killing an immortal emperor in the immortal city. He was more furious that there were so many immortal emperors watching and no one came up. Even his best friend Demon Joy Sek Xianfeng Immortal Emperor pretended that he didn't see anything. The pressure from the purple sword ray was getting more and more terrifying, and his Immortal Emperor domain was beginning to cripple again.
Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor couldn't worry about other things now.
His flag whimpered again, and in half a second, black snowflowers started raining. When everyone saw these black snowflowers, it was as though these snow didn't land on the ground but on their hearts. A few weaker level grade immortals who stared at the battle didn't even make a sound and palmed the top of their head. The black snowflower didn't float into Tang Beiwei's sight yet, and Shadowless roared, devouring the snowflowers. Sizzling sounds arose. Those black snowflower looked weak, but when they landed on the powerful purple sword ray, the sword ray paused, and even the space near it began to slow down. Yemo frowned. He didn't expect the black snowflowers would be able to do this. He felt this uneasiness feeling in his heart. A light wind blew past, and Yemo felt those black snowflowers slowly surround him. They carried this extremely melancholic whimper. In that instant, Yemo resonated with that feeling. These snowflowers should be white, but due to that endless sorrow, they became black. How could he hurt them? Yemo almost couldn't resist touching that black snowflower. He almost couldn't resist walking towards them. It was as though Qingxue, Luoying, Yimo, and them were there. All the figures he had seen flew past him.
Hold me tight, I have mobility rune,
Luoying said as she took him out of magical herb sect. If I jump off, would you jump off with me? It was Luo Xian. How is she now? Where was she? A husband, I'll go wherever you go.
Xiaoyun called, 3 birth eternal, the name is eternity. His immortal king naming, but why did he feel something was wrong?
Just what was wrong? Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor's face was pale. When he used Black Snow Return Life, he saw Yemo days. He saw that sword ray slow down. Yemo was slowly walking towards him as though he had lost his mind. There was a cruel look on Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor's face. A yellow beam shot out. Little sister, wait. Boss is in trouble. Shadowless immediately noticed something was wrong with Yemo. Yemo's killing intent on the sword ray was disappearing. This wasn't how the boss did things. Boss never showed mercy once he attacked. Shadowless flew in and bit down. The endless black snow immediately crippled, forming a black stream towards Shadowless's mouth. Crack. A spear ray appeared in Yemo's eyes.
Yemo suddenly woke up.
The 3 birth chant flowed freely again too. Chapter 1900, One Sword One Fist. The next moment, Yemo actually felt his cultivation level that hasn't risen after devouring countless immortal ranges rise. It was very slow, but he clearly felt that if it kept increasing, he would eventually reach Immortal Monarch peak stage. Rumble. Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor's yellow beam had reached Yemo's chest. Yemo didn't care at all and instead charged towards it. At the same time, Zisu's crevice lit up again. The 3 kilometers long purple crevice in the air smashed down with a terrifying black mark. Splurge. The crevice fell down from Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor's brows and his eyes immediately dimmed down.
He looked at Yemo unrelentingly but didn't want to fall.
He didn't understand why Yemo didn't stop his lethal blow and wanted to die with him. When the yellow beam exploded on Yemo's chest, can Yemo survive? Thud.
At the same time, the yellow beam exploded on Yemo's chest.
Yemo's clothes ripped and marks of blood flew up. However, he didn't fall down like Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor. The yellow beam just bloodied Yemo's chest but didn't pierce through. I understand. Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor said before blood mist shot out of his forehead. He finally fell, and before his essence spirit could seep out, Shadowless aided and threw a storage ring at Yemo. Brother.
Tang Beiwei reacted and ran to Yemo. Yemo's chest looked bloody but he was fine. I'm fine.
Yemo patted Tang Beiwei's shoulder and ate another blue spirit essence pill while putting on a new set of clothes. Yemo didn't say much to Tang Beiwei as he knew more people from Xianlan Merchant Tower would come. But this time, it was 2 Immortal Emperor primary stage. One person hid amongst the crowd while the other charged towards him. The 2 Immortal Emperors saw Yemo hack open Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor and Shadowless devouring the essence spirit.
The immortal emperor appeared calm, but there was extreme shock in his eyes. Devouring an immortal emperor? What immortal spirit herb was this, Dao brother? Why did you kill Sha Yu, immortal emperor? If our Xianlan merchant tower offended you, we're willing to compensate. Even if you're a divine emperor, you can't casually kill our immortal emperor like this. The immortal emperor primary stage said, after killing Sha Yu and turning the Xianlan merchant tower to dust. Yemo's anger was finally appeased a little. Kill Sha Yu, immortal emperor? Little thing, you're too naive. Boss means that Xianlan merchant will disappear forever. You dare to reproach him? Whatever, it's the last time you'll be doing it in your life. Shadowless laughed and sealed off the escape path of this immortal emperor. He was very satisfied to act so cool in front of so many people. The immortal emperor primary stage's face changed. He didn't expect Emo to be this dominant. There were so many immortal emperors here, why did no one say anything? If they were so easily annihilated, they wouldn't survive till today. The immortal emperor primary stage glanced at the cold-faced Emo and the greedy Shadowless, and his heart sunk. He didn't dare to ask Emo anything and just looked at the watching immortal emperors and spoke. Xianlan merchant tower is about to be exterminated. Everyone here are immortal emperors, beings who stabilize the 33 grand heaven domains. Wu Ming really want to ask why no one has come out to uphold justice. Zhang Ren, immortal emperor, was close to Emo, so upon hearing this, he sneered, your Xianlan merchant tower was selling sect leader Yi's little sister in the auction. Sect leader Yi saved her, but Sha Yu, immortal emperor, asked for sect leader Yi to compensate. Wu Ming, immortal emperor, you've reached immortal emperor for more than 10,000 years. Tell us how we should uphold justice. We should gang up on sect leader Yi and kill him to protect Xianlan merchant tower so you guys can keep auctioning his sister? Zhang Ren, immortal emperor's words immediately caused some laughter. Emo collected a lot of immortal ranges in the dimension, but also connected with some people. There were 6 or 7 immortal emperors from that palace here. Other than Li Long, immortal emperor, the rest of them quite approved of Emo. Wu Ming, immortal emperor, dazed. He didn't expect such things had happened. He only noticed Tang Beiwei next to Emo now. He immediately recognized her now. What shocked Wu Ming the most wasn't Emo killed Sha Yu, immortal emperor, but Emo gaining the formal support of Zheng Ren, immortal emperor. Anything could be said in 2 ways. It depends which side the supporters we retaking. If Zheng Ren, immortal emperor, was supporting him, he would say that Emo was being cocky and disrespecting the rules of the auction. Then he destroyed the merchant tower and killed an immortal emperor. This was seriously endangering the entire immortal realm. Wu Ming had realized the situation at stake and quickly saluted with his fists to Emo. Sect leader Yi, I was out and didn't know we offended sect leader Yi. Wu Ming is willing to apologize and give our most genuine apology. Wu Ming wanted to calm Emo down first. How could things end like that after killing their immortal emperor and bringing down their merchant tower? Emo was going to regret going against Xianlan merchant tower for a woman. Emo said calmly, I said Xianlan merchant tower will disappear from now on. Second, compensate 100 level 9 immortal spirit herbs, 10 billion immortal crystals. The third is whoever sent my sister to Xianlan merchant tower, you guys must hand over the person to me. Wu Ming's face changed and said with trouble, Sha Yu, immortal emperor's death is our fault. I don't dare to judge if sect leader Yi is right or wrong on that matter. Personally, I'm willing to apologize to sect leader Yi. But us 3 immortal emperors aren't the ones behind Xianlan merchant tower but a being above immortal emperor. Plus, as a member of Xianlan merchant tower, I'm not going to spill the privacy of the customer. Of course, Emo didn't wait for Wu Ming to finish before expanding his domain. Lethal force instantly swept out. At the same time, Zissou hacked out too. He gave them a few conditions, but it didn't mean he was negotiating. Wu Ming dared to negotiate with him, constantly speaking about the merchant association, and wasn't going to hand out the person who caught Tang Beiwei. He was also subtly threatening him, so what if it was beyond immortal emperor? Kai Mi was a divine emperor? Did he think that bringing out a non-existent divine emperor would make him scared to attack? He could tolerate other things, but his sister was almost ruined. Even if there was a primordial essence divine emperor behind him, he wasn't going to take it. With Emo's attack, Wu Ming's face changed again. He didn't expect Emo to be this dominant. He didn't even say anything.
He was at least an immortal emperor and spoke of a support who was beyond immortal emperor. When Yemo's domain covered him, his immortal emperor domain was like a ship in a tidal wave. Not good. He was far from a match for Yemo. Wu Ming realized immediately and released his magic artifact. Before he could completely activate it, Yemo's shatter space had arrived. The sword room tore apart everything in front of him. He could only barely block with his magic artifact before being hacked away. Wait, I agree. Wu Ming was scared soulless. He didn't expect Yemo would be this terrifying. Yemo didn't seem to hear this and punched again. Shatter space swept over, splurge, blood mist flew and Yemo's punch had pulverized this immortal emperor primary stage. Shadowless looked at this in disappointment while licking his lips. An immortal emperor primary stage and he wasn't able to eat it. Sigh, the square outside was filled with people from hollow immortal to immortal emperor. There were even some mortal cultivators, but when Yemo did what he did, the square was in complete silence. Immortal Emperor was already the peak of the immortal realm. How many people could cultivate to Immortal Emperor? It wasn't easy for them to see an immortal emperor, much less see one get killed. But now, 2 immortal emperors were killed right in front of their faces without leaving behind a mark.